Good morning, Chatty House.
Howdy house. What's up, everybody? Happy Tuesday.
Happy Tuesday.
Shout out Casey Tucker. He knows what it is. Hit the thumbs up.
There we go. Wait, did Katrina get the belt? Warren up in here. Good morning, Katrina. Good morning, David. Who do we got? S.A. Carpenter. There we go. Adam L. Casey Tucker Band. Johnny G. What's going on? Ready for your puns? Scooter. Good morning. Marcus. Jose.
Pete,
Cousin Pete's up in here.
Zabo.
Russ Dog. Morning. Norm.
I love how it's always just regulars. That's my favorite part of the chatty house.
Chris Ochoa. You're awfully quiet since the A's took 2 out of 3 from your
Oh, yeah, Chris, where have you been?
Angels. Yep. Cool Cat. What's up?
Angels played the Reds yesterday, I think.
West Sac Kings fan. There you go. Can't just be Sac Kings fan. Just saying. Got to have the West Sac. Sorry if I missed anybody, but it seems like we got a lot of you.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, everyone. You all, everybody. Quote. Join us. We have not been putting out a morning tweet reminding people that we are on the air. We're on the air, people.
Well, I'll retweet the stream when it pops up on the Twitter.
I did.
What's up, Marcus? Tyler Jennings? Norm?
Wow. Could you imagine choosing between Anthony Richardson and Daniel Jones as your starting quarterbacks?
I'm going to keep it real, man. I'm been a Dolphins fan, so yeah, we've had like, oh, it's Gus Farad or it's Sage Rosenfels this year.
Oh no, I forgot about Sage. Chad Pennington. The Chad Pennington.
It was the
years.
one good year we had. All right, here we go. Here's that.
Welcome into the Insiders. I am James Ham. Joining me today, Jesse Tapia. Day 3 of Jesse and James.
Yeah, day 3. Yeah, because it's been since Friday, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Day 3. We're hanging in there.
Oh, yeah. We're having a good time.
Yeah, we've got this thing figured out, I think.
We were talking about it before. We're like in that one spot where we're so close to the football season. We got one more preseason game to go next week.
Yep.
And then we get the little bye week. Everyone go enjoy time with the families. For the dads, go play with your kids, whatever you want to do.
One last Sunday.
Yes, one last Sunday for the kids. And then we're back into it.
That's right. And then we didn't even have baseball really last night. I mean, the Giants played, but no A's.
Almost lost that one too.
Oh boy.
They scored 4 in the first, I think. Didn't score the rest of the game. Gave up a 2-run homer like the 8th inning, I think, or something like that. And they pulled it out in the end.
Yeah, Devers is up to 24 home runs.
Shout out Rafi Devers.
If you count all of his home runs that did not come in San Francisco, he still has an outside shot at 30 to become the first Giants player since Barry Bonds to hit 30 home runs. Do you count it? I don't count it. I'm not going to count it. I don't count Barry Bonds' home runs his last 5 years, and I don't count.
Well, why not?
Why not? Because he was juiced.
Who cared? He didn't get suspended for it.
Yeah, you should have. He was out there saving baseball, I guess. One home run.
I don't know.
Time.
If you don't get suspended, and it's like, hey, you got it. A-Rod got suspended. A-Rod is bad in my eyes. Barry Bonds, greatest baseball player of all time.
Not in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, but the Hall of Fame is weird.
So there was no baseball last night. We are in literally that break where there's nothing. Some nights
no,
are
yeah.
literally nothing going on. There was a football game on last night, which we'll get to in just a little bit, because there's some weird takeaways from that game that I just don't know where we go with them, right? Like, there's going to be a debate here as to how long you play your players. And not only that, but I believe it's Troy Aikman calling the game. Like, why is Troy Aikman calling the game Monday night? Why do they have Monday Night Football in preseason?
Well, they need preseason too. Got to practice and all that.
I guess, but if practice means all you do is sit there and wonder why Joe Burrow is still in the game the entire time, then I don't know if that's real practice. Like, if like your entire broadcast is predicated around, oh my gosh,
Troy Aikman does
get sacked.
Troy Aikman does give like old man yells at clouds type of vibe sometimes.
He does. Yeah. He does. Yeah.
A lot more now than he used to, but
yeah, I just think it's
also reminds me that Cowboys Netflix documentary came out this morning.
Oh,
I gotta check that out tonight.
I'm not going to check out it.
Why not?
I don't know.
Why?
This is about the '90s Cowboys, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
So far, like all the reviews I've seen, it's like it's great stuff like that. It's not a puff piece or whatever they call it.
Okay. Yeah. But I lived through it.
Well, yeah. Now you get to watch it.
I don't know.
I guess it's exciting for me.
Okay. Yeah, because I mean, I guess there's value in it, you know, and especially it's not only is it not a puff piece, but it's not like it's not like the Lakers fake documentary, like on
HBO Max.
Yeah.
Winning Time. You mean
Winning Time?
It was not fake, James. It was not fake. It was based on true events.
It's based on
loosely based on true events.
Loosely based on true events.
There's nothing fake about the Boston Celtics ending that show as the winners.
Well, at least they're not doing that with the Cowboys thing, though.
Yeah, no. To be honest, they should.
Could they get Kenny Caraway to play Jerry Jones?
You could ask. Yeah, I think it could work. I mean, people might be confused, but yeah, you could ask.
Why would they be confused? I don't get it. He sounds just like him.
No, yeah. Maybe if you close your eyes, but no. If they did a Winning Time, like the Lakers version for the Cowboys in the 90s, can you imagine how insane that show would be?
I'm sure they will.
Isn't there a story about Michael Irvin chasing someone around with scissors?
Well, there's certainly cocaine stories.
Then perfect. It's HBO.
Yeah. I mean, I think there's some wild stuff there. Even the Charles Haley stuff, you know, like there's
I saw
Sanders.
His name got dropped in the documentary too. I didn't see what he talked about or whatever. But
okay.
I guess they get into it about whatever Charles Haley got going on back then.
Yeah, he was a bit wild. Yeah, 49ers legend Charles Haley. Also, we have reached day 44 of. Are you ready for the drop?
Yes. No. Yes. No.
Day 44. Wait for it.
Kuminga Watch.
We have reached day 44, and there is no movement in sight. Jonathan Kuminga is still a Golden State Warriors player.
I have a question.
Yep.
How long does Kuminga Watch last? Till it's like, yeah, let's all pack it up and let's all go home, everybody. We all had a good time.
Until it's over.
So is that like when he signs the qualifying offer, when he's just no longer a Warrior after the season, if he's not a Warrior after the season?
Yeah, well, I mean, like, look, if the trade doesn't go through now, it's very unlikely that the Kings are able to get their hands on him later.
Well, okay, so we'll just cut it then.
Yeah, I mean, so basically the problem that they have is that the way, you know, their salary structure is, the Kings are going to be over the cap next year almost assuredly.
Yeah.
So they could offer him like a mid-level exception, but he's not going to want to take $14 million a year. So,
well, Kuminga Watch day 44 it is.
Yeah. So we're on day 44. NBC Sports Bay Area had a conversation with Steph Curry. He, of course, was asked about this, and he sidestepped it. He said, all that stuff will take care of itself. It's a front office job to bring the best team back when September 29th, whatever it is, comes around and we're suiting up for practice. We'll be ready. He doesn't want to talk about it. That's interesting. I mean,
I get it. It's not time. He doesn't need to right now.
Well, and let's be honest, Steph is a company man.
Yeah.
He's a company man. And if he's going to say anything, it's going to be, well, you know, just like this. I trust these guys. Our front office will have it taken care of, whatever it is.
Well, the way I see it, too, is like, what else is Steph going to say? I mean, because if Kuminga's there game one, Steph Curry's going to do what Steph Curry does. And I guess try to win that way. But it's like he doesn't. I don't know. Like what else? What else would he say?
Something like, hey, we'd love to have John.
We're asking him.
Jonathan back.
We're talking to the wrong person. We need to go talk to Draymond if we want real thoughts.
No, that's true.
Yeah, Steph's gonna be like, yeah, we're gonna play basketball, blah blah blah. If Kuminga's here, great. If he's not, blah blah blah, whatever. Draymond Green, what do you think about this distraction going on?
I wonder if they've asked him to not talk about it.
Oh, I'm sure they've asked him that many times, many years over the years, and that's never worked. I'm sure they gave up on that a long time ago, James.
I don't know what this one specifically.
Draymond, do you think you could be cool about this one? Maybe just chill out on this one. No chance. Like just play that out. No chance.
You don't think so?
Nah, he's got a podcast.
I know, but he hasn't.
No, we're gonna get his thoughts on this podcast.
Okay.
And then Baron Davis is gonna be there too. This is a podcast partner.
Okay. So you think they're gonna discuss it?
Draymond Green will, not Steph Curry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So also on as part of Kuminga Watch, Ramona Shelburne chimed in. I think he's going to be on the Warriors. I think there's an easy solution here, which is that the Warriors give him an extra year. It'll be like a 2+1 where he has a little bit more control, a little more guaranteed money. And I do think the Warriors see him as somebody who's, if he wants to call it a building block, I don't know if I would call it that, but somebody they want around for a long time because they have 35-year-olds on their team. I know the owner, Joe Lacob, has told him this. He loves Kuminga. He is the reason that they've never included him in trades because they see him as they see the potential in him.
Those damn meddling owners, James.
Well, that's what it comes to. I'm like,
I mean, yeah, from everything we've seen over the last month or so about this, like Joe Lacob is a Jonathan Kuminga guy.
Yeah, this has been
one of the biggest reasons probably why he's still there.
Yeah, it's been Kyle's concern the entire time. Like when Kyle is with us, like it's definitely Kyle's concern that that Lacob loves him and he's going to step in and be an issue nonstop with this. So, like, I get it, but at the end of the day, owners, they don't make good general managers.
No,
and
they
when
don't.
Owners like players, it's usually like a kiss of death.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just look around, like the Sacramento Kings. You watch Kyle Kuzma run over and hug Vivek Ranadive before games, and it's just like, man, he's not your player. He's not your player.
Yeah, but that might have been a Monty McNair guy as well.
I don't know.
I mean, they tried trading for a few times. So I figured.
Oh yeah,
Monty had some say so there.
Yeah, they tried to trade for him. They also tried to sign him as a free agent the year that they had cap space, where they gave Sabonis the renegotiate an extension, and then they shifted gears and tried to get Kyle Kuzma. He decided to take the money in Washington, which again told me at that point everything I need to know about Kyle Kuzma.
Yeah.
You want to go back to a team that has no chance of winning instead of a team coming off a 48-win season. So I'm not quite sure what exactly. I mean, that
wanted to be the man,
I guess, but who wants to be the man? Like let's just say you're doing retail and you're working.
Hey, I didn't tell you I agree with him. I just told you maybe that was his thinking.
Yeah. I was just thinking though, like let's say you're working like really nice retail, right?
Yeah.
And it's like you can't move up in the world you're at. I mean, do you go because you want to be the man? Do you go take like the dollar store job?
No, probably not.
Because by NBA standards, that's the Washington Wizards. So
they've been that their entire existence as well.
Yeah,
shout out John Wall retired today.
Oh yeah, that also did happen. Yeah, so I'm not sure that again, we don't know what's going to go on with the Kuminga thing. We're going to keep doing this every day because it's a bit and it's funny.
And we need content.
And there is always like a little tiny bit of content every single day on this.
Yeah, it was like 2 days ago was the Cade Cunningham and Scotty Barnes thing.
Yeah, well
today it's this.
Yeah, there's always going to be something. I just think again, Ramona I think brings up like the most important thing here. I know the old Joe Lacob has told him this. He loves Jonathan Kuminga. That's it. That's a huge part of what the holdup is here. And then on the other side, you have the business guys trying to make sure that they've got enough in their storeroom to go out and get a big trade done. The reason why this deal isn't done is exactly what Ramona brings up here, and I don't think it's nearly as easy as she's saying. Give him the 2+1 deal. They don't want to give him the 2+1. That's a 3-year deal with either a player or a team option in year 3. That's not at all what they want to do here.
Yeah.
They want to give him a 1-year deal with a team option in year 2.
This is the worst staring contest of all time. We're just waiting here, and it's like, all right, somebody blink finally, please.
Yeah.
Just somebody finally blink.
Well, I hope it does happen eventually. We have a little bit of Kings news. Will Scott will take over as Stockton Kings head coach. He's been with the organization for 6 years, including a couple of stops in Stockton as an associate head coach. The Stockton Kings job is actually, as far as G League jobs go, it should be like an extremely desirable job. They win.
I was say they've been pretty successful, right?
Yeah, they've been extremely successful, and Will Scott has been a big part of that success. He's also worked as like a player development coach in Sacramento. He's been part of the film room. So I think this is a good thing for the Kings. So it's continuity with your G League team and your parent club. Yeah.
Go ahead and find the next Keon Ellis.
Yeah, you gotta find and you gotta develop that guy. Yeah, because I think that's what it comes down to, like giving guys roles at the G League level and letting them sort of, like grow into that role and thrive in that role at the G League level just sets them up for better success when they do make it to the bigs. We also have Rick Carlisle, Indiana Pacers head coach, got an extension. It's a multi-year extension, but nobody wants to say what those multi-years are. Carlisle is 65 years old. He's currently the oldest NBA head coach, which it's crazy to me because you've seen Rick Carlisle forever, whether it's like as part of the Boston Celtics. And
yeah, I loved watching him on the 86 Celtics.
Yeah, you had no idea. But he's been, a stable like force in the NBA coaching world for a long time. He's also president of the
Coach Association?
Yeah, Coaches Association. He has been for years. He's a guy who always stands up and says something anytime a coach gets fired for, whatever reason. But where do you put him? Where do you rank him as far as coaches?
I forgot my top all-time coaches list at home, but off the top of my head, I'll take Pop, Phil Jackson, Spoelstra. Who else am I missing? I mean, I guess he's throwing Red Auerbach if you're into that sort of thing.
Well, Jerry Sloan was a great coach for years.
Jerry Sloan was up there. I mean, he's top 10 all the time. Yeah.
Yeah, George Karl's top 10.
Yeah.
Rick
Carlisle has always been pretty successful, so I mean, he's one of the best to ever do it.
Yeah,
I don't think there's ever been a time. I mean, given a year, give or take a year here and there or whatever. But I mean, his teams have always been pretty successful.
Yeah, he has 993 career wins.
He adapts too. I'll say that because he got to Indiana and that team didn't play defense at all, and I'm not even sure. I can't even say they do play defense now.
Yep.
But I feel like instead of forcing it to work his way, he kind of adapted with the players he had there and turned them into. I mean, that team has been pretty successful the last couple of years.
Yeah,
finals appearance and then 2 conference finals appearances.
Yeah, they've been extremely successful under him, and he won a champion.
Real quick, Stephen Castaneda brings up Pat Riley too. Yeah, Pat Riley's up there.
Yeah, well, that and Carlisle won a championship with the Mavericks. I think he's the best X's and O's coach in the NBA. I've thought that for a long time. But like coaches like this, you get them in your building and you hope that they never leave.
Yeah.
That's what I think Dallas did for years. He's always been hard on point guards, which is interesting because him and Halliburton seem to have a really good relationship, but that's not always been the case with him.
Yeah, real quick before we get out of here. Lotus Prime says Steve Kerr. Where do you put Steve Kerr at amongst these coaches?
Man, he's got
down. Rings.
He's got 4 rings.
Yeah, he's got rings.
Man, I'm going to have to think on that.
Okay.
Maybe we'll get back to it later in the show. All right, we're the Insiders here on ESPN 1320, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. We'll be back in just a minute.
Okay.
We have new things coming to the Doco. New eateries. Let's see. you can't add these and act like they're new eateries. Come on now.
What?
I again, I love this place, but I don't think you lead your press release with hot dog on a stick.
Hey.
Saying.
Chill out. Nothing wrong with a lemonade and a hot dog.
Also, tandoori pizza is
never
going to be
tried
in
it.
the West Plaza between Burger Lounge and Panda Express. That's upstairs.
Yeah.
Second level terrace next to the West Plaza is an expected to open and follow 2025 is where Hot Dog on a Stick is going in. There's also a Sandbox VR place and Escapeology and a Museum of Illusions.
Sounds fun.
Huh. Hey,
People are pretty hyped for hot dog on a stick, and you diss them.
I worked at a mall, and so yeah, every once in a while you got to go get the hot dog on a stick. And there's no harder worker in a mall scenario than the hot dog on a stick people.
Yeah, shout out. I used to work at Champs at the mall.
Yeah.
Worked there for a month and then moved out here. Shout out to anyone who's ever worked at their mall. It sucks.
Yeah. It's not the good life. Sean has strong opinions on hot dogs.
Yeah, like relax, John Poles. We're not acting like it's 5-star gourmet meal or anything like that.
Hey, their lemonade is good though.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, and I think that's what they sit there and they make the lemonade themselves. Like they have to sit there.
They got a lemon tree in the back and everything.
Yeah.
Shout out John Poles.
Someone brought something up earlier I was gonna look at.
They used to hate me at Champs. I used to pull the shoe boxes from the back or whatever, and I'd always forget to put it back.
This Jose, the Heat are willing to take anything to trade Rozier. The problem with him is that he's still under federal investigation for gambling. And so he could be stuck in limbo like the whole season. And, again, I think in a perfect world, if you're going to do that, you just trade for him, buy him out, clear the $16 million in cap space. But,
Tyler, nobody said it was healthy for us, but
hey, I used to work at Big A's Drive-In, which is a old A&W, and we made our own root beer. It was literally like 50 gallons of water, like 50 pounds of sugar.
Oh, nice.
And you had to sit there and stir the sugar for like an hour and a half.
You guys were just handing out diabetes, huh?
Yeah. And then you pour in like root beer syrup.
There's still an A&W open in Modesto.
Oh.
Yeah. I don't know if it's like a landmark or whatever, but it's just been there since I was a child.
It still has a drive-through? The drive-up windows?
Yeah, the drive-up windows, stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, we'll come back in a second.
Now, back to the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Welcome back into the Insiders. We are, of course, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. I'm James Ham. Joining me today, Jesse Tapia. Kyle Madsen will be in just a little while. He is going to jump in with Kenny Caraway on D-Lo and KC. So you will see plenty of Kyle this afternoon. We'll see both Kenny and Kyle here for the handoff at around 11:45, our extended handoff. Jesse, last night, there's not that much
Monday Night Football, James.
But there was Monday Night Football. Are you excited about Monday Night Football in preseason?
No, I'm not excited about anything that has to do with the preseason.
Yeah, me neither.
It's the preseason, not like it's like no, I'm not gonna lie to myself.
Okay, so we had this.
I think there's things you watch for and stuff like that, like Joe Burrow. I'm intrigued.
Yeah,
probably my MVP pick for this season.
Okay,
but yeah, I mean it's preseason. It's like
I kind of feel the same way, but I also I noticed this in week 1 when the Niners played. It was Washington they played, right?
Yeah.
Who was for week 1? Yeah, I think so. And I felt like the 49ers went out there. They didn't play their starters. They got in, they got out. They kind of moved on. And whoever they played, played their starters for an extended period. And it was like, oh. And then they went to their second team, and they left their second team in forever. And the 49ers are sitting there shuffling through their third and fourth quarterbacks. And that's
they played the Broncos. Excuse me.
The Broncos.
Yeah,
the Broncos, I'm sorry. Yeah, I kind of felt like, hey, not everybody is on the same page when it comes to preseason. Like, you and I can sit here and hate on preseason all we want, but the fact is these teams have to actually go out there contractually and play. But it feels like again, watching the game last night, the Commanders versus the Bengals, like, I'm not worried about the final score. It's 31-17. What I found really, really intriguing is that Washington went out there and they ran Jaden McDaniels out for the first series. He didn't throw a pass. Maybe a little bit into the second series. He ran the ball once, but he finished the game with 0 passing attempts, right?
Yeah.
Then you look at the other side, and Joe Burrow was in forever. Like, I mean, the dude went 9 of 14 for 62 yards and a touchdown. He killed Kenny Caraway's prize pick call of
when he
touchdown.
threw the touchdown. I remember that. Yeah, I thought about that too.
Yeah. So again, Burrow is in the game, and it was ridiculous. Like, Troy Aikman just can't get over it. Like, every single time Burrow drops back, it's like you can hear him like, ooh, don't hurt him.
We had Joe Buck at one point. Oh, here we go again.
Yeah,
little Joe Buck voice, whatever, when he's rolling out.
Well, it might have been
defenders.
He might have been saying, "Here we go again." Troy Aikman's about to tell you how Joe Burrow could get hurt in a preseason game.
Yeah, I don't know. It's preseason. It's different for each team. Like, the Commanders are going to do what they see fit for Jaden Daniels and their starters, and it seems like Joe Burrow's probably trying to prove a point this season.
Okay.
That's why we're seeing him play a little bit more. If I'm going to be completely honest, I get why it is, but preseason does not need to be televised either. It doesn't.
Now you're to the point where you don't.
It doesn't. It doesn't. Like who's sitting through a whole preseason game? Honestly,
sick people.
Yes,
but as fans, don't we have to actually get ready for the season as well?
Yeah, like I guess that's also like why, because you give the fans something, a little something before the regular season starts. You get introduced to the new players, see blah 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 who you like and all those things. But ideally, like, preseason is really boring. Like, it doesn't need to be televised. I get it is because you sell tickets and all those things, but it's like Kyle said it yesterday during D'Lo and KC. It's just a glorified scrimmage between the two teams.
Yeah. I think though, as fans, we do need to, like, the first game only watch a quarter, and then the second game maybe only watch the first half, and then by the third game you might be ready to sit through a full 3-hour game, knowing that in just another 2 weeks, you're going to get a break, but you're going to be sitting there for 9 hours straight. And so you need to, like, build up your resistance to sitting for 9 hours.
Norm says it's a bad take by me. I disagree with Norm. I think it's a great take. Jacob Z says the preseason is good background noise. I mean, you want background noise, go throw on The Office or something.
No, I'm with you.
Yeah.
Put on something that you haven't watched in a while.
Lotus Prime says if they televise the scrimmages, we would be watching those too. It's kind of along the lines of what Kenny was doing this summer. Like, oh yeah, throw the OTA, so 7-on-7 and throw that on TV or whatever.
Yeah. I think there are, like, sickos out there who watch all of the NFL Combine. They just can't, like, look away.
Yeah,
no, I
got over the Combine a long time ago.
Yeah.
You know there's sickos out there that bet on the Little League World Series?
No.
I've seen tweets. I'm pretty sure people bet on the Little League World Series.
No.
Yes. Can you imagine, like, oh yeah, I'm taking the less on Mexico's 8-run score today or something like that?
That means you have a problem.
Yeah.
You're in the realm of Michael Porter Jr.'s brother, Jonte Porter.
Those guys are just they're just okay, Michael Porter Jr. You keep talking behind the microphone or whatever, and
they should stop talking.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, stop rationalizing while your brother is banned from the league forever.
Yeah, just stop.
Yeah, let's not have these discussions. I don't know why he keeps, like, I guess it might be like, hey, I'm free of.
No, I saw someone tweet or whatever. It's like, damn, Denver did a good job of keeping a lid on this because this is just not good at all since he's left.
Oh no, he's a train wreck. I think he has been. Yeah, like, I think his personality is much like his back. It's just like a ticking time bomb waiting to explode. Yeah. Let's get to a little bit more of this Bengals Commanders game. Again, Jaden Daniels didn't start, but I mean, he started, but he didn't throw a touchdown pass. He did have a 14-yard scramble the entire time. You could hear Troy Aikman freaking out in the background, like, please don't
Yeah,
get
Troy,
hurt.
chill
Please
out,
don't.
man. Just collect your
Yeah,
check and like just relax.
yeah. I mean, we understand that Troy Aikman had a lot of concussions, so I get it. But I mean, guys do have to go out and actually get hit by
Yeah,
people.
the Redskins or the Commanders have a plan or whatever. Like, let them run their plan. It's fine.
Yeah, the last thing you want to do is have your quarterback go out for week 1 and he's not been hit for the last 8 months.
Yeah, because like worst kept secret, week 1 football the last few years has been horrible since we've done this whole. Oh yeah, we're not playing anyone in the preseason.
Oh yeah,
It's awful.
The Commanders, they rolled out their San Francisco 49er legend Josh Johnson, who is now 39 years old.
Oh, you were gonna drop Deebo Samuel?
They did run Debo. He had an end around.
Yeah, the first down on that, I believe.
Yeah, he looks like he's bulked up. I think I'm being nice.
Well, he bulked up. I think that was one of the questions about how much he bulked up earlier in the OTAs. I think.
Well, he was
there
able.
There was a video I think that popped up on Twitter. He looked a little slow.
Oh, he was able to get the corner on an end around. And once he got the corner, nobody wanted to step in front of him.
Yeah.
I mean, that's for sure. But yeah, he's looking like he's probably going to be a pretty big contributor to what they're doing, but a lot more of that kind of run mix stuff.
Are you expecting kind of what we saw from the Commanders last year? Got to the NFC Championship. Not necessarily saying expect them to get blown out in the NFC Championship, but just having a big successful year like that, where they don't have to necessarily get to the Super Bowl, but they're one of the best teams in the NFC again.
I think we're gonna have to wait and see, because they look like they're following more of like the NBA path of developing as a team. So how the NBA goes, you make the playoffs, you're in the back end of the playoffs. Even if you jump up, let's say like the Kings did, like a number 3 seed, you usually get humbled pretty quickly. And then the next year you come back and you're a better team. That's usually how this process goes.
Yeah.
I think that they have unlimited potential. And part of that's because of Jaden Daniels. Like, I just think he's a like legitimate star in the league.
Yeah, I wonder if he takes a step back like CJ Stroud did in his second year.
Yeah,
CJ Stroud kind of lit the world up the way Jaden Daniels did. I think Jaden Daniels might have had a better year, but either way, we saw CJ kind of take a step back. Still won a playoff game against the Chargers, but yeah, I wonder if we see that from Jaden Daniels or if he just continues to take off.
Yeah, it's interesting because it used to be like rookie wide receivers would do nothing. Like if they got 800 yards, they're going to be really good, right? And now we've got rookies that like they've kind of broke through the ceiling on what it is to be a rookie wide receiver. I mean, Justin Jefferson was unbelievable. Puka Nacua just off the charts good as far as rookie wide receiver. So we're seeing this thing, but with quarterbacks, it's usually they can come out and have a good rookie season, and then a lot of times they take a step back in year 2, and then year 3 they're right back to who they should be. I'm intrigued what that means for Stroud when it comes to like fantasy football. Like, is he going to be the player? Because remember last year coming into the draft, he's probably like the 3rd or 4th quarterback taken off your board.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden it's like,
I think he's still probably regarded pretty highly, I think, this year in fantasy.
Yeah, but
I think people are expecting him to step up
pretty highly though is probably like from
I think top
8 to 15.
Like overall or just amongst the quarterbacks? I think
No,
he's a top 7
quarterbacks.
quarterbacks. I think he's a top 7 quarterback in fantasy this year.
Okay.
Yeah.
I wouldn't doubt that, but where do you put Daniels? He's got to be
top
up there.
3. Daniels would be top 3.
You know,
like there's always a question, but yeah, we'll see.
Strangely, he didn't have a huge season last year as far as fantasy football wise.
Yeah,
but he was good, but he wasn't great.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we have 39-year-old Josh Johnson going 6 of 9. And then they bring in Folsom legend Jake Browning, who goes 16 and 25 for the Bengals for 159 yards and 2 touchdowns. He looked really good. Good for him. They also it feels like Washington is trying to transition to a new starting running back. I thought that was really interesting to watch. They're trying to push out. Why am I drawing a blank?
Brian Robinson Jr.
Brian Robinson. And they've been running Ja'Cory Cross. Oh boy,
Bill. He goes by Bill.
Krosky Merritt, right?
Yeah.
Krosky Merritt. Yeah, he looks like he's a stud. And he does go by Bill.
That's legit. He literally goes by Bill.
Yeah, just call me Bill.
Yeah, Bill played pretty well yesterday.
Yeah, he did. Bill played extremely well, and I think he's going to move up a bunch of boards after his performance. He just looks like he's highly competent. They did talk about Brian Robinson a lot, and just he's at the end of his rookie scale. contract, and they're going to try to find him a new home because they don't want to pay him. I think it's interesting that that's where they're kind of going with running backs at this point.
I mean, that's kind of where it's been, yeah.
Well, yeah, but to that point,
it's Brian Robinson Jr. I mean, let's be real. Like, yeah, I'm not going to pay Brian Robinson Jr.
He's been pretty good though, man.
It's fine. We got Bill coming up right here. It looks even better right now.
Got Bill. Always bet on Bill.
Yeah, unless you're Saquon Barkley, Derrick Henry, or Christian McCaffrey. It's like, yeah, I'll probably be able to replace you.
I'm trying to think. What did Brian Robinson have last year? Because they
exactly. If you got it, like, it's not even like, if we got to think about it, then it's fine.
Okay, so he had 799 yards and 8 touchdowns in 13 games started, 14 games overall. Receiving, he had 20 for 159. He was outrushed by Jaden Daniels. Jaden Daniels had 891 yards and 6 touchdowns. And then they had Austin Eckler, and I don't know where Eckler is now. I don't think he's there.
Another guy, Chargers didn't want to pay him, and probably rightfully so.
No, you're probably right. Especially he's the guy who never had a ton of carries, but he did have a bunch of goal line carries for a couple of years, which just took a beating.
Joe Burrow played a bunch in this game. I think right now I'll stamp it. That's my MVP pick for this season.
That's your MVP. Okay.
Yeah.
I think it's a pretty good pick.
We've been waiting on Lamar. Like, Allen won it. Lamar's won it a handful of times. I'm not even necessarily talking about that with them, but just for them to kind of take, not even the mantle, but just, hey, let Mahomes take a break. Let the Chiefs take a break from all the Super Bowl stuff. Go take over real quick for this year. And it's just, they haven't been able to do that. I wonder if they're going to be able to do it this season, or if the Bengals kind of figure out their defense in a way where they don't give up 100 points every game. Like, they're still refusing to play Trey Hendrickson, which makes no sense.
Yeah.
But if they're able to figure out some things there, I mean, Burrow and that offense are good enough to put up enough points to be successful.
That was a phenomenal catch we just watched. Yeah, I think there's always an issue with the Bengals that they can't get out of their own way. It's been the same exact thing for decades. Every time you think they've got something, they never take the next logical step because they get in their own way. Like, you've got to figure
Joe's been hurt the last couple of years, though. Well, not back to back, but I mean, they've been successful in where they've been in the AFC Championship games. One year they ran into Mahomes and all that, but I wonder if they're able to stay healthy this season, if they can get back to it.
Are you out on Mahomes?
No, he's still the best. Patrick Mahomes to me is the top 3 quarterback of all time, and I think he's still one of the best quarterbacks. Yeah. Like, he's still the best quarterback in the league. I know Lamar and Josh Allen do what they do, but for me, Mahomes is generational. The last couple of years, he hasn't necessarily lit it up, but it's like, we know what's there. It's like, for me, he just stays at that top spot. So I'm not out of Mahomes. I mean, he was just in the Super Bowl last year.
Yeah, he's turned into a not very good fantasy football quarterback. He is still, the best quarterback in the NFL. He's the biggest winner.
Game manager.
Yeah, I don't think I'd ever call Mahomes a game
manager.
See,
no, you think of that and it's like, oh, bad. Game manager, bad. It's not bad.
Yeah, but
managing the game is not bad. Like he's just taking what he can get. A little dink and dunk here and there, whatever. Not throwing 100 yards down the field because Tyreek's not there anymore, anything like that. He's managing. It's fine. Yeah, Jalen Hurts manages the game as well.
When he's rolling out right and throws an underhand pass back to the left.
Well, yeah, that's different. But
that's not being a game manager. That's being
that's different. He doesn't do that all the time, though.
Sure he does. He's got all kinds of tricks in his bag.
Point is, being a game manager is not bad. I'm going to fight this fight all season long, I guess.
I don't think it's
Brock Purdy is a game manager as well.
I don't disagree, but I think he's a
Tua Tagovailoa, my guy.
He's a game manager?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know about that. I don't know if he's a game manager. You know who I don't think is a game manager at all, and I don't think is a very good quarterback at all?
We can go down the list if you want.
Daniel Jones, who today was announced as the starter
playing
for
my Miami Dolphins week 1. Can't wait.
That's a good thing for you and your Dolphins.
Oh yeah, I'm excited.
Yeah.
It's Daniel Jones. Like, we know it's Daniel Jones. Also, like, the other side of it, Anthony Richardson. People are like, oh, he's so young. They're giving up on him. I don't know if they're necessarily giving up on him, but also he might not be very good, and that's just what it comes down to.
I'm kind of feeling like he's not very good.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if you can't beat out Daniel Jones, I don't know. Again, Daniel Jones to me, just like, I don't know, like, watching him play, it's cringeworthy.
Daniel Jones is Jimmy Garoppolo. Just a lot earlier than Jimmy Garoppolo became that, I guess.
Okay. Yeah. He's
going to be a stopgap quarterback the rest of his life, or he'll be a backup somewhere else.
That's true.
He's probably got about 7 more years in the league.
That's wild. I will say this: like Daniel Jones can get out of the pocket and move, but he's like a bobblehead when he's running.
Oh yeah.
Like that dude does not know how to slide properly. He gets hit all the time. He's been, he's had to leave the field because of concussion protocol multiple times. Like I just can't trust that guy. And not only that, I just don't think he's a very good thrower of the football.
I don't disagree. But that's, I don't know. That's what the Colts are doing. Maybe I wouldn't call it tanking, but maybe they'll get their eye on Arch Manning next season.
He's like a poor man's Elvis Gerbach.
All right. Also, who is Elvis Gerbach, James?
Oh, come on now.
Don't do that. Don't come on now, me. All right. No, hold on. Who in the chat house knows who Elvis Gerbach is?
Everybody does.
No.
Yes.
I know who Elvis Presley is. Everyone knows who Elvis Presley is. Exactly. Steven Castaneda. Who? 3 exclamation marks. No one knows who that is.
Yes. Yes. Elvis was the 49ers quarterback.
David Lopez says, I do. I think you're lying, David.
No.
Chris, I do. Oh, so everyone just knows this Elvis fella, huh?
Everyone knows. 49ers.
Oh, Niners. That's different then. That's different.
He was also a starting quarterback for the Kansas City Chiefs. Yeah.
When did he play?
90s? Early 2000s?
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
I think he went to Michigan.
I think the earliest 2000s quarterback I can name past Jeff Garcia is Tim Rattay.
Oh boy. Yeah, he was not
my first Dolphins game was Dolphins 49ers 2004. I believe it was Brian Greasy versus Tim Rattay that day.
Okay.
I got Chris Chambers through his glove. I caught it.
Oh, Chris Chambers.
Well, my dad caught it, gave it to me.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah.
Elvis, 6'5", 232 pounds. He's a big boy. And he was drafted in the 8th round of the 1993 NFL draft by the 49ers out of Michigan. 94 to 2001, a one-time Super Bowl champion, one-time Pro Bowler.
All right, well, shout out Elvis. We're telling your legend on the show today.
There you go. Yeah, I'm surprised you don't remember Elvis.
James, I was born in 96.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so 2000, when you were 4, he threw for 4,169 yards and 28 touchdowns.
Yeah, I was watching Rugrats at that time.
Yeah, there you go. All right, I think we have to step aside before we do. Sports Talk on ESPN 1320 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL games live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. We are the Insiders here on ESPN 1320. I am James. He is Jesse. We'll be back in just a few minutes. We're brought to you by Jiffy Lube.
All right, we're good.
Yeah, it was right. Yeah, he was like the Jim Druckenmiller era. That was a good one.
Sidney Dean 20. Actually, when I was like 5, I could name the starting offense and defense for the Dolphins, but I wasn't tapped in with the 49ers and this Elvis fella. Shout out Rugrats as well. One of the greatest kids shows of all time. Yeah. Lotus Prime says, yeah, I was born in 96. Says when he graduated high school. Yeah, I guess I'm young.
We got our read in. We did it. Hooray.
Sidney Dean was like a party trick, bro. My dad would be like, yeah, name the Dolphins, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, oh my gosh.
What do we got coming up?
Yes, I know it's an old Nickelodeon show, but not one I really watched.
Stimpy, you idiot. The Ren and Stimpy were funny.
Was it Cat Dog? Used to watch Cat Dog.
Oh.
Or Cat and Dog? Which one was it? I don't remember. It was one of the iterations like that.
Yeah, I don't know.
David, probably not too far off. Emiliano, I like it for depth.
My boys were big in Phineas and Ferb, which now they just released a new season.
Did they? They're still on?
Yeah. Well, they brought it back.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yes. Everyone knows about Cat Dog. Yeah, Ed and Eddie was fired too. I liked Courage the Cowardly Dog. My fiance hates that show.
What about the Animaniacs? Did you ever watch Animaniacs?
Probably when I was a kid, more, but not too many memories about that one. That was probably
Yeah.
earlier. I was a lot of Cartoon Network and Nickelodeon, not so much Disney Channel too.
Okay. We're tiny, we're toony, we're all a little loony, and then in this cartoony, we're invading your TV.
This was the name of like my first soccer team. We were like 5 or something like that. 6.
I also, yeah, Jesse's not a Magic school bus guy.
No, that was like stuff they
that's
showed
the
us in
80s.
school.
Yeah. On the Animaniacs, that's where Pinky and the Brain were.
Yeah, I know Pinky and the Brain.
Pinky. I'm going to switch this around a little bit. I'm going to go with the next block, the 11 o'clock block.
That was good. We're going to go with the football stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we'll talk Kings.
Everyone just dropping their favorite shows now.
Yep. That's good. Hey, Michigan's here.
Shout out Michigan.
Hi, Sydney Dean. Kenneth Williams. Hello. Aldrin J. Missed you earlier. Oh, Veggie Tales. Yeah.
Fairly Odd Parents was one of my all-time favorites. This was a good one as well. Chris Ochoa, welcome back. I don't think we saw you earlier.
Yeti. Hello. Charismatic Enigma. Hello. Filthy McNasty. Hello. Oh no. Kalu.
Caillou.
Caillou. Yeah.
Shout out Caillou.
That Maisie was so bad. The alligator. We're
back in 5.
So lame.
Now, back to the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Welcome back into the Insiders. Over in the chat, you can find the chat at youtube.com/ESPN1320.
Talking about our favorite cartoons, James.
Yeah, the chatty house is going off on Saturday morning cartoons, which of course we started with a conversation.
I think Emiliano dropped Batman the Animated Series. That's one of the greatest of all time.
It is a very good series.
That is. You can watch that like today if you want.
Yeah, I think my sons still watch like on occasion. I'll come in, they'll have Netflix up and they'll have something up.
Yeah.
They watch a ton of weird stuff. I have no idea what they're watching, but I'm sure they've watched.
The game has passed us up, James.
It has. Well, I don't know. Eventually, we'll have little Jessies running around.
Oh yeah, I'm sure they'll be watching weird ass cartoons that I don't get to.
Yeah, exactly. But at least you'll get to go through a phase where you're watching your kids' cartoons, because that's what I think. Like SpongeBob. My mom would, when my boys would go to my mom's house, they would watch SpongeBob the whole time, and my mom would be like, "This show is so stupid." And there's nothing you can do to defend that.
I know some kids who weren't allowed to watch SpongeBob.
I don't know SpongeBob. Yes, it was dumb. Like, Patrick Star is not a smart starfish.
Oh no, but you know what? It got us through the day.
It did. And then as a parent, though, while your kids are watching, you're catching all the weird stuff that's going on, the innuendos and the inappropriateness of SpongeBob.
Oh yeah.
But almost all of the cartoons have it.
Oh yeah. Have you ever seen you've seen Shrek, right?
Yeah.
That movie's got all kinds of hidden jokes for adults and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Shrek also one of the greatest movies of all time.
It is very good. Yeah.
Shout out Mike Myers.
There are a lot of little hidden things.
Mike Myers and Shrek?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he is Shrek.
Okay, yeah, just making sure I didn't get him mixed up.
Yeah, Eddie Murphy.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, you did.
Cameron
you did
Diaz, yeah. She's in there as well.
Yeah,
Fiona.
yeah. Oh yeah, yeah.
Shrek 5 coming out next year, I believe.
What?
Yes,
Oh no.
I'll be there.
You'll be there.
Seated. Yep, ready to go.
You're there for it.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna show up Shrek 5. Chatty House, if you want to join me for Shrek 5 next year, pull up.
That's hilarious. Yesterday we talked about Bill Barnwell's piece on the 5 teams that could break out. And it was a good list. It included the 49ers. And like going through his ideas here and the mechanisms in which he judges these things, I kind of find it like really interesting that he
It's very literal.
Yeah, like 31 out of he touts this in today's article that 31 out of the 38 teams that he chose to improved, and that's 81%. And the same thing goes for his the column that had the negative, the decline. 30 out of 38 teams actually declined. And then he starts listing some of the declining teams. And like, if you're going to choose the Browns to go from 11-6 to 3-14, and you're going to say, hey, I predicted that they would have a big fall off.
Yeah.
That's one thing, right?
Yeah, I'm looking at the list of teams we got here and their records. It's like, okay.
So he also, if he's going to tout this, the 30 for 38, but he also puts the Ravens in there who went from 13-14 to 12-5. Come on now. I mean, it's one thing to say, hey, the Giants are bad, but hey, they're going to get worse. They went from 6-11 to 3-14. Okay, you predicted something. But to have a team like lose one more game. And so I read through that part of his piece for today's exercise, which is, of course, the teams he thinks will take a step backwards. Number 1 on the list, the Kansas City Chiefs, because they went 15-2 last year.
And went to the Super Bowl.
I don't even think he has a reason outside of, hey, they're 15-2.
They go 14-3 or whatever.
He's right.
AFC Championship. Yep, Bill, you were spot on, pal.
He's right.
But you got us there.
He does, he does say that they have the sixth toughest schedule in the NBA, in the NFL. That a ton of their games last season were decided by 7 points or fewer. And the Chiefs were 10-0 in those games. And I think we all watched the Chiefs like Houdini their way out of like at least 4 or 5 losses.
Yeah, people were talking conspiracies at that point.
Well, yeah, and it's not a conspiracy when the other team just misses a field goal or turns the ball over.
Say it might have been that Broncos one where they missed they get blocked the game-winning field goal or something like that.
Yeah,
at the end, like I was kind of like, okay, this is a little wild.
It is kind of wild. So to continue this list, we have, of course, the Kansas City Chiefs at 15-2. The next one might be the easiest to predict that there ever was. The Minnesota Vikings last year went 14-3. Despite like how excited our guest was last week.
Shout out
Thor Nystrom, who is super high on JJ McCarthy. It's possible that the Vikings finish the season 14-3, but if they finish 12-5, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, it's not like they had the greatest quarterback of all time last year, too. I mean,
nobody played.
Nobody did, but it was Sam Darnold. Like,
yeah,
it's not the highest. Now I feel like I'm going to be disrespectful. I'm not trying to be, but like, there's not a high bar I think you have to hit. Like, given what Sam Darnold was doing last season, so I think if JJ McCarthy could reach that, I mean, the Vikings would be pretty set. I think.
Okay,
but I'm not so sure that he does.
And I hate being someone who's got Sam Darnold's back. But
well, I'm sure he's a fine, nice guy or whatever.
Sam Darnold threw for 4,300 yards, 35 touchdowns, and 12 interceptions last year.
All right, yeah, I'm sure changing Sam Darnold.
He completed 66.2% of his passes. Sam Darnold was really, really good until he literally turned into a pumpkin, like out of nowhere. It's
so
like,
he turned into Sam Darnold.
Oh no, he's a pumpkin.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
it's gonna be a lot. Those numbers are better than what I thought, but. I mean, yeah, if I had to put my money on it, the Vikings will probably finish around 8 to 9 wins.
You think that few? They still have a ton of talent.
Yeah, but it's not a rookie quarterback, but a second-year QB who didn't play last year. And I mean, I guess I need to see it with JJ McCarthy. It's not like he was lighting it up at Michigan.
Okay, so if McCarthy was a straight-up rookie, then I would have I would feel differently. If this was he just came out of college and he was starting, I'd be like, okay, 9-10 wins, right? But the fact is, like, while he was injured, he was there. He was learning the playbook. He was in the quarterback room. He knows what's going on. He's been reading defenses, being taught defenses. Maybe was even part of like game planning for games because he can't play.
Yeah.
So I think I'm okay with it.
I hear all that. I think Minnesota might finish last now that we're talking through all this in that division.
Really?
Yes.
Behind the
Behind the
Bears,
Bears.
behind the Packers.
And I'm expecting the Packers to just be a good team all season long. I'm expecting Detroit to do their thing as well.
Oh yeah, Detroit.
And then if Caleb Williams kind of steps up, Ben Johnson's there, and they just are able to mesh and all that, I wouldn't be shocked if the Vikings are last in that division. I'd probably pick them to be last right now.
Okay. I'm intrigued because I think that division is still going to be brutal.
It'd be a good division. Like the Vikings aren't going to be bad, but just given the way the rest of the division is looking, I think I'd put them at last right now.
Either way, I do think they have the fourth toughest schedule in the NFL according to Barnwell. They did have last season 7 games decided by fewer than 7 points. No, they had 9 games. Sorry, decided by 7 points or fewer, and they were 8-1 of those games. And that's where Sam Darnold, having an experienced quarterback, can actually help you there. Next on the list, the Commanders. I don't think I see the Commanders taking a step back, and in fact, I think the Commanders went out and added pieces at crucial places, and Bill, I have full faith in Bill, their running back.
I know it's unpopular, but I can see it.
You
like
can see them
I can see
apart?
that. I can see them not coming apart, but just more so taking a step back.
Okay.
I think like just tying it back to the Texans and the CJ Stroud thing earlier. I think people were expecting them to light up the world the second season, and all right, here we go. The Texans are here. Blah blah blah. It's like nope. Give it a year or whatever. He took a step back, but the league caught up to him a bit, and I can see that happening with Washington. Like you added Deebo Samuel. Let's be real. We were all talking about how slow he was looking toward the end of his career with the 49ers and things like that last season.
Yeah.
Like I'm not gonna be like, oh yeah, Washington added Deebo Samuel, they're poised for blah blah blah. Like I know what Deebo Samuel looked like at the end with the Niners. And as much as I loved what Jaden Daniels did last season, I want to see if he can do that in year 2 or if the league catches up to him a little bit, where he's got to figure some things out and develop a little bit more.
Okay.
So I can see it.
Also, Terry McLaurin has to be right. He has to be.
Yeah, he's still dealing with that too.
Happy and in the right position. They had the 7th toughest schedule in the NFL last season. They also went 8-2 in games decided by 7 points or fewer. And the reason why they keep bringing up that 7 points or fewer and the record there, it's showing you how close they were, that their season could have been much different.
Yeah.
Right. We're going to run out of time here. Let me get through this list. Next on the list are the Colts, who are 8-9.
Yeah, they'll probably be the worst team in the league.
This is exactly what the Browns thing was.
Mhm.
Exactly. I mean, I expect the Colts to be absolutely atrocious. Like maybe they're okay, but 13th easiest schedule in the NFL. They were 7-4 in games decided by 10 points, by 7 points or fewer last season. And that's not a good thing for them because that means they had 7 games that they won that they could have lost. And so I would not be surprised, especially with Daniel Jones as their starting quarterback. The last one on this list, again, it's in the same vein as Baltimore. It's a Detroit Lions, 15-2 last season. They were 7-2 in games decided by 7 points or fewer. They have the 2nd toughest schedule in the NFL. So for me, this is that again. If we know his the way that he's looking at this and the way he's designing this written piece, Detroit makes a ton of sense.
Yeah, for that it works. But I think they'll win that division and still be one of the better teams in the NFC.
I think they'll be one of the better teams too, but I could also see a little bit lower for the Vikings.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe the Bears steal a couple more wins than they did last year, but Packers will probably be around the same team they were last year. But that division's going to be tough.
No doubt.
Yeah. So, all right. We've got to step aside and pay some bills. I am James. He is Jesse. We're the Insiders today, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. We will see you in just a couple of minutes.
Oh, good. Let's step out real quick.
Sweet. Oh, what's going on? No, I have no faith, Donovan, in Daniel Jones. I have no faith. I think he's one of the worst quarterbacks I've seen play football. Yeah, Kenneth, I don't know if this is really the case. Just because you're getting NIL money, you're at the college level, you're still one injury away from never playing again. And so I still think players are going to rush into the league as juniors. But they have to wait till their junior year no matter what. Oh. The stretch. I see Kyle. He's over here in the Studio 1. It's a dark studio. David, I don't think so. Like, yeah, I think there's probably like some smaller pivots, but like, I don't think there are a bunch of players out there that kind of fit what they're looking to do that are available. Yeah, we're almost here for hour number 2, Tyler. Jacob Z, is a Westbrook dream dead? I don't know. Maybe. I don't know whose dream that is. But
Yeah.
Sure as heck isn't James's dream.
Oh yeah, David. We got the Blackstone Last Christmas. Probably one of the best gifts ever.
Nice.
Yeah, I love that thing.
Scooter, we're about to get into this right now. Right now. I'm going to start that. I agree. This is D'Lo's dream. Not my dream.
Chris, I did not, but thanks for the reminder. I'll try to get to that today.
Oh no, he said he's an
Out of
Ohio
context,
State.
but we don't care about that on this show
Oh,
or on this station.
I just enjoy the fact that I get him to admit he's an athletic supporter all the time.
Yeah, that's not bad. I mean, the LSU stuff yesterday was crazy.
Yeah. Maybe you're not old enough to know, like, an athletic supporter is a jockstrap.
Oh, okay, yeah, I just wasn't in on the joke then. Here we go. I just thought you were telling him as an A's fan this whole time. I was like, what's wrong with that?
We learn something new every day, don't we, Jesse?
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, there's been a running joke here that Kenny Caraway is a supporter of many teams, and I find it humorous that I get him to say that he's an athletic
I'm
supporter.
sure he doesn't even know them too.
All the time.
Yeah.
And like I don't know why you did like an athletic support. So they originally called them jock straps, but then they got away from calling them jock straps, and now they're they're called athletic supporters. Maybe it's because I worked sporting goods forever.
Yeah.
And you also worked at like a place that sold some shoes and sporting goods, right?
Yeah, they sold shoes and like t-shirts, not that, but yeah.
Yeah. Like people would be like, hey,
Yeah.
can we bring back this if it doesn't fit? It's like, no, you cannot bring back that if it doesn't fit. That's not one of those things. But I just find it humorous that that I get Kenny to.
Now I
admit
get the
all
joke.
time.
Now I'm in on the joke. I
Now
get it.
you're in
now.
on the
Now I was like,
joke.
oh wow. I guess James is making fun of Kenny for being an A's supporter.
That's funny. Okay, so we've been doing Kuminga Watch for the last couple of weeks. Like we're day 44 of
Kuminga Watch.
Jesse. I think we're very close to a point where we're not gonna worry about Kuminga Watch. I mean, like we're still gonna do this because if there is little bits of information until it's over, and we move on.
And the sounder is amazing.
Yeah, the Sounders.
Kuminga Watch.
So I think it's about time though. We're getting very close to worrying about Keegan Murray watch, because Keegan Murray is in the same position that Kuminga was in last year, right? Where he was going into his fourth NBA season, and you're trying to decide how much money you're going to extend him as an offer. We don't know what Keegan Murray wants. We don't know what his people want, but we have Jabari Smith Jr.'s like 5-year, $122 million to look at. We have players who are making, 5-year, $150 million contracts. I think we're getting to a point where we're going to know what it is that Keegan's going to get. There's a deadline here. I think it's in October, the end of October, where you have to sign an extension or not. Certainly when you pick up the third and fourth year options of a player, that's right around, I think it's right around
the
Halloween.
Yeah, it's exactly Halloween.
Yeah.
It was Halloween of 2024 last year for this year that they picked up.
Yeah, so I think now we're gonna get into this, but I think while that's happening, we already know what Keegan Murray is. We can debate who he is as a player and all that stuff, right? But the real other question is whether the Kings are going to be able to retain Keon Ellis, whether they're going to be able to get him to an extension, and even more so, whether they're going to get him to an extension. Like, how do they manage who he is this season, right? And I don't know how they do this, because you have a player who, like, you clearly want to keep around. I mean, he's a very, very good player on a very good contract, and you have rights to sign him to an extension now. You can get him, maybe you can get him to sign a 4-year deal worth $48 million, or a 4-year, $60 million contract. I don't know what the dollar amount is going to be, but then you get to the other aspect is if you do sign him and you do retain him, how do you play him?
What's the thing? They're just two timelines, I guess. They're stuck in two timelines.
Okay.
The win now thing with Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, those guys, and then also the future with Keegan Murray, Keon Ellis, and we'll see who's the third person.
But do you feel like
it's like
two timelines if the guys that we're talking about are 25 years old?
Well, that's the thing. It shouldn't be. Like Keegan Ellis at this point in his career, if you feel like he's a starter, then probably should be starting. But given your roster makeup, that's just not possible right now.
Okay.
Like Keon Ellis. Like, yeah, Keon Ellis is a guy. Keon Ellis is someone you want not necessarily to build your team around, but you want to add Keon Ellis to the team that you're trying to build.
Yeah.
I mean, Duke can hit the three, play defense. What more do you want? But you also have Zach LaVine and these guys here. So there's just not space for him to completely flourish right now.
Yeah,
until you get rid of those guys, which is the whole 2027 thing or whatever.
Yeah, that's going to be the weird thing, because first of all,
You're kind of just telling Keon, and I guess not Keegan because he's starting now, but just more so, I guess if we're talking about future, just tell him, okay, hold on real quick.
Yeah.
For a couple seasons.
Okay, so first of all, Keegan Murray, shout out to Keegan Murray, and for that matter, Chris Murray. It is their 25th birthday today.
Nice.
August 19, 2000, they were born. That's just crazy. Yeah, I'm looking at this Keon situation, and you're right. It's complicated. The Kings have an option this summer to extend Zach LaVine. They chose not to. They're not going to have those discussions. Like, and that tells you that, like, look, Zach LaVine is going to be here 6 months. He could be here 2 years, but that's it. Most likely, he's only going to be here until his $49 million expires next summer.
Yeah.
Not next summer, the summer after, right? So he's got a $47 million contract, $49 million contract, and then he'll be an unrestricted free agent. Like, that's not saying that the Kings wouldn't have him back, but it would be at a much reduced dollar amount, especially at 33. So if I'm looking at Keon, though, can you ask a player to just, like, basically throw away 2 years of the early parts of your prime?
I mean, no, because that's not good for him. Like,
Yeah.
for Keon Ellis, what does that do for me? Like, I'm not sure if there's a market out there or not for Keon Ellis, but yeah, he's 25 or however many years old right now. It's like, yeah, I don't want to wait another 2 years or whatever for me to have an opportunity here.
Okay, so if you're the Kings, how do you fit him into the system then?
He's one of your best role players off the bench, I guess. That's how. I mean, there's no aspect or no scenario where he can be your starting two until you get rid of Zach LaVine.
Okay.
Like, there's just a big old wall in front of him right now.
Yeah, there's a wall, and for that matter, like we talk about, Zach LaVine has had plenty of injury problems in the past.
It's still problems that you're trying to fix from the last regime.
Yeah.
Monty, Wes, and Vivek, all three of them included. Like, that's just, we talk about how to fix it. You're still, like, you don't right now. There's no scenario until you can move Zach LaVine. Scott Perry and Doug Christ are kind of just stuck in a tough spot right now. Because ideally, I think you look at Keon Ellis, it's like, yeah, that's a starting two guard in the NBA. I think he's proved as much. He can knock down the three, like I said, play defense guard at that position. So it's like, he can work going forward and things like that. But I mean, there's no spot.
Well, that and the style of player that he is a guy that usually, his age, his build, that he's the type of guy who's playing 35 minutes a night. Like, he's your defensive anchor on the perimeter.
Yeah.
Right. He's guarding the toughest point guard and shooting guard that you run out there. And it just makes more sense for the rest of the team if you have two big time defensive players in your starting lineup, right? And Keegan Murray and Keon Ellis. So,
and looking at Keon Ellis' side, it's like, that's not necessarily beneficial to me.
Yeah.
Because, like, do you think he's a starting two in this league?
Keon?
Yeah.
I do.
And if we think that, I'm sure him and his team think that. And it's kind of like, why do I want to be not buried on the bench, but more so just stuck in this role where I'm kind of being limited because of bad roster construction?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the biggest.
Like, you have to sell him on it, I guess.
Yeah, you do. You have to tell him about the pathway forward because, again, if Kuminga plays for the qualifying offer this next year as Golden State, he becomes an unrestricted free agent at the end of the year.
Yeah.
The same exact thing with Keon Ellis. He's on a budget contract, $2.3 million, that he did not want them to pick up. He wanted to get an extension this summer and get real money. But the problem that you have now is that you picked up that money and you don't really have a true role for him. You got a role as a reserve playing, 18 minutes a night or something. And then, again, Zach LaVine played 74 games last year. He also, like, right in the middle of the season, his wife had a baby and he missed time. That's one of the few reasons he missed time last year. He is a guy who has a career throughout his career has missed time due to injury, but the last couple of years, well, okay, he's got like 77 games played, 74 games, and bookend a 23 game season. But I do see a pathway in which he's playing most of the season, 75 games as your starting shooting guard.
Yep.
And Keon Ellis is just kind of left out.
That's kind of what I'm expecting at this point. I mean, I don't see just how anything else happens.
Yeah, so my concern is, like, how do you convince somebody to stick around for 2 years knowing that you can't really offer them much?
Well, that's the thing. You got to pay the man then. You got to make it worth his while. But like you said, they don't really have that right now.
Yeah. And if for those out there who are wondering why we would think he's a starter, right? I look at him in the same way I look at, Danny Green at every stop that he made, or Andre Roberson when the Oklahoma City Thunder were really good and they had all of these scores around, and then you had this other guy who just shot threes and played defense. Guys like Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, who won a championship with the Lakers. Like these are guys that are valuable pieces.
He shot 43% from 3 last season, and he could play defense. That's why.
That's it.
That's why he can.
And the other thing I'll bring up, like his ability to shoot the three on a team that desperately needs 3-point shooters. Like, I don't know. Maybe you do look at him as, hey, can you go play the small forward?
Yeah, he shot 42% on 4 attempts a game.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty decent number, I think.
Yeah, you need 6 to 7 threes attempts per game from Keon Ellis this year to make up for the fact that other guys don't shoot the 3 ball.
Yep.
And the other problem I see is if you're going into the season and Zach LaVine and it's DeMar DeRozan at your 2 and your 3, you're going to steal minutes because of the point guard situation with Monk and with Schroeder.
Yeah.
So you're going to steal minutes at the 2. That means somebody's got to play small forward. And what does that mean for Neat Clifford, who I think everybody saw like a ton of promise in during Summer League?
As we talked through too, like you look at Keon's game, it's kind of what the league is moving towards right now.
Oh, yeah.
Like everyone's getting the threes up. We've seen the Celtics are just the absolute extreme with the volume and things like that. But everyone, like that's just kind of where the game is going, where you're getting the threes up. Right on the other end, and it's kind of not figure it out, but just more so that's what's most important right now. Keon kind of fits everything that you need, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. And you look at a team like OKC, they have like 5 Keon Ellis type players. They do. You look at the good teams in the league. You look at Indiana, they got a bunch of dudes who can do this.
Yeah, Doug Christie's mentioned he wants to see more threes go up. I don't know if I'm just throwing a number that I made up in my mind, but I think he mentioned 50 once or something like that.
He said 50.
Yeah, he said 50.
I think he's okay with 40 to 45, but 50 is a number.
Point is, he wants to see the threes up, and you look around the roster, it's like DeMar DeRozan doesn't necessarily fit that. Zach LaVine maybe could, and you just kind of look around.
Domas, Dennis Schroeder.
Exactly, they don't.
DeMar, 3 guys in your starting lineup that can't.
Keon Ellis definitely does.
Yeah. And
Keegan Murray.
So you have Keegan, you've got Keon, you've got Zach LaVine, and then all of a sudden you start looking around going, okay, where am I going to get these other 3-pointers? Yep. I mean, I'm not counting on Isaac Jones to shoot 3 threes a game. I don't know if Neat Clifford can get 3 threes a game. If he can, that'd be great as a rookie, but I don't know. Malik Monk shot like 6.5 a game last year, but I think his role is being diminished greatly. So I just think it's like an interesting question because we are so concerned about Kuminga Watch. We're so concerned about what will come next is how is it that you're going to pay Keegan Murray? But then the next step is realistically, how are you going to pay Keon Ellis when your offer, financially is one thing, but your offer for who he is as a player and what he's going to get to do on the court is something totally different where, it's not like they're asking him to play a different style like the Warriors are with Kuminga. But what they are asking him to do is wait patiently while somebody else plays your position who just makes a bunch of money. And there's nothing the team can do. And like, I'm not saying like Zach LaVine is a very, very good scorer.
Yeah.
He's an excellent scorer.
But he's also 29, 30 years old or however old. And it's kind of like, that's just the Kings aren't in a spot, I think team building wise, where it's like, yeah, Zach LaVine, we're ready for you to contribute here.
Yeah.
Zach LaVine is probably best suited on a contender team that's ready to start winning games now. The Kings kind of need to rebuild themselves.
Yeah.
Keon Ellis is young enough to where he fits that. He can be a building block.
Yeah. And I think the other problem that you have is that it's just so much money. Like, so yeah, the question is like Zach LaVine, where do you go? Like, how can you move him? And the answer is you probably can't.
Yeah.
Like there could come a point where you could, but realistically, I mean, you're looking at, like even if you were to wait till next summer and you were to stretch provision him next summer, which is crazy talk, but that means that you're going to have 16 million, 16 plus, 16.3 on your books for 3 years. I mean, that's how much money he makes. And that's crazy. But then again, like a team like the Kings, if there is a way for them to make a bunch of moves, I would be surprised if the Kings had that much in dead cap space next season. That would be wild.
It's a tough situation, but we'll see with Scott Perry, how he's able to fix this because it's not looking great.
Yeah, you got to fix it. All right, when we come back, there's something else that's been kind of brought up as part of this discussion while we sit here and do Kuminga Watch every day. And it's something that's kind of gnawing at me. It's like, how exactly are the Kings going to manage the rest of the roster and how this season plays out? We even have questions in the chatty house about this right now. So we're the Insiders. I'm James Ham. That's Jesse Tapia. filling in for Kyle Madsen. We're brought to you by Jiffy Lube. We'll be back in just a few minutes, and when we come back, we're going to talk another layer of King's angst.
Okay.
Yeah, Michael, is literally what's up next. And it wasn't predicated off your question. You got some? Oh. You muted your mic. Got it. I just heard the difference in white noise. You'll see how I get there. There's a specific reason why I got to this question. And it's not like we haven't had this question. We had this question last week. Like, what exactly does Kuminga help with? And the answer is talent. That's it. Potential. That's what he helps you with. I did a kettlebell workout on Sunday. My legs are so sore. I don't usually mess with anything with my legs because my back.
Yeah.
I'm feeling it.
So I don't do kettlebell workouts, James.
There will come a point where you do kettlebell workouts.
Probably.
It's about building core strength. Maybe. Like, I'm not giving him an unprotected pick.
Yeah, no.
But I would give him a second. And the problem with unprotected picks, with protected picks, is that they bleed into multiple seasons. Yes, Casey, I know. But I also...
We're back.
Yeah, I'll get back to this later.
Now, back to the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Welcome back into the Insiders. I'm James Ham. Jesse Tapia is joining me. We're flying solo here today. No Joe Brazil behind the glass.
Joe, where are you? We need you.
He's got a busy week. He's got a very, very busy week.
Leaning over on the board is going to hurt my back.
And promotions. Oh, yeah?
Which
See?
is, gotta get this button, gotta get that button, gotta get this button.
And that is why you need kettlebell workouts.
I was talking smack 5 minutes ago, and look at me now. Life comes at you fast, people.
Sore from reaching over and pushing buttons on the board. Yeah. That's amazing. There's another topic here that's kind of hiding under the surface. And I was reading ESPN's article written by Kevin Pelton today on grading like every single transaction this summer. And He gave the Kings a C- for the Dennis Schroeder signing. And that to me, to be perfectly honest, that's fair. Like if you're going to go into an offseason needing a starting point guard and you come out with Dennis Schroeder as your starting point guard, I don't think anybody is going to like tout that as like a hugely successful move. It's
not my favorite signing, but fair enough.
It's status quo.
Dennis Schroeder is an NBA point guard who's been productive.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
And what do we have him in the Hoops Hype?
24th.
24th. Like 24th best point guard in the league. And I think that was fair. Like looking around, it's possible he's a 22nd best point guard, whatever. But you didn't go out and like improve the position to such a degree that all of a sudden you change your lot in life and who you are as a team, right? You just made it so you can actually function. But there's some things hiding in here, and one of the reasons why they went out and got Schroeder, and it's something that Scott Perry talked about, something that Doug Christie talked about, something that Domantas Sabonis talked about, is needing a true point guard. And according to Pelton, after the All-Star break, Sacramento ranked 25th in the NBA in assist rate. So after the All-Star break, their assist rate plummeted. And you could see it. Like, first of all, they weren't running the ball through Domas nearly enough. They took the ball out of his hands. It was way too much ISO, whether it was Zach LaVine, whether it was DeMar DeRozan.
It was a bunch of dribble, you cook, dribble, I'll cook, dribble, let him cook. Oh, no.
Yeah, between Monk and DeRozan and LaVine trying to figure out, it was a lot of dribbling.
Yeah.
A ton of dribbling.
Disgusting basketball.
Yeah, it was not good basketball to watch, right? Offensively, it's not like the beautiful game that Doug Christie talks about all the time. And I get it. The addition of Schroeder should help this a little bit. But I'm also going to point out for people who don't know this, Dennis Schroeder's like career assist percentage is 28%. That's not very good, right? As far as like a starting level point guard, that's not a high number. And he's also had quite a few seasons where it was way lower than that. And even if you look at last season, this isn't really, it's not really fair to Schroeder because he played for 3 teams in one season. But those 3 teams that he played for, he literally was a different player in every stop.
Yeah.
And that's something that, I think it shows his versatility.
I was gonna say maybe it's beneficial for the Kings. Like maybe Doug Christie has a role and he's able to excel in that.
Yeah, it is possible that he's going to be able to adapt and be a different player. But the point is that I'm trying to make here is in Brooklyn, his assist percentage was 33.4%. Starting point guard wise, that's fine. That's actually pretty good, right? But then when he went to Golden State, his number dropped to 24%. Again, he was asked to play off ball more with Steph Curry there. And then we get to his stint in Detroit, and it went back up to 27.8%, which is way closer to his 28% for his career. And the problem I have with this is not that, that those are horrible numbers. It's just that they're not good numbers either. They're not something that like makes you instantly go, hey, look, he's an NBA point guard. And I also, it's one of the reasons why, if we look at Malik Monk over the last 3 years, it kind of says the same thing, right? His, when he was asked to do more last season down the stretch, his usage rate dropped a little bit, but his assist rate dropped to 25.7. The year before was at 28.9, which is, again, it's about where Schroeder has been for his career. So if you have 2 guys that are doing that, that's fine, I think. But it just doesn't feel like there's a natural flow to what they're going to be doing. And then there's this whole thing that we talk about all the time, which is Kuminga Watch. If you can hit a button.
Kuminga Watch.
If you're going to add Jonathan Kuminga to this mix, and we talked about this a little bit last week, but first of all, Kuminga is not a good 3-point shooter. He had a season in Golden State where he was a very good 3-point shooter. In his second season, he shot 37% on 2.2 attempts per game. Last year, he shot 30.5%, and that was on 3.2 attempts per game. That's not good enough. So I think my question is, Jesse, like, if it's Kuminga and it's Dennis Schroeder who doesn't shoot the 3 ball well or enough of them, and it's Domantas Sabonis who shoots the 3 ball really well, but not enough of them. And it's DeMar DeRozan who doesn't shoot the 3 ball well and doesn't shoot enough of them. who are you as a team, and what exact offense are you looking to put in? Because I know Doug Christie well, and I know the team that Doug played for is one of the most beautiful styles of basketball that we've ever seen in the NBA. The Princeton style offense by Pete Carrill and Rick Adelman was one of the most. It was artwork. It was gorgeous. It was spectacular basketball, and that's what Doug wants to get to.
Yep.
But how do you get Doug to the style of play that he wants when you look like a 1990s Eastern Conference team?
You just don't do that this year because it's not possible. I think if you bring in Kuminga, you're thinking of him, Keegan, and Keon like as a future beyond a couple of years from now. Like looking at you had Kuminga this year, it's like this team. You brought it up. It's Schroeder, DeRozan. You add Kuminga. Like those aren't guys who necessarily shoot threes as well or anything like that. Sabonis as well. Like that's just not. It's just you don't have the team to run exactly what Doug wants this season. If you bring in Kuminga, it needs to be thought of more with your eyes on the future rather than this year. To me, this season for the Kings, whether it's Kuminga or it's nobody, it's a gap year. This is a year where you're going to try to figure some things out, hopefully move off of some guys and move towards that vision that Doug has. Like they're not getting to that this season.
Okay, but wouldn't your gap year still be like establishing who you are as a team and what type of offense you want to run?
Kuminga's a step towards that, I think. Like I said, if you're thinking of it just more towards the future with Keon, like just as a building block.
I see him as part of that because he's 22 years old.
Yeah, because like there's guys on this roster that aren't. Like you look at DeMar DeRozan, he's on the team now, but he's not necessarily part of. I think you'd say, yeah, he's part of Doug's future or whatever for the vision he has for building his team out. Same with Levine. Like there's guys on this roster that they're just here till you're able to move off of them finally. That they're not necessarily part of the vision, I don't think.
But so you still have to play them.
Well, you do, but like I said, that's the gap year. It's like if they make the playoffs, great. If they don't, then you got a first round pick.
Yeah.
Like there's no real light at the end of the tunnel for this season where I think we're coming out of it unless it's in a rebuild way where it's like, oh yeah, we finally figured something out or anything like that. Like if Nick Clifford's getting minutes a bunch or whatever, and like we learn something about them, great. But I don't think there's anything that DeMar and Zach LaVine are going to show us about this team this season where it's like, oh, maybe they got something there. Like everything is just put on hold right now.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the interesting thing that you bring up there. That you are just put on hold for a couple of years.
Yeah, because I get what you're saying. Like, yeah, you bring in Kuminga and you add him to this roster now. It's like, yeah, this doesn't necessarily fit Doug's vision or what they're trying to build. But I think if you remove who's not going to be here a couple of years from now and just think of it more as towards the future, I think you can get there.
Yeah, I'm just confused at how you get to, like, how do you build a culture? How do you build a style of play when nothing fits the style of play that you want? And the culture piece, half of the players won't be here for whatever culture you're building.
Well, I think that's why Doug probably has the toughest job out of everyone this season.
Yeah.
He's trying to establish an identity and culture with guys who won't be there. Like, when it's go time.
It's tough to get by.
And he's in a tough position because like you try to establish it, but also once you are able to move off of Levine, DeMar, insert whatever player you want, you got to bring in guys that you have to have them buy in as well to what you already have established.
Yes.
Like it's a constant thing that's just going and going and going. And like, that's going to be tough as well for Doug.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, he's not put in a good position right now. I'll say that. Like he's the head coach of this team right now. That's great. But like he's got a lot of work ahead of him.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. I don't know how to balance like the reality of the situation. How do you even look at Doug Christie and give him an honest grade at the end of the season, whatever it looks like? Like if they win 50 something games, he's getting an A+, right? But if he doesn't do that, if he wins 45 or if he wins 35, I'm not sure how to grade him.
For me, it's an incomplete.
Yeah,
I'm not looking at Doug Christie after the season. Oh no, you should have did this, or oh, you should have did, like, it's an incomplete right now. I know that this isn't the vision, this isn't the final product. For me, my thought is Scott and Doug should get 3 years where it's just kind of not free will, but just more so let them do their thing and build it out. Once we get to year 3, now all right, here's the improvement, here's the vision, and all that. And if you see that, then like we're all good. I'm not saying fire them or whatever in year 3, but just that's where you start having like real thoughts about things. You got to let them build it out because right now they're in a tough spot where they're kind of handcuffed right now.
No, I totally handcuffed is a good word to use here. Like, I don't know how, again, you establish the culture. How do you establish the culture when we just talked about, the fact that Keon Ellis is a guy who could play 35 minutes a game for a playoff team, I guarantee that.
Mm-hmm.
He could play 35 minutes a game as a starting shooting guard on a playoff team. But you have somebody who's blocking him for playing time, who is not part of the future of this team, who's going to be here for 2 years. Maybe he'll be here longer, but for right now, he's here for 2 years, and he's blocking like sort of the move to get Keon on the court. And to me, it just really puts Doug in a tough spot, because people are going to say, well, at least what he did during this 2 years is he developed the players. It's like, okay, well, how are you supposed to develop players if you can't put them on the court?
Yeah,
because you have other players with bloated contracts who are blocking them. And so I just think it's going to be a really, really interesting experiment to see at what point, if things are going well, if things are going poorly. If things are going poorly, at what point do they pull a ripcord on the season and say, hey, look, I don't care how long you've been in the league. I don't care if you're going in the Hall of Fame or not. I don't care if you're a 2-time All-Star. We're going to go young at your position for the rest of the year, and we'll deal with it during the summer. We'll deal with it at the trade deadline if something pops up.
if you make that move, it's probably post-trade deadline.
You think so?
If you're losing games and you weren't able to move off of, I'm sure DeMar DeRozan's that Hall of Famer we're talking about. If you weren't able to move off of him, then and they're losing games at the time, then yeah, you probably have that discussion after the trade deadline, because it's like, we're not making playoffs, and we kind of got a future we got to assess here. So
Yeah, I'd say the one problem that you have with that is that the Kings' schedule is so front loaded that there is a very good chance that they're playing 5 to 10 games behind under 500 for a good portion of the season. But then you get to March, and all of a sudden there is a way for you to catch up. And if there are teams hovering at the 8, 9, 10 around the 500 mark, the Kings the Kings will probably go for it, to try to stay in that race, looking at the schedule saying, hey, look, we can actually track. We're all going to be looking at Tankathon and their strength of schedule. And the Kings' strength of schedule, once we get to a certain point in the season, is going to dip to the 25th or 26th, most difficult in the league, which means they're going to be super easy. But the whole first half is so brutal that you're like, how far can they even stay afloat early on?
Well, yeah, I asked the D'Lo and KC last week, and I think they asked you too, just kind of if they do hit some adversity or whatever, they're trying to build that stability, how quickly can that break? Are they going to be able to, you talking about maybe potentially 5, 10 games under, is this group even able to bring themselves out of that?
I don't know the answer to that. I don't know if they're, again, how many times did we see it last year? I do think that Doug does have a better coaching staff this year to support him.
Yeah, that's where the stability comes in and all that. It's just more so you got your guys here finally. No one's coming in mid-season. There's no behind-the-scenes things right now or anything. I hope not, whatever. But there's just, you can take a little bit of a breath going into the season.
Yeah, I think it's intriguing. I think we're going to keep discussing things like this the whole time.
It's a bit of, what is it, the island of misfit toys here?
Yeah, it is.
That's a bit of that looking like right now.
Yeah, and I also, I think there are teams out there that have played, again, that, if typically if you have a team like this where it is a pretty much an ISO team, that's what's developing is an isolation team. The ISO teams typically play really, really good defense. That's how they get away with playing ISO ball. They slow the game down, right? Well, I don't see a way in which the Kings can play ISO basketball on one end and then not play defense on the other. And that's part of the problem. They have enough players on this team that do not play high quality defense. So let's look at a team that shot one of the lowest, not percentage wise, but the lowest volume teams in the league last year is the New York Knicks, right? High end playoff team. They only play 5 or 6 players the entire season, but also those 5 or 6 players, they're playing defense.
Yeah.
The entire time. And
if you're playing for Tibbs, that's just what you have to do.
Well, it's not just, I agree with you. It's not, but it's also on top of playing with Tibbs, long before Tibbs got his hands on OG Anunoby and Bridges, Mikal Bridges, those guys were already great defenders.
Yeah.
Outstanding defenders, right? Two of the best wing defenders in the game. So it's easy to create a defensive scheme when you got 2 of the great defensive players in the league, and then you've got a mobile 7-footer in Cat. You've got, a good defender in Hart at the 2. You're going to give up something because your point guard's not a great defender. But outside of that, that's where I could see the Kings could go, okay, well, the Knicks did this, this, and this. And it's like, yeah, but there's a big difference between Josh Hart and Zach LaVine playing defense. There's a big difference between OG Anunoby and DeMar DeRozan playing defense. So, like, sure, the ISO game on offense might work for them, but on the defensive end, it's like, all right, what are you going to do now?
Yeah, I think we're going to learn this season. There's a lot of questions that you're not going to get the answers to. Where it's like, oh, well, if you're going to play this way, how are you going to, like you said, if you're going to play the ISO, how are you going to pick yourself up defensively? Like, I just don't think they are. They're just not built to do that right now.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's the island of misfit toys. For me, they're probably around 500 this season at best.
Okay. Yeah, and I mean, that's where I'm kind of looking at. Like, I think that they're like a pathway for them to be well under 500. Like, if I were doing the Bill Barnwell thing and I'm looking at teams that are going to be worse than they were the year before,
Yeah.
I'm probably taking the Kings as one of those teams.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree right now.
Yeah, and I'll throw this out there too. I think a lot of people are like, hey, they, 48, 46, and 40. Like, they won 40 games last year. It's like, yeah, but you realize that they're 3 years removed from 31, 31, 30. The 1 year, like, of the first, I think, 12 years I covered this team, they had 1 year where they made a push for 40, and a Jaeger year they won 39. Outside of that, the highest win total outside of that was George Karl's 33 wins.
Yeah.
So I saw a lot of sub 33 win seasons. It's not good basketball.
Well, yeah, and if you move off of a DeMar DeRozan or Zach LaVine this season, like, it's probably going to get a little bit worse.
Isn't that the weird catch-22?
Yeah.
Like, you're hoping to move off of players, but if you move off of them, you think you might be worse, but you might be worse because they're here, but you also hope that you can be something different if they weren't here. And like
I said, it's why Doug's got the toughest job of everyone this season.
Round and round and round and round we go. All right, we're the insiders. When we come back, Kyle Madsen, Kenny Caraway will be here for the handoff. It's our new elongated handoff. We are, of course, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. Thanks for tuning in. We'll see you in just a minute.
All right, all good. We're going to switch to the board.
Can they hear me now? Oh, can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, that's my bad.
Oh, sweet. Sorry, we're mute. I was muted. So anyway, I was bringing up the. We're back. I was bringing up. Oh, this. Sabonis' defensive rating is 114. Keon Ellis' defensive rating is 114. Keegan Murray's defensive rating is 117. And the Kings' defensive rating as a whole was 116.2. I'm not going to blame Domantas Sabonis's 114 defensive rating on him when he's literally 2.2 points better than the team defensive rating. Like, he's not the answer on defense. He's also not the problem on defense. Like, he doesn't block shots. I get that. But that's what I was saying while you guys couldn't hear me. What's up, Kyle? How are you? Good. You got your sunglasses on the back of your hat. Nice. Yeah. Again, my point is, again, Sabonis is one of the better position defenders, post defenders in the league. He just is. He's just not a shot blocker. You can look at the stats. Yeah. See this? Yeah, but every team has to build around the defensive inefficiency of a player. And the fact that he doesn't block shots, but I mean, Jokic doesn't block shots all that much anymore. Like, there are a lot of players. Oh. I don't like his biggest weakness. I don't think it's his defense. His biggest weakness is he's not a selfish enough player to go score 25 a game.
Hey, did you know Luka Doncic's defensive box plus minus is better than Domantas Sabonis's last year?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
and Luka Doncic played next to rim runners and defensive bigs the entire time.
Oh, now Jackson Hayes is a defensive big. Got it. Okay, now Jackson Hayes is awesome.
Before he got traded there.
Yeah, I wonder what it was. Can I find it just with the Lakers? I bet it's terrible. Nope, that's Dante DiVincenzo. That is a different white guy. Splits. Let's see. Nope.
I don't think Kyle's wearing a Pete Rose shirt.
No, this is a Korean alternative rock band. That's all good. Hey, we're fired up.
Welcome back in. We're here for the roundtable handoff.
Yeah, I messed up. I hit the outro instead of the rejoin.
Oh, I was like, I don't know that one at all.
I heard the guy tell me, like, wait, no, that's the wrong one. Damn it.
I have never heard that.
Well, you are listening to the outro wasn't wrong.
No, you're listening to the
There's
Insiders.
no music behind it this time.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Just we're doing it live.
We're here.
We're doing it live.
Yeah, we're on. Except for Kenny, who's not
You
live
gotta
because
put
he
your
didn't
mic
turn
on.
his
There we
mic
go.
on.
We're doing it live.
There we go.
Damn thing sucks.
All right, Kenny's passionate about something today. Welcome in, guys.
One of the great clips of all time.
Yeah.
Who was that?
Bill O'Reilly.
Why was he yelling?
Because something was going on with the little prompter or whatever. It just, things weren't going right, and he got mad.
They were trying to pre-record something. Something was going haywire. I believe it was the prompter. And he just went ballistic and was like, F it, we'll do it live.
He said, and today we'll see. No, it's not working. It's not. We'll do it live. We'll do it live.
And there's a lot of F words in there.
I've never.
And afterwards, when they go off the air, swirling around in the chair.
That guy sucks.
I've never used a prompter, but I've been on like shows where like Kozimor had a prompter.
Mm-hmm.
And like I couldn't imagine reading a teleprompter. Now he wrote everything on the teleprompter.
Mhm.
It's his own writing,
Right.
so at least he knew. But that's not how I ever did TV stuff. So it's when you're in a studio, it's like there's a little tiny screen and then below it, like the scrolling words.
Mhm.
I don't think I could sit there.
Yeah,
and do
but
that.
you were responding to his questions.
Yeah, and he has to have a lot more structure in
Right,
what he's doing.
right.
So he's got to have the intro, the outro, but also all the live reads
Right.
because television is a lot quicker than radio. We don't have a 16-minute segment on television. You've
Mhm.
got like short segments that you've got to sort of keep in line.
Right.
And it would always be like, okay, how much time do I have for this question? How much time do I have? And it's like, hey, can you keep it around 40? It's like,
Yeah.
okay, I can keep it around 40 seconds.
Sure.
And then the entire time you're just thinking in your head, okay, where am I at?
Yeah, that
clockwise?
internal clock. Yeah.
Yeah, you're not looking at a like a clock ticking down, but you're the whole time you're thinking, oh, I got to keep this short.
I think you could do it.
I ran because I was a production assistant. I was low man on the totem pole, right above interns when I was at NBC. And I had to run the teleprompter one day. There is no more stressful job at that station. I did a lot of jobs at that station.
Yeah.
Trying to do graphics on the fly, and you've got a game ending, and you're trying to update all these graphics that you did because some guy hit a home run in the bottom of the ninth. So you got to go update all these stats that you just made. That is way easier than Kelly Johnson sitting there doing a read. Salute to Kelly Johnson. And she's sitting there, and you have to because it's literally the teleprompter is not a button, it's a knob that you're turning. And the faster, more you turn that knob, the faster the scroll goes. And different talent wants that pace different. There is some talent who's like, yeah, just let it rip. I got it. And then there's other ones who need it, like they're reading it word for word. But you can't do it too slow because they're moving on. Like you have to get to their cadence. It took like 5 takes for me to just get the prompter right.
No.
And they don't go, hey, can we stop? Can we rerun it? They go, prompter. Like, oh, it's brutal. Just brutal.
Now, don't they have control of it too? Like there's a little thing they could tap their foot about how fast it goes, like a gas pedal almost.
Not in my experience. It was just me and the knob and their eyeballs.
So here's
Yeah. No, for a little while, yeah, that's a flag, bro. No, you were talking about knobs and all that for a little while, yeah.
God.
Chill out, man.
So the crazy thing is, I worked there for 6 years. I never, ever once knew that there was someone manually changing the teleprompter speed.
Yep.
That's where like the separation of jobs there is so interesting.
At least it was that for, they did the sports updates where they sit in the middle of the newsroom.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I did. I don't know if there's one for the studio. I never did that.
Okay.
But yeah.
Now I'm totally intrigued because especially like at the arena, it used to, when I first started, when we first opened up games there, first of all, our back was to the crowd. I mean, they built the crowd out behind us. Then we had some idiots decide to reach out and grab Doug Christie's arm in the middle of us up there, which that forced
Absolutely
us
not.
to shift everything back 6 feet. So now the crowd is way further back. And then I guess in the last year or two, they've had the same exact thing, but like more egregious where they didn't feel safe. And then also people have posters who decide to say negative things and hold up posters right behind them. So now they've shifted the stage to face the other way. So now you have the scoreboard in the backdrop.
Which is all bad. I don't like. I like it with the fans back there. Obviously, some people messed it up for everybody, but I like it better with the fans, especially if it's a good win. You know what I'm saying? And they're in the playoff hunt or something like that. It's just, it's a better ambiance. But like I said, people messed it up for everyone.
Yep.
I watched Doug freeze completely while somebody grabbed his arm. And then I turned around and like, what are you doing? Security, like out. I mean, it was like, but he was gone, like completely freaked him out. And it was like, okay, where do we go from here?
Yeah, that's wild.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, and that one, like I said, they should have and they eventually did, I guess, just kind of move the stage and everything back further away where you can't get to these guys.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Well, I definitely think it adds to the broadcast when there's fans cheering and screaming and all that stuff in the background. That's fun. But it's just like, okay, like you're not going to put people at risk and you're not going to make people, your people on stage, like uncomfortable.
Yeah,
and I totally get it.
Not at all.
The other thing that they've did, which I don't know how this played into what you were doing there, but when we first started, we had 2 camera guys, we had an audio guy, and we had a stage manager who's literally like pointing at this camera. Now you're on this camera. Now you're on both cameras, like going back and forth the whole time, right? Well, they got rid of that person, the stage director, and then the last time I saw, they were down to one cameraman running 2 cameras and then an audio guy. So I'm wondering who's working the scroll. So
That's crazy.
And maybe that now there is a foot pedal that.
Yeah, I think I saw this at CBS 13 when I was there. I could be wrong. Jake, if you're listening, just text me and tell me if I'm wrong. But I thought they have control over how the teleprompter goes, the actual anchors.
Sure.
And if they need to slow it down or stop, or they like, hey, we don't have time, you got to cut like a whole half paragraph out. They just zoom past it. But I could be 100% wrong. Could be,
Bro, it's like doing being a driver's ed teacher or something. It sounds like
could be my man Roland controlling everything back there, man. So
I also think like once you've done it, like Jake or these guys, they've been on like, I don't know, a couple of 100 times. You get an exact cadence and you know exactly how many words for each paragraph that you need. And so basically how long your script should be. And you can time it by how much you've written beforehand. And if you get to a point where you're like, oh, I've got 5 paragraphs here, that's not going to work. I've got to tighten it up. That's when they tighten it up. Anyway, kind of the weird behind the scenes stuff.
I feel like Jake is good enough at his job that he could do that with his eyes closed. Like he's probably just so like locked in.
It's second nature to him at this point.
Yeah. All of it becomes second nature. Yeah. Sweet. Before you guys came on, we were talking about this Kevin Pelton article where he gave the Kings a C- for the Schroeder trade, the Schroeder signing, which again, I don't think is unfair. But then hiding in that, he brought up that the Kings were 25th in assist rate last year. After the All-Star break, after the De'Aaron Fox trade, they're 25th in the league in assist rate. And Schroeder, while he's a point guard, he's not a true like 35% or 38% assist rate guy. He's more like Malik Monk as far like, like a 28, sometimes 25, sometimes 28% assist rate guy. So he's going to help it. But like, who are the Kings going to be this year, especially if they add Kuminga? Because it feels like who they want to be and who they're going to be because of their personnel has to be something totally different.
Yeah. And for me personally, I look at as a coach, this is what you want to be. This is ideally, if you could put together a team and put together a style of play, this is how you would do it. Sometimes being different from what you have and how you're able to adjust to the strength of the players you have. So we've been talking about for a long time, Doug Christie talking about 53s or whatever. That may be what he wants to do in an ideal situation. And, if he built the team up, but looking at this team, he may adjust his thinking to the strengths of the personnel that he has and says, we're not going to be a team that gets 40, 53s up. We don't have that personnel, but we're going to find our way to get our best players the ball in situations where they can be most successful. We may be a team that goes to the post a little bit more, or goes to the elbow more than we're used to with guys like Sabonis and DeRozan. Maybe a little more ISO heavy than traditionally I would like to, but that's where the analytics or just knowing these guys, that's where the strength of their games are at. So I'm not sure we know. I know we don't know until we actually see these guys. But I think Doug is the type of guy who's not going to try to shoehorn his style of play into something that isn't conducive to the strengths of the players that he has on the roster.
Yeah, that would be insane. Like that, if they're just shooting 53s and making 30%.
Domas, we need you to get 6 threes
yeah,
up
right.
tonight.
Like that's just so. Yeah, that's going to be an interesting adjustment, and I think we'll talk more about Doug Christie kind of as the season goes on, but just how they manage what they're trying to build and their culture and what they're trying to do offensively, what they're trying to do defensively versus the personnel they currently have. And do they just go, hey, we're throwing that all out the window in service of trying to maximize this talent and winning as many games as we can? Or is it, we want to shoot 43s a game? I don't want to say 50. 50 is a lot. We want to shoot 43s a game. So we're shooting them. DeMar, you're taking 5 a night. Domas, you're taking 6 a night. Keegan, you're taking 9 a night. Is that just what it's going to be? That's something I'm interested to watch this year.
After that, you still need 30. No, 20. 20. I'm like sitting here counting. Oh, no,
Yeah,
that's
it's
not
just,
enough. Yeah.
So you're gonna have guys that aren't effective 3-point shooters trying to shoot threes in service of this is our offense, or is it, hey, we're gonna try and mess things up and be a mid-range team and ISO and all that? I have no idea.
I mean,
Yeah.
Not a problem I'd want to have to solve.
One of the things that you can look at if you're Doug Christie is the type of threes that you're taking. So let's just say, for instance, I'll just use DeMar DeRozan as an example. DeMar DeRozan isn't traditionally a good 3-point shooter, but if the numbers look a little different with wide open catch and shoot threes and different spots on the floor where he's shooting the threes, like say traditionally he's not a good 3-point shooter off the bounce or hands in his face, but if you can get him wide open looks, maybe his percentages go up. I don't know. But if that's what the numbers are saying, you could use guys like Zach LaVine and Schroeder and those guys to be creators, penetrate into the lane where the help is going to be there. Because traditionally you may think, oh, we'll help off DeRozan, and they'll clog the lane up, kick it out to Zach LaVine. And now you're getting a different type of 3-point shot. You're getting these wide open looks for guys who, if they're contested or if they're rushed, it's not as good. Like a Sabonis. Like Sabonis, if he's got to rush and shoot the three, it's not as effective as if he can get the seams right, take his time, get the mechanics right and do that. Maybe you orchestrate the offense where you're able to get more of those type of looks as opposed to any type of three in general.
Yeah, I think in adding to, there's like layers to this too, right? Because on top of this whole trying to design a team, trying to design a concept, trying to design a culture and build something in year one, but you also know that like a lot of these players won't be here in 2 years. A lot of them won't be here next year. On top of that, some of the players that won't be here next year, some of the players won't be here 2 years from now, are blocking the access to minutes of players who will be, or you hope will be. And so you're going to be fighting this dynamic the whole time of like, are you all in? Which is, something that Mike Brown had. Are you all in? But at the same time, we're not really all in on you. Because it's one thing for, you to ask Malik Monk to be all in. It's a whole other thing to ask Monk to be all in when his name has been mentioned in a Kuminga trade for the last 2 months. And on top of that, he could get traded anytime during the season. And so I always like, how do you build a culture when, again, for the last couple of years, last year it was Kevin Huerter. The year before that was Kevin Huerter and Harrison Barnes. Like, hey, we need you to be all in. It's like, if you need me to be all in, are you all in on me? Because I don't think that that's the case. And you're going to ask Keon Ellis to sit there for 2 years and wait for Zach LaVine to not be there. That's not an easy ask.
Is it even possible to do both where you're building culture, but also, I guess, just giving rent to the guys who won't be here 2 years from now? Like, if I would ask, like, if you were to ask Doug Christie and Scott Perry, like, what is the goal for this season? Is it building culture, making the playoffs? Like, what do you guys think they would say?
They're going to say building culture.
Of course.
That's what they're going to say. And they're going to say building a winning culture, which is why I think at the end of this rainbow is they're going to play to the very specific style that their guys need to play to try and maximize winning right now, because that is going to establish a winning culture. And then you can figure out 2026 and 2026, and you can figure out 2027 then. But my guess is they're looking at this as you'd rather try and win 43 games playing a certain style or playing the style that you need to play to win those games than win 33, but go, hey, but look at all the threes we got up. Right? Like, I think they're just going to try and win as many games as possible.
For sure.
Well, that and
you're listening to ESPN 1320. Here I am him, West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 and Odyssey Station. Picked off. Take it to the house. Let's go.
Wow. James.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Game from out on you now, James.
Not only did you get it, but you actually were able to say the words that are written on the
got
paper.
it right. Yeah, I got it right. I was watching. James.
Hey, there is game film out there.
Wow.
There's tape.
I'm shocked.
There's tape.
I got to be honest. I had forgotten about the ID. I was not going to read the legal ID right there at all. I'm glad he actually.
No, that's all right. No, that's fine.
That's
fine.
That's fine with me.
They don't know
They ran an end around and fumbled it. And Kenny scooped and
They
scored.
don't know we're watching the game film. We'll get them next week.
Kenny was ready to jump the route, but he's picked up the football off the ground instead.
I'm just so happy for Kenny. He's now down to a negative
-3.
Let's go.
Negative
Let's
3.
go. I'm
And-
watching game film.
You actually said it, which is good.
I finally have a computer in front of me.
That's the first time you've ever gotten all the way. I think you're 1 for 3 now. Nice job, man.
He did
well,
not
you
finish always free on the Odyssey app, but
what
that's okay.
Oh, well, that's minor details.
That's
always free on the Odyssey app. And you can listen to us on the iHeart app as well.
And tune in.
And tune in.
And on
Wherever
YouTube.
you get
Watch
your
us on
podcasts.
YouTube.
Or Twitch.
Twitch.
Yeah, all
Which
three.
is a 9-minute long legal ID.
We do make it that long every day.
But to what we were talking about.
I think James had a real thing to say.
Yeah, go ahead, James.
Well, I was just saying, like it's
Picked up
super.
the pass.
It's super difficult to know what's right here in this situation because like if you're Doug Christie, I don't know that you can sit there and ask a guy like Keon Ellis to, hey, not only do we want you to sign a contract and not be an unrestricted free agent next summer and leave, but we're going to ask you to play 18 minutes a night until you're 27 because we can't put you into the starting lineup.
Mm-hmm.
And that it's just tough because like, how are you supposed to build a culture unless you have like the culture pieces is again, if Domas is going to be here for the next 5 years, you have got to have him you've got to center the entire team just like you should on the offensive end. You should funnel all of it to him and have him be your leader in the clubhouse.
Well, what I would do in that situation, if I was Doug Christie, if I was Scott Perry, is I'd have that conversation with Keon, and if that's the potential reality and he doesn't want to be a part of that, we will look to move you. We'll look to move on. This is Scott Perry said it perfectly for trying to build this franchise in the where they're at right now. We're looking for participants, not hostages. I love Keon. I want him here, but if he's not happy, it is not conducive to what we're trying to build to have a bunch of people here that don't want to be here.
Okay.
Is it?
I think I know where you're going. Go ahead.
I would argue that you're messing up by putting Keon in a position where he doesn't want to be here.
That I didn't do that. That's the situation I've been put in. This is as Scott Perry. I didn't do that.
Mhm.
I didn't trade for Zach LaVine, but he's here.
Sure.
I didn't give DeMontis Sabonis this contract, but it's here. I didn't do this. I have to work with what I got. And right now, I can't move these guys the way I probably would like to. So this is my situation. Keon, I want you here. I want you, and it's not even a hostile conversation that we're having. This is my situation. You have your situation. If you don't want to be a part of this, I understand that. I get that. And I will try to move
That's
on
tough.
from you. That's the conversation I'm having for
That's
everybody.
tough. That's really tough.
The other conversation I have is not that conversation. It's with Zach LaVine telling Zach LaVine that again, you're not part of what we're doing moving like 2 years from now. So I can't leave Keon behind because you think you're a starter and you're still a good player, but you're not part of the future. If he's part of the future and you're not, and that can be, well, if he can say, I don't want to be here, it's like, okay, you make $47 million. Go ahead and tell your agent to find you another spot. Go ahead. That's fine. We'll wait. Go ahead. We'll see you in 5 minutes because that's how long it's going to take before your agent tells you that there's nowhere else you're going to go. So you go ahead and fit back in because I'm not throwing away a 25-year-old with a bright future who fits exactly what you want to do because you have somebody else who just makes a ton of money and probably has the same exact idea that Keon would have in that situation that he doesn't want to be there either.
Right. So now you're saying to Zach LaVine, well, you don't want to be here, so we'll do something else then.
Sure. I tell him that's the conversation I'd have with everybody on the roster.
Sure.
That is the first conversation I'm having. And I might do 6 months check-ins because I can't have anybody here. And we're talking about Keon, so I mentioned Keon, but I can't have anybody here that doesn't want to be here. I'm trying to build something if I'm Scott Perry. I can't have nobody that doesn't want to be here and try to make the Kings better.
Mhm.
If you complaining about your looks or the offense or your playing time and all this other stuff, let me know, please, so I can get you out of here. Let me know.
That's why there's a danger, though, in saying 2027.
Yep.
There's a huge danger in saying it because, like, there's 4 guys on this roster are looking and going, they're talking about me. Like, we'll be better when I'm not here. We'll be able to do the thing that you want to do when I'm no longer here.
Yeah.
That's tough.
That's really tough.
But then the reality of trying to get rid of him. Sorry, Jesse. Go ahead.
This is a weird way to put it, but do the Kings kind of owe Keon a way to figure out a way to get him onto the court, just given he does fit what they're trying to do going forward?
I think Keon will tell you they owe him about $12 million.
Yeah, but also just like
He'd probably say 15. But
yeah.
I get what Kenny's saying. Like, yeah, the whole we want people who want to be here instead of hostages or whatever. But it's kind of like you kind of not necessarily need Keon here, but he's someone who absolutely fits here going forward. Like kind of with James. Like, what are you doing with Zach LaVine at that point?
I think Keon Ellis is the exact type of player that Doug Christie and Scott Perry want. Not a team full of them, but when you're checking boxes for building a title contender, Keon Ellis is very much in that mix, and he's in that group. Whether he's coming off the bench or whether he's starting, that depends on the rest of your roster. But Keon Ellis is a piece that they found it undrafted, and I get Scott Perry didn't find him. Monty McNair, Wes Wilcox, salute, they found him, but they found this undrafted guy who is fundamentally like exactly the type of player they're looking for. If you're putting yourself in a situation where you're trying to build this culture and the first thing you do is go, sorry, Keon, we'll just find someone else to do it. Like, I don't know, man.
Well, yeah, if he doesn't want to be here. I once again, if I'm having a conversation with Keon, I'm expressing to him, I want you here. I want you. You are a big part of what we want to do here.
Yeah.
You're just not a starter maybe right now. And that's cool.
You think,
but we're also talking, they're probably not going to pay him like he thinks he deserves to be paid then. James, you guys were talking about the financial issues the Kings are going to run into in the next couple off seasons. So you're probably not going to be able to pay him at the rate that he's necessarily looking for after making him play this year on a $2.5 million contract or whatever it is.
That he did not want.
That he didn't want.
No.
That he very openly didn't want. And then you're saying, hey, and then by the way, we're going to make you waste a couple years of your prime playing like 18 minutes a night. But hey, once you're 28, and we're getting this rebuild going, we got you.
So let me ask you.
And 18 minutes per night behind a guy that we really don't have, that doesn't have a future here, but we got to play. We got to play him because he makes so much money.
Let me ask you guys
That's
a
a tough
question. What do you
position.
think you could trade Keon Ellis for?
First round pick.
Jonathan
Then
Kuminga?
do it. Then do it. Like you're not going.
Hey,
If he's feeling that way, they're gonna have to attach something. They're gonna have to attach something. But if you can get a first round pick for it, and he doesn't want to be there, and all these negative things about, not that he's saying, but like, oh, we're not gonna be able to pay you, we're not gonna be able to play you, then trade him for a first round pick. Everybody want to. This is the reality of it all. People want to blow this whole thing up anyway.
Yeah, they just don't want to blow up that part of it.
Everything we're
You
talking
can't
about
have
seems
everything. Like you can.
but
No
you
disrespect.
can want everything.
Yeah. You no disrespect to Keon, and I love Keon Ellis. I want him here, but he is an undrafted wing. That if you're I think OKC got 2 of those guys on the team starting. Dort and was Caruso
9 of those guys.
Was Caruso
Oh, I
was
think
he
he's
second
undrafted.
round?
I think he's undrafted.
You
Yeah,
can.
he's a G League guy.
I'm not saying you just find them anywhere,
Mhm.
but you can, if you know what you're doing, find those type of guys.
Well,
Right.
no.
He's not irreplaceable. to be
Sam
sure.
Presti can find those guys. The rest of the league struggles to find those types of guys. Like Sam Presti builds an entire roster of them. If you just like followed him around and look for breadcrumbs after the combine or whatever, and like who would Sam Presti draft?
Yeah.
I mean,
I
that
think-
should be what everyone should be logically thinking.
I think there's one of those guys on almost every roster though. Good rosters, bad rosters, all this other stuff. GP2 was a guy that was very vital for what the Warriors were doing, and they found him. Like you can find those type of guys. I remember when the Rockets were good with Harden and going up against the Warriors, they found Daniel House on the street.
Oh yeah.
Like I don't want to diminish him. PJ Tucker was a second round pick. You know, like I don't want to diminish Keon or whatever, but you can find those guys.
Is Keon Ellis a building block, or is he just a guy, a role player type?
He's a role player.
I think so too. A vital role player, somebody that you want. But
Yes, absolutely.
yeah,
I'm
I
asking
don't,
in the sense,
building
do you
block to me
need-
is
do
like
you-
a top 3 core guy. I don't think he's that.
I agree.
Yeah, and I'm asking, like, do you need Keon Ellis for what you're building for the future? Or, like Kenny says, can you just find that
I don't.
should
I
replace that.
just. I think that Keon Ellis is currently part of your future, very much so. But I also don't think that you want to run the risk of him walking in free agency when you could have traded him.
That's kind of my thinking too. And once again, this is all during a conversation or after a conversation I would have with Scott Perry and Doug Christie with Keon Ellis. If he's down and he wants to be here, I want him here. But if he's like disgruntled and frustrated with money and playing time, then maybe this ain't the place for you right now.
Yeah, I'm not trading Keon Ellis because I mean, I would.
You wouldn't trade Keon Ellis for a first round pick?
What do you
Depends
do?
on where it's at, but
What do you do though? What do you do then, James? Though, because if
I
you
would-
don't have a role for Keon to start the next 2 years, and he sees it as not beneficial for him, like what do you do then?
I would rather have a much more difficult conversation with Zach LaVine than dumping Keon Ellis.
Like you move
Because
him off of the bench? Move him to the bench?
If one of them is my future and one of them is not, it's pretty cut and dry. Like I don't want to invert their numbers, their playing time completely, but I would rather play a guy who I think is part of my future and who I think is going to start. And I don't
agree.
care what the points per game difference is. I don't.
So essentially, maybe I'm complicating this a little too much, but essentially you'd rather have one first round pick than two, because we all think the Kings aren't going to be very good as is. Well, I shouldn't say we all think that. A lot of people think the Kings aren't going to be very good. So you're already not going to make the playoffs and have a first round pick with Zach LaVine. If you traded Keon Ellis in this hypothetical situation where he doesn't want to be here and you could get a first round pick, you still wouldn't be any good, but you would have an additional first round pick to add to the rebuild. You'd rather have just the one first rounder and Keon than two first rounders by trading Keon.
Well, I know what Keon is, and I have no idea what that first round pick is going to be.
Yeah, if I'm trading it I'm just gonna pick a team that's gonna pick. If you're trading him to Houston, I'm out.
I'm not taking the 25th pick, the 28th pick. I'm not doing that. Yeah, no. And not only that, but
But if Utah calls,
the draft is a
Let's talk.
crapshoot, and like I'm not. I have a tough time.
Okay, but
You're essentially hoping one of those late round picks turns into Keon too, right?
Well, that's what you're hoping, that you're
Yeah,
going to start over a
entirely.
couple of years ago with someone who might be as good as Keon.
what a tangled web.
so
What-
Keon's 43% from three, 4 attempts per game, and I mean solid defensively.
I mean, I get what
I
you're
just- I just
saying.
don't
Like
know, like,
assets are
I
assets.
don't know how you got, not you guys, but I don't know how people want to. I'm not sure what they want.
Well, that's
Like
a
they want to blow this whole thing up, but they don't want to move on from Keon Ellis.
Well, that's a solution from
Is
James.
Keon
though,
Ellis
like,
untouchable?
like if
916-909-1320.
you want to keep Keon around and you can't move Zach, then I guess the next logical step, because like yours is like, all right, then trade him. But like James is saying, then just move Zach LaVine to the bench at this point and move forward with Keon as your starter. Like
If you are going to punt Keon Ellis, if you are going to say Keon is now expendable because we don't want to hurt Zach LaVine's feelings because we pay him too much money, then what the hell are we doing here?
Then you shouldn't even have an NBA franchise.
Swear to God, I've been trying to bench every expensive player the Kings have had for a year and a half now. So
Yeah.
But okay, I get it. Like if you're gonna be sorry anyway, would you rather have one first round pick or two?
two.
Well, I'd rather have two, but I'd rather have Keon Ellis. I'd
You
rather
can't
have
have
25.
everything.
But also, yeah, no. Yeah.
If you're gonna, because a lot of people think they're gonna be sorry anyway. So if you play Keon Ellis and send
Let me
LaVine,
tell
you're
you-
gonna be
I think
sorry.
there's
If you play
some
LaVine, you're gonna be sorry.
I think
You're gonna have
I
a
think
first
there's
round pick.
hope that you re-sign Keon Ellis to a 4-year, $60 million contract, and you just have Keon Ellis moving forward, and he's not mad about being in Sacramento, and he's happy to come off the bench behind Zach LaVine for a while, and who knows if Zach LaVine's even healthy and playing. So I think that's kind of the hope.
And I'm going to add, here's the other crappy thing that like would probably be one of the options. You trade Keon Ellis to get the first round pick, and then you take that first round pick and you attach it to Zach LaVine to get off his contract, because that is a real possibility. And I'm not losing both of them because of Zach LaVine's
Well,
contract.
it also depends on who you're getting back in that situation. But I think that would be foolish to attach, especially at the end of his contract. He's an expiring contract. Why would I want to move on from Zach LaVine on an expiring contract and attach a first rounder?
Because it's
To me-
$49 million.
But
You're
it's
gonna
an
clear
expiring
hella
contract.
space.
It doesn't matter if you can't move it and you have to play and you have him on your roster and he eats up a third of your salary
I think
cap.
at the expiring point of his contract, it'll be a little bit more movable than people realize. I don't think it's an albatross.
Is attaching a pick to him kind of what bit him in the ass with some of their players last regime?
That would be dumb. I would literally just hold.
Second.
Just
I'm
hold
not.
on
I'm
for
not
that year.
attaching. I'm not attaching a first to get off an expiring.
That's my point.
No, but I
that would
mean,
be ridiculous.
Chicago, not this summer before, we're offering 2 first-round picks for anyone that would take Zach LaVine's
I also
contract.
Right,
don't
because he had
believe
3
that.
years. Because he
Yeah,
had 3 years left.
And I also don't believe that. I don't believe that. In a draft, I think it was about this draft. In a draft that was supposed to be one of the greatest of all time, people were just saying the Washington Wizards were like, "Nah, we don't want 2 extra first round picks." Like I
think part of it-
remember the
but-
point. I remember the story. I do not believe that.
I think I do, because I don't think Washington, because this is out of respect for Zach LaVine,
Mhm.
Washington was going, hey, we're not trying to win at all.
Mhm.
That's too good of a player. Like the first round picks would be nice, but no, we're trying to tank and we're trying to build and not put themselves in a position where they have to play Zach LaVine over Bilal Coulibaly or whoever. I don't know. But I also think that you get a team like Golden State that's up against it cap wise. Like, yeah, we'd take 2 first round picks, but man, with what we'd have to give up to fit him on our roster, like it just doesn't work out.
And it's
I
going to
could-
cost us $40 million in luxury tax dollars to take on his contract.
I don't think teams were like Zach LaVine sucks.
No,
think
I
it's
don't think
just like-
that.
I think it's I very much think it's like, man, this is just kind of complicated. We're just
I do also think that's kind of like the people, not everybody, because everybody's situation ain't the
Sure.
same. But a lot of those people, if nobody in the league was looking like I'd take 2 first round picks for Zach LaVine's contract, that'd be done. Like, what would the Kings look like right now if they had 2 extra first round picks?
it looked like the Kings with 2 extra first round picks.
There wouldn't be better assets. That wouldn't be
No,
better
because they would have had to give up a whole
well.
bunch salary cap wise to get there. A ton.
Well, I'm talking about like right now, like this deal. In this deal that they
Mhm.
got Zach LaVine for, if they got 2 extra first round picks, that would be bad.
No,
No, but I don't. How would they get that?
But the LaVine thing was the summer before. So you're saying everybody's like, nah, I'm not even going to take the 2 extra first round picks. That's kind of asinine.
I also think the injury stuff played a pretty significant role in it.
Mhm.
That he played 72 last year.
He played 72 and then 77 2 years earlier, but he played 23 the year last season.
Yeah, so I
Than the
think,
season before that.
but last year there was a market for him. Golden State was very much involved with Zach LaVine at the trade market, according to reporting. But Zach LaVine last 74 games. Sorry, didn't want to sell him short. 74 games.
Yeah.
Super efficient. Was like, oh, okay, he's a little healthier now. So I think some of the health stuff is maybe being overlooked here,
Yeah.
because that was 2 seasons ago.
Yeah, that and like, look, if the Kings were to make that move, like it would have cost you, and again, like it would have cost you like Harrison Barnes' contract. It would have cost you, like you would have had to accumulate a bunch of contracts to ship out, which is why they didn't do it. And is why Monty McNair said, "Hey, no, we're not trading for Zach LaVine."
He made all the right decisions.
Well, no,
Well,
no, but he kept saying, "Well,
damn,
the-
damn."
I'll say this: the decision to not trade for Zach LaVine at that point was the right decision, because again, I think it would have cost you Herter, it would have cost you Harrison Barnes, and it would have cost you one other contract. And you can say, "Oh, well, that's fine. You would have been better."
Mhm.
You don't know, but the fact is that now you have a $49 million contract in 3 years, or 40. Like this year, it was 44. This coming season is 47 million. When you mix that with Fox and with Sabonis's contracts, all of a sudden you're at the top. You're at the luxury tax, and you can't even field a team because you have 340 something $40 million players.
Mm.
So
And that's why the Kings were very reluctant to do it. And that's why Monty McNair kept saying, we cannot do this. We cannot do this. We cannot do this, because it's much easier to have 3 $18 million or $16 million players making $48 million than it is to have one $48 million player who like in reality, let's like keep it a stack here. And I'm not being offensive. Zach LaVine is not worth his contract. In a world where Cam Thomas can't get a
Sure.
basic contract, he can't get more than 14 million. You could go out and sign a offer sheet. If you had 20 million, you can go sign an offer sheet and get Cam Thomas. Cam Thomas is not $28 million worse per year than Zach Levine is.
So Monty McNair said no to trading players that he ended up trading for anyway. Trading anyway.
That was not his decision.
Well, one of them was Harrison Barnes for DeMar DeRozan. The other one was his in his situation. I mean, that's fine too. But he ended up not. That was his thing. He didn't do nothing. He didn't do anything. So in that situation, you trade for Zach LaVine. You don't go get DeMar DeRozan. You still have De'Aaron Fox potentially. You might still have Mike Brown, as opposed to what actually happened, which is a disaster. So I'm not going to act like, well, Monty McNair didn't do it, so that made sense. Monty McNair is fired.
Yeah.
For not doing anything.
It didn't make a ton of sense.
No.
Just it's not like standing in front of Vivek, like, oh, hey, that's what he did.
He was also, when he was saying no to that, he was coming off executive of the year.
And what
I'm just saying.
Okay. But what does everybody say in the city about Monty McNair after that season?
He did get the deal.
Nothing.
Yeah.
He stand pat. He did nothing.
And they didn't make the right moves.
They didn't build upon it. This is another example of it. I'm not here to say they would have been good or better or anything else like that. But the argument can't be, he did nothing. And then there's something he could have done, but like, I don't want to do that.
Okay. This is very much like, let's say your wife wants a new car. And you're like, okay, like we'll figure it out. Like we can get you a new car. And she's like, okay, but I want like an $80,000 car. And you're looking at your budget and you're like, okay, we can't do that. And she's like, well, that's the car I want. And it's like, okay, but in order to do that, we're going to have to sell my car and we're going to have to, like, I don't know, stop putting money in a 401k, and we're going to have to cut our grocery bill by $100 a month. And we're going to have to cut out like 3 different TV things that we have, streaming programs that we have. Okay. And we might be able to get close to that number. So you can have that, or we can have all the other stuff that we have, and you can have something more reasonable. That is what Monty McNair kept saying.
And while
we'll go get you people, they're more reasonable.
While I do that, I'm going to go buy an $80,000 car for myself, which is Domantas Sabonis. That can't be traded in itself. So I'm going to tell you, I'm not going to go do that move. And in the same breath, I'm going to go buy the car that you want.
I know you fight this battle, but if you ever want to put Domantas Sabonis and Zach LaVine in the same category of player, I don't know what to tell you. Like, I don't have an answer for you because they're not in the same category of player. Okay. They're just not. One of them, like, is an all-NBA player, and the other one is not. And I get it. He scores, and he's a good player, but I don't put him in the same category.
We believe in Mike Brown. Did Mike Brown want Domantas Sabonis here?
Yes. He didn't think he was a number 1 or number 2 option, but he wanted him here.
I think the failure with the Domantas Sabonis thing was more about, I think the contractual thing now and why it's difficult to trade it is less about the quality of player he is and more what teams would he fit on and help. And if those teams were giving up what they'd have to give up to get him, because the Kings aren't just going to give him away.
Right.
You need to get something of value back.
Right.
It's not necessarily making that team better. It's lateral at best. So teams are just going to not do that. Right. I think the failure from Monty McNair was not trading for Sabonis or signing him to the contract before he had to. The failure was not building upon Beam Team 1 and realizing what the formula was and why that worked, where they fell short, and then acquiring the correct pieces to do that, and not even frankly trying to acquire, like throwing a 2nd round pick at Kessler Edwards or whatever. Like, all right, I guess.
No, they got a 2nd round pick.
Yeah, that's
for
it.
taking
that's
on
it.
Kessler.
That's it. No, that's it. That's right. They acquired a 2nd round pick to get, like, okay, cool, but that to me is a greater failure than, because Domas was awesome in that 21-22 season.
Yeah,
and I think it's hindsight and revisionist to go, well, they should have never done that. Like, no, they should have done that and then done the correct things to build upon Beam Team 1 instead of going, how about Chris Duarte? All right, you guys make that work. Cool. Flexibility. And then
Well, that
just
we can talk about whether they can or can't trade Domas. The fact is, we have no idea because they didn't try to trade him this offseason. They did not. They did not try to trade him this offseason.
Did they try to trade Zach LaVine?
We haven't heard anything of that either. But that doesn't mean that there wasn't phone calls around the league is like, hey, where are we at financially? And it also doesn't mean that the owner who loves Zach LaVine didn't say, hey, we're not trading Zach LaVine. And that wasn't part of the hiring process. Hey, I'm going to need you to make nice after you went out on a bunch of podcasts and talk trash about Zach LaVine not being a winning player. I'm going to need you to not trade him this summer.
That's so crazy they did that. They acquired Zach LaVine and then
hired
2 months
the guy.
later hired the guy who on a podcast in
Took
a
a
microphone
I thought
in
that
public
was-
on purpose.
I thought that was a little overblown. He just talked about Zach LaVine.
No,
said,
and it goes to what he said about Zach LaVine was not salacious. It wasn't crazy.
It's the same thing I say about Zach LaVine.
no,
But
it's not.
it wasn't-
You
it wasn't-
dog Zach LaVine. He didn't
wasn't-
dog Zach LaVine.
No,
He
said-
basically said he's a third guy on a winning team. He's a number 3 guy, and you're not ever going to be a number 3 guy with a $47 million a year contract or whatever his average annual value is.
well, that and he says he's not a winning player.
Mhm.
He said that on the air. He said he's been in the league for
Well,
11 years,
I'll
and
see-
at that point it was 10. And he said he's been on one winning team. I'm telling you what
So-
Scott Perry
So
said.
I want to hear that. We don't have to do it on the air. I want to hear it again. He said he wasn't a winning player, or he said it hasn't resulted in winning.
Yes.
Which one? Because those are two different things to me.
I'll find the
To
exact.
say he's
I'll find
not
the
a
exact
winning
quote.
player means it's hopeless.
We can
To say
find the
it
clip.
hasn't resulted in winning is different to me. Maybe it's the same to everybody.
Okay, here we
else.
go. Here we go. The exact quote. This is via NBC Sports Bay Area. No question that Zach LaVine can score the basketball. Does he impact winning? Zach LaVine has been to 1 playoff series in 9 years. He's played a total of 4 playoff basketball games. I'm looking at 40, 43, 46, and 49 million for a guy who to this point has not impacted winning to the level that his money says he should impact.
That is not saying he's not a winning player. Look, to me, those are two
But he
different things.
does not
If you
impact
say-
winning.
but he has not impacted winning.
At
If
the
you're
level that
telling
his
me-
contract says.
We're talking semantics, but if you're telling me he's not a winning player, it means he never will be in any setting. That's not what was said. But maybe that's me nitpicking. But that's, to me, those are two
I
different
think
things.
it's more difficult to put him in a position to impact winning when he's making the money he's making.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's another argument, but it's kind of like the same exact thing we dealt with when we were talking yesterday about Scotty Barnes and, Kuminga comparing himself to Scotty Barnes and to Cade Cunningham and all that stuff.
All right,
So,
James.
We got to go.
All right, man. We got to go.
We gotta
Appreciate my main man, James Ham, on the handoff. We got D-Lo and KC coming up with Kyle
Oh yeah,
Madsen.
I'm staying.
Yeah, you
Whoops.
staying right
Oh,
here.
yeah,
I know
yeah,
peace
no, I'm
sign
not going
for you,
anywhere.
buddy.
Whoops.
Yeah.
You staying right here, man. Staying
That's
right
right.
here. We got
Ugh.
D-Lo and KC coming up, man. The Insiders will be back tomorrow at 10 a.m.
Drink milk and be mean to people.
Whoa. Crime skyrocketed in the Sacramento area on Tuesday. Okay, I'm gonna Nah, this is not what. I don't know if Malik Monk impacts winning. Just by the way, but when you are paying $45 million for a player, that is less money that you have to give out to other players. Does that make sense? I guess why it's the like, oh, could you pay Brock Purdy this much money because you need to put these guys around him? He's have an elite team around him. It's that same kind of argument.
So the question that I have, once again, being a cancer, unfortunately, this may be a downfall for me, but I'm things need to be fair, and life ain't fair. Stephen A. Smith says a fair is where you judge pigs, right? How does Zach LaVine's contract prevent him from impacting winning, and Domas does impact winning?
Brother, you don't have to ask me.
We're team. Yeah.
I've been trying to tell you guys about Domas for 2 years now. Me and Jesse,
here.
we've been trying to tell you about Domas.
And that's my whole thing. If you feel that way, if James feels that way about Zach LaVine, that is perfectly fine. You can't have an opposite outlook on Domas Sabonis, in my opinion. They're one and the same.
I agree with you.
I think.
Don't yell at me about it.
Regardless of,
We're different types of player, whatever.
We'll say.
Yeah.
Hey, how much time do we have? That's not going to do it.
Yeah. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. For some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Yes, sir. You did it perfect. Absolutely. Acknowledge him. Yes, indeed. It is the Tuesday, August 19th. August 19th. We're almost in September.
That's crazy.
Crazy, bro. That's crazy. College football starts this Saturday. Week 0.
Hey, do you think?
Don't do that. Don't do that.
I was gonna say, like, I walked outside today and it felt like football weather. It felt like NFL weather.
Well, it ain't gonna feel that way on Friday and Saturday.
Bro, I got a outdoor wedding on Saturday. It's
Woo!
supposed to be 100 and everything. Yeah.
No. I'm gonna be sick that day. That's crazy.
Actually, let me get the particulars out of the way. My main man D-Lo, he's still champagning and campaigning like he deserves to. So shout out to him.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
It's your boy Kenny Caraway here with you. Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
As TC would say, we got my main man Jesse in the back.
What are you doing with him?
And we got my main man Kyle Madsen rocking with us again today.
Stop asking me stupid questions.
There you go.
Thank you.
I will not play this one.
Hey, man, I won't mention this guy's name. I'll give him his initials. OJ.
I said I wasn't going to play it. I said I'm not playing that one.
Did you play the one we're live from?
Oh, we are
Where are we?
live from
the worst slums of Sacramento.
Yes, sir.
Roseville, the worst of it. The worst of it.
So
I'm so terrified by the weather, by the way.
So we haven't talked about this. We haven't talked about this because I don't want to say I forgot, but I kind of forgot. Didn't really it didn't connect until like this morning, the number days, the days of the week, all this other stuff. Friday night at the River Cats game, your boy is throwing out the first pitch.
Hate it for my guy.
Nice.
What time we got first pitch?
It's going to be hot.
You got 7:05 first pitch?
Sounds about right.
So you'll be throwing out that first pitch while it is roughly 100 degrees according to my handy-dandy weather app.
Hey, I've already made the decision. And that's why I wanted to talk to you about it, because I know you've got experience.
Yeah, I'm a seasoned vet. Me and
already
James.
made the decision.
How are you doing at the River Cats game? You don't even talk baseball.
Huh?
You doing at the River Cats game? You don't even talk baseball.
I don't know. Ironically, somebody might announce your boy. That's what I need. That's what I need.
Bro, they're gonna give you an announcement because you walk out there.
Yeah.
You're standing up there with whoever the MC is.
Is
Fingers
it the
crossed.
MC or the PA?
No, it's the MC. Fingers crossed
Somebody
for the MC.
Introducing
email the River Cats.
1320
Email
zone.
the Reaper Cats and be like, yo, I would really like it for this guy to be here, man, because it's so special. Here. Matter of fact, this is what I want you to say.
No, okay. I'm sorry. I misunderstood what you meant. A in-game host is standing next to you.
Okay.
And then they give you the all right, go. And you walk out there. Then the PA, but I believe Charlie writes the script. And brother, Charlie wrote me a book. From the time I walked out, and I strolled. I didn't jog. I strolled out to the mound. I was going to savor this moment. Absolutely. Yes. And I go from the heavy stand, third base line. Jump over the line. Obviously, you're not going to touch the line like an insane person. Yep. So I walk out. I get up on the mound. The person's still talking. So I wave. I get set. They're still talking. And what's his name? Orphan Andrew is like, hey, hang on. Wait, hang on. I'll tell you when to go. It's like, oh my God. Like, salute to Charlie. Fit my whole resume in there. It was amazing.
Yeah.
But it wasn't bad. It was just not what I was expecting. I would have paced myself differently.
Okay. Kyle throws the pitch. And finally, Kyle Madsen up now.
right. No, seriously. I was expecting from ESPN 1320, Kyle Madsen hosts the Insiders 10 a.m. to noon every day.
Yeah.
What was it? I got like a staple of Sacramento sports radio for this long and hosted this show and there was something else in there that was just like, man, this is great.
Charlie, I know you're listening. I need all the bells and whistles.
All of them.
For who's going to be standing right there.
All of them.
I need all the stats.
Yeah, the YouTube numbers as well.
Oh man,
they were gonna put those in, but had to pull them at the last minute.
Don't piss me off, Kyle. Do not piss me off, Kyle.
Oh, come on.
He's like, get on YouTube. Oh, nope, never mind.
Now, I've already made the executive decision. I'm firing that thing in there. I don't care.
No, the hell.
Come on, that's insane. That's insane, brother.
Who does that?
No, you're getting there's flags all over the field.
That shouldn't be a flag because who does that?
No, you're gonna tell me what should and shouldn't be a flag in this league? No.
Who does that? That person needs to settle down. If that's how you get to it, jeez. But I'm firing that thing in there. Firing it in there. And I don't care what happens. I don't care if it goes to the backstop. I don't care if it goes down the first baseline. I'm not lobbing it up there.
No, don't strike. Don't hit the backstop.
Well, no, I'm not trying to, but I'm bringing the heat.
That's
the whole point. And I don't know. It might be Brandy Johnson in 93 All-Star.
Is that this Friday?
Yes.
Outstanding. So everybody get out to the River Cats game. Go support Kenny.
Yep.
And I'm sure you're going to be hanging out.
Oh, yeah. We're there all day.
People want to pull up and say what's up.
Right there, too. Yes.
Oh, outstanding. Yeah. The amount of people, by the way, when I was there on a 1320 night, where I'm sorry. It was KSFM. I was helping promotions.
Gotcha.
The amount of people that walked up and were like, I was listening on the way over here. I listen to the 5 o'clock mix every day. I was listening to the throwbacks. Oh, we were singing on the way over. Yeah, it's gonna be great. You're gonna have a great time. So go pull up and go hang out with Kenny at the River Cats game on Friday. But the key is, and I'm know yourself. And I know that you want to throw it the baseball. As fast as you can. You want that max velo.
Well,
but know yourself and find that balance between I'm not lobbing it. I'm giving it a throw, but also like it's going to get to the catcher.
Right now, that's where I'm at.
That's the key.
I'm not gonna need Tommy John after this. I'm not throwing it that fast, or even attempting to. But it's gonna be on the line.
Are you familiar with Hannibal Buress?
Yes, I'm familiar with him. Yes, I don't know all that stuff.
All right, so he has a joke about how he doesn't, and this is several years ago. This is probably 10 or 12 years ago that he made this joke, but he was saying like he's not that famous, but he's famous enough that a video of him getting his ass kicked on the internet will go viral. You're famous enough in this city that a video of you botching that first pitch would 100% go viral.
I'm gonna tell you right now, it might happen. I don't know. I can't predict it. I got pretty good control.
Are you good at Casey knocks out the camera person?
I play catch with Reese often. You know what I mean?
Oh, then you're good
on a line.
Do you ever throw from a mound?
I don't.
Okay, again, this is totally up to you.
Uh-huh.
Are you going to throw from the mound at the game?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Is Reese going to be there?
Yes.
Oh boy,
You can't bounce it. You can't
You
bounce it.
cannot.
No, we're not
son.
bouncing
you
nothing.
cannot bounce. it.
Yeah.
Well, unless I, throw it too hard into the
No,
ground.
that's what.
To
If
be
a
honest,
player,
you can't. You got to throw a strike. To be honest.
if a
Oh,
player
man,
is
pressure's on.
catching the pitch for you,
Yeah.
their only thing is like don't bounce it.
Mm.
Like that. Just do not make them have to make a play.
Mm.
So, so that's very key. I had that told to me by multiple people. They were like, "Hey, just don't bounce it."
Okay.
That's number one.
Okay.
The I can't remember the other thing I was gonna say. What did you say before? Oh, the mound. One, it's gonna be a little slippery.
Okay.
Two, it's much higher than you think it is. If you have an opportunity, I don't know if Reese has practice or whatever.
I
If they
practice
if
today
they have a
on
mound
Thursday, yeah.
where the field is,
Yeah.
get out and throw some off the mound just to get the sensation of throwing downhill.
Okay. I'm gonna do
Because
that.
it is different.
I'm gonna do that because I don't want to practice, but I'm gonna do it. I don't want to be. I don't want this to be.
You gotta let
foreign.
people know.
I'm here, man. I'm here. I had a softball game last night.
How'd that go?
Well, good. We won 1-for-3, 2 RBIs
Where do you play?
at Bartholomew out in Elk Grove.
In Elk Grove? If you ever need a guy, let me know.
Okay, it's not my team, but I'll let.
If
them
you
know.
guys ever need a person, let me know.
Oh, man.
It's about an hour away. I can play a little bit.
It was co-ed. It was co-ed. I'm
I
cool
can
with
play a
that,
little
too.
bit.
Well, we need to get a team together.
Let me know, man. Jesse can play. Joe can definitely play.
Jesse, you down to play?
Yeah, right now I am.
Well, that didn't sound too convincing.
Jesse's on a night-to-night basis. Hey, Jesse, games at 6. You playing?
I'm gonna be the guy. Hey, is Jesse showing up today? I don't know. We can talk to him.
I'll provide the Modelo's.
All right, I'm there. I guess.
these two young ladies, they got me a couple times though, because I was playing in, and it's the first time I played in a couple years.
Sure.
And my outlook as an outfielder, I play left field, center field, whatever. You're gonna have to show me.
Sure.
Hit it over my head.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see you do that.
And do
If
that
you
guy.
do,
Mhm.
then I'm adjust accordingly.
Mhm.
But you got to show me first. And these two ladies, they showed me. They got it over my head. I was playing super shallow.
Oh,
They got it.
that's
They got a
tough.
hold of it.
That's bad beat.
But after that, I mean, come on, Gold Glove was out. Gold Glove was out. I mean, there was probably after that moment, there was probably another 5-6 put outs. Easy work.
Did I see a 1-for-3 though?
Yeah, 1-for-3. They put the shift on me. I hit one to the warning track, and the guy was standing right there. Should have hit it over his head. Should have hit it over the fence. That's
Yeah,
my
I
bad.
don't know. Weight
That's
room.
my fault. That's my fault. That's
Yep.
that's how I look
Yeah,
at
it's
it. I
on
take
you.
accountability. I got to get
Yeah,
a better hitter.
Absolutely.
But I ain't got in the box, the batter's box.
Nope. Caught it. Flag.
Just a minute. Nope.
I hadn't been in the batter's box in
A false start.
about 2.5 years. So
Oh wow.
it took a little while.
It took
the time.
I know the first time I played slow pitch again. I haven't played since the pandemic actually,
Mm.
and I used to play a lot.
Mhm.
I know my first at bat. There might be a swing and miss,
Mhm.
or there's going to be I'm going to swing and be so far ahead of it that I'm going to hit it off the end of the bat
Mm.
and hit like a roller to first.
Yeah.
I know that's happening. Takes a minute to get that timing back.
It takes a second. Securing the Bagley. I put out a tweet yesterday saying that when I play softball, I really am like 93 Bonds. That's a fact. Securing the Bagley in the chat says KC mentioned Bonds MVP season and went 1-for-3. Barry Bonds batted 336 that year. I'm batting 333 right now. Get your mind right. Thank you.
Hold on.
Also, Barry Bonds did not have a 162 game hitting streak.
That's a fact.
We're not keeping stats. Are we in the softball league?
We can if you want to. I don't care.
Where's the 333 coming from?
1-for-3.
1-for-3.
That's
Oh,
easy.
I got you. Yeah.
I'm 333 right
No,
now.
I thought you were keeping season stats.
I will just because.
You have to. Here's the deal.
Keep the
If you're
You
gonna
need
do
to
that,
keep
if you're gonna
stats,
do
yeah.
that, I need you to be hyper vigilant on hit versus error.
Okay.
If you're gonna keep stats of yourself, you got to give the fielder a lot of benefit of the doubt.
What is cost like? What is inflation like? Barry Bonds 1993 336.
What, Kyle, you might
Oh,
know.
in
What
slow
should I-
pitch,
yeah,
you got to
what-
hit like 750.
Okay.
Easy work.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Whatever.
Cool. I don't know. I don't know about the home runs. I'm gonna try. He had 36 home runs that year. So the equivalent in softball would be
In how many games?
His game?
No, you.
Probably like 8 to 10.
I need 4 home runs.
Oh yeah, okay. And they're going over the fence because I can't run for a home run no more. I don't push myself hard enough to have an inside the park home.
Yeah.
While we're talking
No,
about
you're more that lateral quick.
Barry Bonds is legend. The guy hit 362 in 2004.
Good God. Was that when he had the 609 on base percentage?
Yeah, 609 on base percentage,
Gosh, bro.
1.422 OPS.
One is that the no? I don't think that's the year. One year he had 120 intentional walks.
Yeah,
How do you
intentional
have a-
walks.
How do you have a?
That was 2004 as well.
Oh,
That was
That's
all
why.
the same.
That's
year.
where the whole like steroids thing. I heard you and James get into this a little
Yeah,
bit.
James
earlier
would
today.
piss me off saying it doesn't count the last
Yeah,
7
you
years
were
of
mad.
Barry.
You
Go
were
take a
actually
lap.
mad.
Go take a lap.
You were actually mad.
I was.
The reason I used to do that, I don't anymore because there's so many guys you would then have to go like, oh well, these didn't count. But this last season, you could tell he was like, nah, man, just it. So I just punted all that.
for the last. Oh my bad. Go ahead.
The thing that gets me with the Bonds thing, and like, yes, was there some performance enhancing drug involved for sure.
Mhm.
The way he inflated was very much aided by something,
Mhm.
but the bat to ball skills and the bat speed he generated, the quick twitch to turn around an Eric Gagne fastball
Mm.
and pull it foul. Like there's certain baseball skills that, okay, maybe the home run numbers got way inflated, and because of that, the walk numbers and the on base numbers are all crazy inflated. Okay, that's fine. But you can't just take steroids and hit 73 home runs.
Right.
I guess it's just not how it works. There's a inherent greatness to what he did that allows me to go, okay, maybe 762 is inflated. Maybe he only would have hit 610. But like, come on.
Right.
Well, Barry's
What are we
home,
talking
home
about?
run numbers, they're not that.
Like,
73 is kind of insane.
Hold on,
He had
hold on,
one
hold on. He
crazy
did that. He did that once. It's not like he was hitting 73
Right.
every year. He didn't even top 50 other than that.
This is a argument. I don't know if it's an argument, but just a point that I tend to make.
Mm-hmm.
Barry, and once again, he took something. I'm not the
That's
clear
called
and the
steak
cream,
and potatoes, Kenny.
The clear and the cream that absolutely helps.
A lot of chicken, a lot of white rice.
The clear and the cream does something. You don't take it for no reason. Those are the drugs.
Nah,
Play on.
okay, hold
Play
on.
on.
I got it.
No,
Yeah.
play on. Play on.
Double tag. He's out.
He gave him a little tea.
They do, so you don't take them for no reason. But was Roger Maris on PEDs? Because he had one crazy season.
Nah, Roger Maris locked in because he was a country boy and he was playing in the city and he wanted to show the city slickers what's up.
That's what it is. That's
Also,
what
if
it
you didn't get
is.
suspended,
here's
it's all good.
Here's the thing is you talked about his home run totals. He hit 46 in that 93 season. That third
146
his
RBIs.
his third MVP season, by the way, in 1993.
Should have been his.
But then at age 35, he goes 49, 73, 46, 45, 45 from ages 36 to 39. That's where it's like, all right, that's kind of nuts.
Yeah, a little nuts. 73 is crazy. 73 is crazy.
A bananas ass number.
When you listen to, I'm not saying he would have just done it anyway, but when you listen to the way he talks about hitting,
Mhm.
he is like,
Oh, he's a lunatic.
yeah, his approach, what he sees, all this other stuff.
Yeah.
It's out of this world. And he's always felt that way.
Why not help my argument, given, what we've heard about this person as well. Shout out, legend, though. I mean, David Ortiz had 35, 37,
There goes this
38
guy.
home runs, like at 38, 39, 40 years
All
old.
right, man.
That's why you're pro
All right,
Bonds
man.
because you can't be pro Bonds and
What?
pro Ortiz and anti
I
Bonds.
can do whatever I want.
David Ortiz is the only steroid guy in the Hall of Fame because he was nice to the media.
Big Papi.
That's facts.
I
Big
never
Papi
saw,
That's
was-
fact.
never
That's a
saw him
wild
take
boy
steroids.
too. That's a wild boy. Didn't he get shot at?
He
Yes.
beat. Hey, you remember when he beat the hell out of the bullpen phone with a bat?
Yeah, I'm not
Talking about
gonna
roid
I'm not
rage.
gonna say the circumstances for why.
Mm.
Hey, don't do that. Don't do that.
You know who is, and I hate doing this because it's good. We're just having a conversation. Though.
Yeah, it's fine.
You know who is like kind of skirts under the radar with all this stuff? When you talk about Brady Anderson, that's
Hey.
what Dr. Davis said. Brady Anderson played basketball with him before. Good basketball player. Good athlete. Good guy. You know who skirts under the radar?
Ooh, I want to guess. Jeff Bagwell, Craig Biggio,
No.
Pudge Rodriguez,
No. Those
Juan
are good ones,
Gonzalez?
though.
Rafael
Who?
Palmeiro.
Who'd you say?
Juan Gonzalez?
No.
Salute to Juan Gonzalez.
Shout out Juan Gonzalez.
Luis Gonzalez.
Larry Walker?
Luis Gonzalez. What do you have? Who's
Whose
60
most
home
famous
run
hit is a
season?
bleeder over the shortstop.
It's the most blue brass hit you've ever seen.
He had a 60 home run season and like a 54 home run season. Man, what are you doing?
Hey, the Brady Anderson one. Hang on.
Brady
I'm sorry.
Anderson was
Hey,
crazy.
Brady Anderson. This is from 1992 through 2000. These are his home run totals. 21, 13, 12, 16, 50, 18, 18, 24, 19.
Come on, man.
My dog took the steroids, hit 50, and was like, it's too obvious. I don't want to be on him anymore.
Luis Gonzalez never had a year where he hit more than 31 home runs, and then 2001 gets here and he hits 57.
Oh, come on. All right, man. It was just the Bob Bank One ballpark. That's all it was. Just
And
the
you know
Bob.
what? Like I said, if you didn't get suspended, I don't know if Luis Gonzalez did. I don't think he ever did or whatever.
No, he goes under the radar.
Exactly.
Nobody
If you didn't get
Luis
suspended, you're all good. A-Rod got
That's because he's
suspended.
not a Hall of Famer or anything.
A-Rod got suspended, so he is bad.
Dang,
Gonzalez.
that's a great
A-Rod-
point.
I like A-Rod. I like A-Rod.
See, and
my
that's the
boy.
issue right there. That's why Bonds can't get into the Hall of Fame.
Well, you
my
can tell
boy
us
A-Rod.
you're a Timberwolves fan now.
He's a Yankee supporter.
No. I
Disgusting.
wouldn't say I'm a Yankees. Well, I want to see the Yankees
Hey,
win. If
Jeter-
they're not playing the Giants.
Jeter not letting A-Rod play short is one of the wildest things that's ever happened in baseball, and we don't talk about it nearly enough. Derek Jeter was not that good of a shortstop.
But that's
A-Rod
Jeter,
was
though.
way better.
Derek Jeter, no disrespect.
Oh, all disrespect.
Derek Jeter was nowhere near the talent of Alex Rodriguez.
Not even close. Derek Jeter's a legend. Okay,
He
I do this bit. Tongue
He's
in
a
cheek.
winning player.
Affects winning. Now, Derek Jeter's an all-time legend,
Yeah.
and what he did in the postseason and being the face of those really great Yankees teams matters.
Mhm.
Like flat out. Like forget all the. On the other hand, all this man, he's so great defensively. What were you?
Defensively, you take
A-Rod should have played short, and Jeter should have been the
That
third
catch
base.
where he fell into the stands too wasn't
The
even
most
that
fraudulent
cool. Yeah.
play that's ever happened in baseball
Pokey
history.
Reese had a better catch that night, that same game.
Mike Yastrzemski had a better catch this
Yes.
year.
Yes, exactly.
What are we talking
Jeter
about?
caught it, took 3 steps. Oh, let me jump into the
It's
stands.
like,
Yeah.
I get he couldn't stop himself, but all right, he caught it in the field of play, then took 4 steps and tumbled into the stands. Incredible play. Okay, not taking anything away from him because there's a lot of guys.
I am
who
taking
got-
something away.
There's a lot of guys who might have either not gotten there or pulled up short because they knew the wall was coming. Okay, that's fine. But the fact that that's on the all-time highlight reel of baseball defensive play, it's like, the flip play in Oakland was a way better
The
play
flip play is lit.
by a lot.
But that is
by a lot.
That's one of the
No,
great
that's
plays of all
iconic.
time.
That's iconic.
What are you doing there?
I'm over it.
What I'm asking Derek Jeter, what are you doing in that position? How did you get there?
That's
How did
another
you
thing.
know?
So all the dude had to do was slide, and we're like, oh wow, Jeter was in the same. Who cares? If he would have slid, it would have been fine.
No, stop.
Hey, first of all,
Derek Jeter.
R.I.P. Jeremy.
Iconic bonus.
R.I.P. Jeremy G.
For real, for real?
Oh yeah, he's been dead.
Damn, man.
Him and Flipside just up there.
Damn. He's watching Flipside.
Oh, for sure. When Jeremy G.
Flipside
That was
coming back.
2022.
I didn't even. I think I do remember that now that you mentioned it, but it didn't register with me. Flipside coming back this year too, by the way.
Did you figure out how?
Yeah, Flipside coming back.
Nice.
We're gonna have a good time. You know, when Flipside's around, Niners usually win about 12 games. So yeah, I'm gonna do my part. Yeah, I'm gonna do my part this year.
I've got to change all my preseason analysis then.
That's what I'm saying. Take the over. Take the over.
The other one, my dad just reached out and nail on the head with this.
Another overrated Jeter play?
No, we're gonna talk about Sammy Sosa real quick.
Oh wow, okay.
We're gonna go
anywhere right here.
We're gonna go 93 through 2003.
Oof.
No, check that. 93 through 2004.
This is gonna get ugly in Texas.
You know what? I'm gonna back this up. We're gonna go 90 through 2004. 15, 10, 8, 33, 25, 36, 40, 36, 66, 63, 50, 64, 49, 40, 35.
Now, here's the other crazy thing about Sammy Sosa. The only time I remember somebody Bat explodes, cork all in the infield.
All in the infield.
Just all over the
Looked
infield.
like a wine bar.
He said, I don't know. I don't know. And
That's my
then-
batting practice bat.
That's exactly what he said.
All right, brother.
My batting practice back. And then he sends one of the Cubs showrunners to go through the air conditioning vent to try and take the bat from the umpire's office. Did you hear about that one? So they take the bat.
You could tell me anything about Sammy Sosa, and I believe it.
They take the bat. The umpires put it in the umpire room. And I think the story was the guy fell through the vent or something like that, allegedly trying to get it out of the umpire's room.
Dang.
Come on, man.
That's a bad beat.
I think what I think happened is I think they took all his bats and put them in the umpire's room, because obviously the one that was there was already busted.
Right.
And I think they took all his bats and put them in the umpire room, and they sent somebody through the air conditioning in Wrigley Field. Who knows how many rats and rodents are
air
in there.
conditioning been there since 1910.
And the guy fell through the vent trying to get the bats. Crazy. Yeah, shout out Sammy Sosa.
He saved baseball.
Well,
Sammy Sosa, Mark McGwire.
hey man.
That's the other thing. That's the other reason I have a hard time docking Barry Bonds for the steroid thing.
Huh.
If not for steroids, Major League Baseball might not exist right now.
Well, after
That's
what they plan on
exaggerating,
doing,
but-
they might not exist.
Oh,
I don't like that.
what are they planning on doing?
I don't know. Have we talked too much baseball already? Because this is not what we do here.
Brother, it is August 19th.
I don't know. Well, he don't know.
Yeah, you're not in on the bit. I'll tell you.
Yeah, we don't, that's not what we do here. We better check ourselves before.
All right, cool. Hey, let's talk Roman Reigns next on ESPN 1320.
Good stuff. Good stuff. They don't know what they're talking about. They don't even talk about baseball.
That's wild. He said that on air?
Mhm.
Man.
Unsolicited, out of nowhere.
Well, hey. Nah, never mind. Keep it to myself.
Text it.
That's Matt George's coworker, all right?
To be fair, too, since we're just playing this game, David Ortiz hit around 30 to 35 home runs in his career on average. 2005 or 2004 hits 41, 2005 hits 47, 2006 hits 54.
How many did he hit with the Twins?
Hey, people don't remember. David Ortiz at the Twins.
He never got like enough at bats for it to matter. He got 51 plate appearances,
You could-
97, 326, 98, and then got traded.
You could see the outline of it in 2000, though. 130 games, 478 plate appearances. He only had 10 homers, but he had 36 doubles.
No, I joke around. David Ortiz is one of the greats.
One of the greatest.
Oh yeah,
pitchers
no,
and
for sure.
hitters
A lot of my anti-player takes are more just like
Yeah, we just having a good time.
like there's so many. Do you know? I can't prove.
He went 12 of 16 in the World Series in 2013.
My God, dude,
Dude.
that's ridiculous.
Goodness gracious.
12 of 16 in any set of
Goodness
games is ridiculous.
gracious.
But in the World Series, that's I can't. I'm sure there are people who will argue with me. I say that this guy is clean because of who he is and the way he did it. Albert Pujols was ridiculous.
No, I think he's fine.
21 years old in 2001, hits 37 bombs, bats 329 with a 403 on base, 47 doubles, fourth in the MVP voting and rookie of the year as a 21-year-old.
Mm.
Then his home run totals 34, 43, 46, 41, 49, 32, 37, 47, 42, 37, 30, 17, 28, 40, 31, 23, 19, 23.
Albert Pujols is the truth.
703 homers. Man.
He's the truth.
I'm not a machine. I'm just Albert.
It's a great pull. But the thing that impresses me with Pujols, and the reason I don't think he was a steroid guy, is all these doubles numbers: 47, 40, 51, 51, 38, 33, 38, 44, 45, 39. Like, you ever watch Albert Pujols take BP? It's just lasers,
No,
just
that's what he
all over the
does.
field, man.
That's just what he does,
Yep.
and that's what he did
Yep.
from the moment he stepped into the big leagues.
Yep.
We will not be discussing this thief. All right. Norm says, "What's Panda doing 12 World Series?" And that's what who cares about? He's a thief. He stole money.
Show some respect.
Pablo Sandoval is a thief.
Show some respect to
Allegedly.
the Kung Fu Panda.
Hey, how much time we got?
A minute.
That's enough.
Show some respect to the Kung Fu Panda. Show some respect.
No. He came to Boston, stole money, broke a belt, and then left.
Somebody asked Steven, Friday night at the River Cats game. Get your tickets now. Boy, KC throwing out the first pitch. Come on, man. Get that VIP. You know what I mean? Shout out Johnny G, who I think he's tied. No, he's in second place in the Run Your Game League. Second place.
So I had to go tap into Locked On Giants and get some content.
Lotus Prime, I get that. Yeah, no doubt. You turned into a 2-pack of ass when you got to the Red Sox.
Oh, man.
I'm going to introduce you to I have a snack food in my locker that I'm going to share with you today, and it's going to become one of your new favorite snacks.
Oh, well, that was great news. I wasn't even prepared for.
Kyle, when he recommends a snack, usually doesn't let you down.
Yeah.
Shout out to my man Kyle, man. We just got a text. Sorry.
Oh,
because
I did not get a text.
About 40 minutes ago, maybe, Jake Gadon texted me and said, "You're right, Kenny. We were talking about the teleprompter."
Mm-hmm. Oh, I also got a text. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So
Jake told me that he does it with his eyes closed.
So, I mean, what are we doing here?
What are you talking about?
First of all,
we're talking about teleprompters.
No,
I said he could. I said that Jake is such a pro that he could probably do it with his eyes closed.
Oh my goodness, this is
and
crazy.
he confirmed that that's what he does.
I need an investigation on the officiating here. I need an investigation. This is ridiculous. Also,
what?
Yeah, well, no, yeah, he does it with his eyes closed, no flash.
Yeah, we're talking about teleprompters.
Yeah,
what are you talking about?
Okay, no, okay, yeah, but I can't say I'm gonna fire it in there.
That's insane. You just did it again.
What are you
just
doing?
fading the ref.
Yeah, what are you doing, man? Some people.
Jake just texted me and he told both of you two, because it wasn't me.
Oh,
he said both of you two.
Us?
You better stop with the Derek Jeter slander.
Oh, next time Jake's on, we can talk about Mickey Mantle.
Well, what the hell did the Mick
What do you got against Mickey Mantle?
Nothing. It's just that's the last time the Yankees were ever really truly notable and stuff.
That's crazy.
What?
Well, as far as I've been born, like they got 09, but everything else, like 26 rings is all before that, correct?
What are you talking?
Fam, they won like 3 in a row.
Yeah, they were awesome in the late 90s, early 2000s.
That's great, Grandpa. Awesome.
All right, man.
Can you go back to sleep now?
All right, hey,
the Red Sox game's on. They're about
you know what? This is why we don't talk baseball on this show.
You got the number, Jake. Because I'm not gonna let this man. I'm not gonna let this man disrespect.
What am I disrespecting? All I've done is tell the truth.
This ain't even my team.
Oh, all I've done is tell the truth.
It's not even my team. Oh, show some respect.
No, they won it last year though, right?
No, they didn't.
Damn, dude. I don't even like the Yankees.
Hold on, he's here.
Oh, he's here?
He's here.
Oh, yeah, let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
There is no good. You got it. Jesse Tapia, stop it right now. All right? Are you kidding me? Mickey Mantle's the last time the Yankees were actually decent.
Who played in the 90s then? That was like, what, 30 years ago?
Bernie Williams, Jorge Posada?
Andy Pettit?
No, that's Cap.
Paul O'Neill?
Scott
Brocious?
Daryl Strawberry.
A couple things, okay?
Chuck
Knobloch? Baseball team in the 90s, all right?
Tino Martinez?
So, my friend used to love
Sorry, go ahead, Jake. We're just naming guys.
Name a more dominant team in the 90s and early 2000s, all right? Yes, the Yankees haven't won since 09. I get it, all right? Make fun of Aaron Judge dropping the ball in center field last year. Go for it, all right? But when I have 27 rings to the organization's name, you take your Derek Jeter slander and throw it in the Sacramento River, all right? I'm done, all right? Derek Jeter is like my idol. I grew up idolizing this man. Do you know how many people in New York, literally like kids that are from like 8 to 12 years old when Derek Jeter was playing, would practice the backhand throw at shortstop? I did it every Little League practice.
Now they're all going to collect Social Security.
Jake,
you need to stop.
Jake, did you work on the jump throw from the hole?
Yeah, that's what he's talking about.
The whole thing.
Yeah.
Trying to throw from the hole and everything.
Hey, Jake, what my argument is. Also, by the way, I love that Jake is just full East Coast right now.
Oh yeah,
This is amazing. This is my favorite thing
this
that's
is
ever
Jake-
happened
this
on
is
the
Jake
radio.
I'm not even
Connecticut.
Derek Jeter was great when I was 4. I'm not even disagreeing. The 25 years ago, he was great.
That's
What are
more
you talking
disrespect.
about? I was listening to you guys 10 minutes ago. You were saying Derek Jeter was as bad as Alex Rodriguez was better than Derek Jeter.
Well, Alex Rodriguez.
I mean,
Hold on. Jake, actually, you go run back that tape. I actually was
on.
on Jeter's side there. They said that he should have
I
given up
said,
the
Jake,
position.
to be fair, I think that a lot of the jump throw stuff happened because Derek Jeter didn't have the range necessary to make the play
Good point.
like a normal person.
Alex never
But
had to
I
do
thought Alex Rodriguez would have been a more effective shortstop, and Derek Jeter would have been a really good third baseman had they chosen to do that. That's all.
I think if you look at it again, I think Derek Jeter was a better second baseman than a shortstop, just because of the arm issues. But he had the range. He worked on his fielding. That was the biggest knock he had. But he was one of the most clutch hitters you could ever have.
No doubt.
Like
Sure.
literally
Without
at the
question.
top of the lineup.
Without question.
ice in his veins.
I have no doubt about
All I'll say is this, guys. When Derek Jeter hit the walk-off hit in his final game as a Yankee,
Incredible.
I cried, wept
Love that.
as a young man. All right,
it. Love
do
that.
not give me the Derek Jeter slander.
That was a fantastic moment, and also young Jesse. And here I am supporting
This is
the
wild.
Yankees, but he talks about Mickey Mantle. I'm sorry, how many championships did they win in the 70s?
I don't remember. It was a
Reggie
long time ago.
Jackson.
That's my point. That's my
Ron
whole point.
Guidry,
That's my whole point.
What's the guy's name?
Greg Nettles,
The captain. Jake, what's the
Derek
captain's
Jeter.
name? No, he was previously the captain.
Thurman Munson.
Thurman Munson.
R.I.P.
Good
Thurman
knowledge.
Munson.
You should write a history book on it.
See, more disrespect.
R.I.P. to Thurman. R.I.P. All
R.I.P..
right.
Yep.
I just can't. Okay, you fired me up, guys. Between that and the teleprompter conversation an hour ago, whew, you got me worked up.
Oh, Jake. Okay, do you control your own teleprompter?
Oh yeah, we do it with our foot every single day. So like it's under the desk, and we push it with our foot. It's just like driving a car. And yes, you do have to not get a license for it, but like there is some training involved with it.
For sure. Awesome.
So and we can push through scripts at a fast pace, a slow pace, whatever it may be. We write our own stuff, and yes, I can do it with my eyes closed.
Oh, well, okay. He can do it with his eyes
Come on.
closed. I mean, sometimes people
Come on,
prefer it that
legend.
way. That's fine. Jake, he's the GOAT. I learned by watching the GOAT, Jake Gadon. That's how I
Absolutely.
learned that.
If I listen to one more New York Yankees slander, I am never calling into the show ever again. All right?
We'll be nice, Jake. Don't worry.
Yeah, Jeets!
I'll call AS and be on his show every single day. All right, that's where we're at.
Oh, that's
right.
what we do.
Locked on Yankees?
Okay.
Oh, man. Jake, man, we always love hearing from you, big dog.
Salute, Jake.
I love you guys. Great chopping it up. Have a
You're
great
best.
show.
Shout out Jake Collin.
Hey, he turned into a full New York sports radio caller. That was
Oh, no,
awesome.
that was
yeah.
WFAN.
That was
We got
awesome.
him.
That was WFAN for sure.
That was real New York radio right there.
That was the best.
Oh, man. Yeah,
I think I won that.
No, you didn't. You didn't win that. So here's the interesting thing. Check this out. Here's the funny thing. I don't do it as much now because they ended up winning, so I kind of lost it. But just work with me a little bit. Back in the 2010s or so, we're going, back 2010, something like that, when the Dodgers would blow it, the series, the playoffs all the time.
Oh, you mean every year until 2024?
Every year, right? And I would always laugh at them. And
Sorry, in 2020.
No, don't. You're fine. You said it right the first time.
I love Summer League.
At AAU,
Summer Bowl was my favorite.
That AAU tournament they had, it's not the same. But I would always just make fun of them. Like, you guys always, lose and all this other stuff. Ironically, big 49ers fan, obviously.
Yikes.
It could be about the same situation for the Niners. Somebody was talking about the Niners.
Hi, Jesse over here in the studio one. Celtics fan over here.
So that's what I was going to say. Oh, let's talk to Jesse. Talks about the Yankees at 27 this, 27 that. There's a lot of black and white
A little bit of
in the
gray
footage
code.
for the Celtics championship. And they talk about their
Jason Tatum
franchise.
didn't drop a fly ball and against the Mavericks, did he? No, we got ours. He
dropped one against the Warriors,
but we still got ours.
I don't know if he dropped one against the Warriors as much as Steph just kept hitting the ball.
He didn't drop one. Andrew Wiggins just didn't let him.
He got locked up.
Yeah, but by Andrew Wiggins, who is elite.
Okay, Tatum is elite. Tatum.
Just-
Hey, we're
just-
talking about the
big
Yankees and their
Yeah,
issues, okay?
But that's what I'm saying. Jesse in the same boat that I was at one point in time. You talking crazy about the Yankees championships. And like I said,
Hey,
a lot of the footage for them Celtics
we
was a lot of black and white.
yeah, we got off that boat last year.
I will say just bring it back to the 2022 finals if we can.
Yes, go ahead. You just
That's cool.
Go ahead.
Okay, cool.
I got a
No,
question for you when we come back to it.
underrated wild thing that happened in those finals that helped Golden State win. Outside of one was Otto Porter being healthy all year and just being really good and an effective 5 in the playoffs. But Klay Thompson, some point at the end of Game 5, just turned it on defensively. He had been really, really rough on that end of the floor all year, and then with like 4 minutes left to go in Game 5, just turned into a lockdown defender. That was crazy.
Steph Curry and that team also saved Draymond Green from a generational ass whipping on Twitter.
Correct.
He was.
Yep.
He was
His own-
fluid.
Not even jokes. His own mother was like on Twitter, I don't know what's wrong with him.
Yeah, he was ass.
He was like doing the podcast. Like, I just it's gone too far. Some of it's gone too far.
Oh, Boston
My-
got
hey,
his head.
My
Yeah,
my favorite part was him being like, I took myself out. I came to that conclusion. Like, all right, man.
I got 2 questions for you. This is off the beaten path because we want to talk 49ers.
Yeah.
We got Trysta Krick coming at 2:00. We've got Jason Jones at 3:20. I want to talk about this baseball stuff too. There's a lot of things we got to talk about, but I got Kyle Matson here for 4 hours, and there is 2 things that I want to ask him when we return on D-Lo and KC here on ESPN 1320.
Shout out Jake Gadon. That was good shit.
That was awesome.
Hilarious. Ooh.
This is like the trifecta of worst fan out there too, by the way.
Yeah. As a Giants fan, I'm not comfortable with Dodger 49er fan. I'm not comfortable with that person. That's tough.
Yeah.
That's tough because you with the squad, but I don't rock with you at all. What's the equivalent of that for you? Is that Red Sox Patriot fan?
I guess, yeah.
But I don't even know if Dolphins Patriots runs as deep as Giants Dodgers, huh?
No.
Let's see. So for you, it would be Yankees Celtics fan.
Yeah, that's gross. I don't even think I've ever heard of that.
He said, I'm going to call AS.
He sounds like, what is that? And then I put 2 and 2 together. I thought he was talking like the FCC or something like that. It really got to a point with like the last 20 years with Brady where I stopped hating the Patriots and Tom Brady. It's like, it's not even his fault. My team sucks. The Josh Allen stuff is kind of frustrating, but he's good too.
Oh my gosh, who said this? Aldrin. Oops, I almost put him in timeout on accident. Stop it.
All right, Aldrin, you asked earlier if I hate Jacoby Ellsbury or Pablo Sandoval. What's Sandoval? Ellsbury I have no issues with. He's a spy. He went to the Yankees and stole money. He was great for us. Johnny Damon would be the one I feel probably worse about.
I'm down. Not necessarily, but I'm down to try. Don't pour a little kick, but it ain't nothing too serious.
Do you got a player that?
Yeah, that's good.
Do you got a player that kind of broke your heart that was on your favorite team, might have went to a rival?
If if I'm really thinking about this, I know I can find somebody.
What are we talking about?
Favorite players, like your favorite teams that went to rivals and stuff like that. Like we were talking about Johnny Damon going to the Yankees, Ellsbury, stuff like that.
Jerry Rice becoming a Raider was tough.
That was tough. Yeah, that was tough.
Like I think my dad says Wade Boggs went to the Yankees. So maybe
that's a bad
Clemens.
one.
He wasn't my favorite player, but I actually liked him when he was with the Giants. Jeff Kent going to the Dodgers wasn't cool. I wasn't feeling that. But he wasn't my favorite player. Like I wasn't like really upset.
And Jason Schmidt do the same thing?
He did. I like Jason Smith. I do.
He was good.
He was really good for
A good
about
player.
2 seasons.
Hey, can I real quick?
Absolutely.
Hey, everyone. It's Sports Talk. We'll just do Sports Talk on ESPN 1320. It's presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Love it. Good stuff.
We've hit the time of year where I'm getting excited for football.
Yeah.
Everything that I feel like I've been perfectly rational with my team all summer. Just they're probably not going to be. They'll be 8 wins, whatever. Mike McDaniel probably get fired. Blah blah blah. Now I'm at the point where the weather's a little cool when I walk outside in the morning. It's like feels like football. It's like maybe they'll win 10 games. I don't know. I'm getting to the irrational part where it's like I'm ready for football season.
I was going to say my favorite part of the calendar is that crossover where there's football on, there's college football on, there's pro football on. We got baseball playoffs, and then also it's hoodie season. That doesn't apply to Jesse, though, because
really
hoodie
doesn't.
season is 365.
365. On Friday, it'll be hoodie season.
101. Got a hoodie on.
Maybe not that day.
That'll be the white tee day.
Yeah. And see, I'm more of a college football guy than you. College football, I don't want to.
I like college football. I'm just not like.
I'm hyped. Week 0, LSU versus the Citadel. Let's go.
Oh,
Week 0,
but
don't do that. Don't do that.
I always say
some
Kansas State. I'm locking in. Like that's gonna be fun.
I'm locking in.
There's 3 top 10 matchups. What is it? Week 0 or week 1 for college football?
It might be week 1 because week 1 is like
Texas and
Ohio
State.
It's 9 a.m. Like that's how we start.
Right. So I'm waking up for that. When I worked at the company I worked for, it's now defunct. Stretch Internet, RIP. When I worked down there in Arizona,
Stretch Internet.
Saturdays. Yep.
What?
Saturdays.
What?
Saturday. That's the name of the company. I didn't name it. Okay. I didn't name the company. All right.
Wonder why they went out of business.
I didn't name it because I left. No, but we did like video. I was a tech support basically for people who did live stream videos. So we had a lot of college sports, like a lot of small schools would stream their games through us. And if they had a problem with their video, their audio, their setup, whatever, they would call us and we'd help them out. That was our whole selling point, is this customer service aspect. And so Saturdays were very hectic, and you had to work. Nobody got Saturdays off. I would aim to have the 6 a.m. shift on Saturday. 1, because there's not a lot going on. But 2, even in Arizona, you get, especially in the fall and winter, it's a little crispy in the morning when you wake up. You get a coffee when you get to work. You got game day on the TV. Not a lot going on. So for the first 2 hours or so I was at work, I'm sipping coffee watching game day.
That's all good.
It was the best.
That is all
the
good.
best.
I never really got a chance to watch game day like that because I never got up that early on a Saturday. But now, since I've had kids, it's particularly my second one, she gets up. She got up at like 5:45 this morning. Yeah. But I'm kind of sad I missed the game day era the way it was. Now you watch it, I still watch it. It's good, but back then it was special.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's good stuff. I love what they do right now. With Pat McAfee getting the students to kick the field goal.
That's awesome.
Cool.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
That was one of the best parts of last season.
The guy at Cal made it, right?
Yeah.
Well, and Pat McAfee getting the crowd amped up with the Bear Territory chant.
Yeah.
Dude, that's
that was probably the most
movie.
memorable game day moment from last year.
Yeah,
just the whole day at Cal.
So. Yeah, that was fire because it was dark outside when they started. And they're not used to that, right?
And that was the Cal-Miami game too, right? Yeah. And that game was electric.
It was.
Yeah.
And I've pledged, I told Coach Marion, I've told my man CJ over there as well. I will be The Michael Irvin of Sac State with, to get me on the field pass. Oh yeah, I'm gonna be the Michael
You
Irvin.
need to get on the
You're
field
gonna
like
be
Michael Irvin.
hella sweaty
Yeah.
and be on all fours on the
Yeah, you're
sideline.
gonna be Michael Irvin.
mean-
Mike, get up. What are you doing?
Wasn't he on his stomach at one point too?
He was pretty down.
Brother,
low, bro.
he
He was low.
He did all the poses.
He was low. His belly was touching grass at one
Yeah,
point.
that was.
I told him I'm gonna be the Michael Irvin of Sac State, man. I'm there. We gonna.
Do you have a dealer already, or you got to find somebody still?
I haven't thought.
If you're gonna commit to the bid,
I haven't thought that far ahead.
You got a Miami guy?
I haven't thought that far ahead. But
Mike, why are you sweating so much?
I'm excited. I'm excited to go to I'm gonna go to a Sac State game as a fan this year. It'll be the first time I've ever done that.
Really?
Yeah.
You didn't go when you were attending?
I was calling games, dog.
Oh, man.
I don't think I've been as a fan either.
Yeah, I went to
Since I graduated.
the playoff game against was it Incarnate Word
Oh yeah, one they lost.
a couple years ago? Yeah.
Yeah, I was there at that game. That was
tough.
tough.
That was tough.
That was a great game.
Yeah. But yeah, so I was there. No, that was not the one. You're talking about the one they lost
Like 54-48 or something.
Yeah, no, I'm not talking about that one. I'm talking about a different one. I think it was the first round. I think it was the year before.
Gotcha.
And they lost. But even that I was in the press box for it.
It's a good time out.
So I wanna go to a game this year where it's like Saturday night. I'm gonna get after it a little bit and go enjoy myself.
It's a really good time out. They also
We're gonna take a family trip.
we should.
All right, I'm searching their schedule right now.
Oh yeah, the first home game of the season, September 13th. I plan on being there. That one's going to get a little dicey for how long I'm going to stay because that's the same night as Canelo and Terrence Crawford.
So you're already divesting, moving away from the Michael Irvin bit. Michael Irvin would never leave the sideline to go watch boxing.
That one's different. This fight.
It's also a school called Mercyhurst.
Yeah, they're gonna destroy.
They don't even have a logo on Google.
No, they're gonna destroy these guys. But they have 3 straight home games, starting on the 13th of September. 3 straight weeks they're at home.
Mercyhurst, Central Arkansas, and Cal Poly. That Cal Poly game might be the one. Yeah. Nope. I'm not in the continental United States that day.
Waller, the good. Wait a minute, is this true? Brandon Meltzer in the chatty house says the Montana game is King's opening night. I think that's the same. That's the ESPN game. That's a Friday night game. Are you for Sac State? Are you kidding me? I had planned on being there. I don't know where I'm gonna be.
I'm gonna play it by ear on how good Sac State is, because that could be a huge game.
Yeah.
If that could be, if Sac State's as good as I think Sac State's gonna be.
Right.
That could be a massive, massive game where it's like, hey, man, the Kings are going to have 40 more of these.
They play the Kings play the Lakers on that Sunday, too. Sunday night.
Yeah, was it Kings Jazz?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in there for Sac State, Montana. I'm sorry.
I think so, too. I'm trying to.
October 24th?
I might. I don't know. That one's going to be tough because some things I'm trying to do. I'm trying to finagle some stuff. For a Friday night Kings game. So, I don't know. Well, we'll see.
Hey, you suck at being Michael Irvin.
I think they both start at 7:30. I could do what I need to do, and then I could shoot to
slide through about 4 or 5 minutes.
Yeah, maybe so. I mean, what I'm trying to do is before the game anyway. So I might just do that and then slide to Sac State. I might get to Sac State middle of the first quarter, something like that. Might do it that way. Yeah. Damn, that's tough.
That's gonna be a good.
That is tough. You're right though. If that's like for the lead in the Big Sky,
which it very well might be.
I think Montana,
that might be a scene too.
Montana might be predicted to. I can't remember if it's Montana or Montana State is predicted to win the Big Sky this year. I think it's Montana. I believe it's Montana. So yeah, if you're playing the top dogs or what people think are going to be the top dogs for a spot,
Montana State is the
State's
favorite.
UC
Davis. This is in the Big Sky preseason coaches poll. Montana State 1, UC Davis 2, Montana 3. Sac State all the way down to 6.
No, they was hating, bro. They was saying they mad at my boy Coach Mary. They mad. They mad at Dr. Luke Wood. Boy, they have a guy. I forgot exactly who it is, but I think the running back. I believe it's the guy that came from Pitt. He is a FCS preseason All-American. but not a Big Sky preseason All-American. That's how mad they are at Sac State. The whole damn FCS like, yo, this dude, he about to be the truth. Big Sky was like, no, matter of fact, I think this is a quote. Somebody was like, well, he hasn't played in the Big Sky yet, so we'll see. We'll see how it works out. All right. ACC, Big Sky, same. Yeah, all right, cool. Yeah, they mad.
All right,
They're
man.
so mad.
That's crazy.
At Sac State. So I take that that number 6 preseason ranking with a grain of salt. But what we were originally saying is I'm really excited for college football. My boy Joel Klatt, I've been watching his videos, his podcast breakdowns. I don't want to say I like it more than NFL because that's not necessarily the case, but I love me some college football. I cannot wait for the start of college football. Cannot wait.
That's going to be great.
Yeah, it's good.
I think it's going to be this feels like one of those seasons where going into it, there's a lot of really good teams, but probably half a dozen that could win the Natty.
Yeah.
And that's way more fun than like, can anyone beat Alabama?
Right.
Is anyone going to beat this LSU team? Like that's that. I'm out on that.
Right. They've done college football has done a pretty good job of moving away from that era as of late. I mean, you've got off the top of my head, you've got Ohio State, Texas, Penn State, who's number 2 in the nation. Obviously Alabama's still there. You've got Clemson, who's still there. You got about
Penn State might be good.
Penn State, they might be in the finals. You've got Oregon, who's really good again. There's, like you said, half a dozen, 6 to 10 teams that legit could say we can win a national championship. Georgia's always there as well. So it's going to be dope. It's going to be real dope. This is a big week 0 college football this week. So you got one relatively cool game, but then you got UC Davis is playing Mercer. That's going to be on ESPN. That's going to be dope. Fresno State is going to Kansas. That's going to be a cool game too. I like watching Fresno State play. But you also got opening weekend for high school football. Grant Folsom this Saturday night.
That's going to be electric.
At Grant. Man, I'm trying to get there. We'll see what happens. Trying to get there, man. But to Jesse's original point, football is here. Football is
here.
back. There's some football things I want to ask you, but I don't want to leave the 2 questions I was going to ask you.
Okay, great.
Basketball related.
Okay.
I'm trying to make sure I remember the second one. Oh, no, I do remember the second
one. Okay,
All
perfect.
Right.
Thank God.
First one. Are you scarred as a Warriors fan?
Yeah.
Because I hear people talking about it. Are you scarred by 2016? And how deep is that scar?
What do you mean scarred?
Like, I hear people, Warriors fans, and I look at this like I would love to have your problems, not like trying to open up an old wound.
Yeah.
But they're like, man, 2016 still hurts. I'm like, still hurts? You won?
No, it does.
You won 3 more.
No, it does. But that doesn't take away. It helps a little.
The 3 more.
Yeah, but still, like so I'm into the K-pop thing. Zero Base One is a K-pop group that just had a song come out called Slam Dunk. The very beginning of that song is the Mike Breen audio of Curry to Iguodala, or Iguodala to Curry, back to Iguodala, blocked by James. And I was like, nope, done with that song. Haven't listened to it. I have no idea what the new ZB1 track sounds like because that's how it starts. So no, but it's not like, if that game was on right now, I'd be like, all right, we're turning that off.
Oh man. And look, so
but I'm not one of those people that's like, LeBron's actually not good. No,
right.
LeBron was amazing. Kyrie's amazing.
Yeah.
That was an unbelievable basketball moment. Like that, the block is a top 5 play in NBA history.
Yeah.
The Kyrie shot is arguably the biggest shot in NBA history. Like I don't hold like any against anybody, but it's like I'm not gonna be like, wow, I love that series.
Those moments are also like isolated too, because like Aaron Boone hit that home run in 2003, and like the Red Sox did their thing after that. But it's like you always remember that feeling when you just hit the home run.
Yeah.
The analogy that I like to use, because Kyle Renata is correct in the chatty house. He says Giants won 3 World Series with 2002.
Yeah, that's facts.
And he's 100% correct. I say all the time, if you get a cut and you need stitches,
Mm-hmm.
you get the stitches and everything heals.
Mm-hmm.
But the scar is always there.
Yeah.
Scars, and that's
It's
what
never
that
going to
is.
go.
Like,
Yeah.
the
It's
scar
not.
is always there.
There's never going to be like, yeah, it's just that it's not like it's not, I hate basketball now. It's not, I hate LeBron or the Cavs. Like, no, the thing that it also is worse in the internet era because you have to sustain the loss, which sucks. But then also for 6 months, I couldn't go on social media because it's just reminder. And rightfully so.
Yeah.
They were down 3-1 in the finals and won the finals. That's unbelievable.
Yeah.
People should freak out about it. Like, I don't want to watch it. I don't care about that. Like, can I say, hey, here's that game 7. Okay.
Uh-huh.
There was a moment during the game 7. There was a timeout late in the game where I'm sitting on my couch. I'm by myself in Arizona because I tried to watch game 5 in public and game 6 in public, but living in Arizona, everyone wanted the Warriors to lose.
Yeah.
So it was not a fun experience for me because they got smoked in game 5 and 6.
Yeah.
So I'm sitting at home by myself, and there was a timeout during the game where I'm like, this is peak sports. The energy I'm feeling right now, I will probably never feel again at this level.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Niners being in the Super Bowl is one thing, but I got media responsibilities with them, so it's not quite the same. Whereas I wasn't doing any media. I was working for the video streaming company at this point. I had no media ties. I had nothing. I was just amped. I was just fanboy all the way out. And I did take a moment. I'm like, I appreciate that sports allows me to feel this because this is just an energy that just doesn't like it. Doesn't.
The people who aren't sports fans, you don't get to experience this.
Yeah,
you know
yeah.
It's something that I take pride in being able to.
Yeah, absolutely. And it comes with a lot of hurt, but but really, like, it hurts. But to what, like, my family's still healthy. Like, I still got a job. I got food in my fridge and a roof over my head. Like, it's not that bad.
Right.
This is the worst thing that happens in my life this week.
Right.
I'm good.
Right.
Like, I've learned that as I've gotten older. But with that, I'm gonna spoil the show Orange is the New Black here. So if
I
you're
actually watch that show, sir. I actually watch it. I haven't gone back to it in about 2 years, but I was watching the show.
okay, well then mute me.
I'm messing up.
That's better than what I did one time. I was like, yeah, I got a spoiler, and just immediately spoiled it right after.
No, so I have to be very specific because if I try and be vague, it's not gonna.
No,
So I have to be very specific. So if you don't want an Orange is the New Black spoiler from 2016, mute us for 30 seconds, I guess.
For a second.
But okay, so that game ends 3, 2, 1, mute for 60 seconds. So game ends. I turn off my phone. I'm laying down in the dark in my apartment, and I'm like, God, that sucks. This sucks. I don't want to do anything. This is awful. I gotta go work with a Cavs fan tomorrow. I text my boss before I turn my phone off. I was like, can I call out tomorrow? And he's like, no, you gotta be in. I was like, damn. So I'm laying there probably for like half an hour. That's exaggerating. It's probably like 10 minutes. Laying there for 10 minutes in the dark. She's like, all right, I need to get my mind off of this. I'm going to turn on Orange is the New Black. I turn on Orange is the New Black. The episode I happen to be on is the one where Poussey dies.
Okay. I can't remember who Poussey is, so it's good. Don't explain. No, it's good.
Okay. Well, the way she dies in the show is just awful.
Oh.
It is some of the most gut-wrenching TV I've ever watched. And it's like that episode ends. I'm like, what do I do today? Golly, like this is a show that's been, it's had its moments, but it's mostly like light. It's like like fun and like interesting. And so I'm like, okay, this will take. And then that happens. Like, my God,
that was
I can't get away. Just a bad day. I went to Target. I got in my car, drove in silence to Target, and I just walked around Target. Like, nobody here will be talking about the finals. Can I just get? God.
Yeah. Was that the worst loss you've ever experienced as a fan?
Oh,
of any team?
Yeah. Because it was game 7 in the finals and they were up 3-1. If that had been game 6 and they lost, like, all right, like that sucks. But that's how I feel about the game 6 loss against Toronto in 2019. It's like, all right, like
that sucks.
Man. Yeah. KD got hurt. Clay got hurt. They even if Steph had made the 3 at the end, they probably weren't going to go in and win game 7. Like, all right, whatever. Like, it sucked.
Yeah.
I wasn't like happy. But because there's the 2 Niners Super Bowls or the other one or the other couple. Well, and the 2 NFC title with 6 NFC title games. But that was the one where I felt the most because they're up 3-1. They need to win one. They won 73 games. They are up 3-1 in the finals. They need to win one of the next 3. This team that lost 9 games all year needs to win one out of the next 3. Yeah. They got it. They're fine.
Had
And then they weren't.
Had they not lost, no, because they lost 3 in a row in this series before. I was about to say, had they not lost 3 in a row all year up until that point? But
no, they lost. No, they
series,
hadn't. No, because they split the first 2 with the Thunder, and then the Thunder got both in OKC.
That's right.
Shout out Leon Tillman in the chat house. Is there anyone that's had it worse in recent memory than the
Golden State? No.
to 3 Falcons fans? Like that's like he put that in there, and I felt bad.
That's the only one.
And there was it was 28-3 with like 4 minutes left in the third quarter too. It wasn't like the Patriots started their comeback to start the second half.
That's real equivalent to blowing a 3-1 lead.
Yeah,
and it might be worse.
They were dominating the Patriots.
Mm-hmm.
They were destroying them, and to not come away with a victory there, I believe. I don't know if it was that late in the game that it was 28-3, but the reason why I know this is because I won a square. I think it was 28-9 at the end of the third quarter.
Yeah,
it was supposed to be 10, but the guy missed the field goal, and that's how I won a square. I had an 8-9, so that's the only reason why I remember that. But they were dominating.
Yeah,
the Patriots.
Yeah,
dominating them.
It just wasn't close, and that's what the reason that if a Falcons fan wants to be like that was worse than Game 7 of 2016, I'll buy that, because with Golden State, Games 5 and 6, like you could do the Draymond suspension, whatever, but like Kyrie and LeBron, like we've gone back on your show before and looked at the number, they were just outrageous.
Right.
Like at some point, it's just tip your hat, man. That's 2 all-timers.
Right.
Like, and they got loose. Like, what are you gonna do? But the Falcons one is like, man, you had the missed blitz pickup, and you should have run the ball here, and you got the ridiculous Julian Edelman catch, and there's just all these moments where it's like, man, if that one play goes different, the game goes different. Golden State, you can't pick one play, because even if you go the James block, like, okay, the game still could have gone the other way. The Kyrie 3,
step behind the back,
even if you step behind the back to Clay, like all these things that happen throughout the Falcons game, you could go, you need one of those 6 things that went wrong to go right, and you win. You've won the game. That's
tough. That is tough. The worst loss I ever had, I'm trying to think of what it was before this one I'm about to say, because this one takes the cake. But the worst loss was the last Super Bowl. That was that at the end of that game, when Patrick Mahomes throws that pass to whoever it was, as soon as the pass is in the air, I'm sitting down there. It's my family. My nephew's there. He's a 49ers fan, and I'm sitting on the couch. And as soon as he drop backs and he throws the pass, and I see where it's going, and I see nobody's around me, I just get up and I walk out of the front door, and I just go take a walk around the neighborhood.
Yeah.
And as I'm walking around the neighborhood, this was the first time this ever happened to me. I contemplated, why am I doing this? Why do I follow sports the way that I do? Why do I follow one team the way that I do? I'd never felt that before.
Dude, it's a fair question. We've all had that question at one point of our lives.
Why am I doing this? I'm really sad right now. Why do I emotionally get here where I can feel this?
They don't even know who you are. They don't know who any of us are.
That was the first time I ever contemplated that. That one killed me, because that was almost the culmination of the last 5 years. It was like, this is the team. This is when it's going to happen.
Yeah.
McCaffrey stayed healthy. The team was great. They were dominant during the regular season. They had the unbelievable come from behind win in both of the playoff games. It felt like destiny.
The Chiefs' offense didn't feel unstoppable.
Yeah, yeah. And I said, this is the team. And they I know people will blame people. They did everything they could to win that game. The 49ers did everything they could to win that game. They lost their I don't know if he was all pro, but Pro Bowl linebacker to an Achilles tear as he was coming onto the field after a punt.
And then Orenburgs just got torched.
Yeah. And Greg Greenlaw was a maniac in that first quarter. He was shutting everything down. He had Kelsey frustrated, yelling at Andy Reid on the sideline. If he's there, I believe it's a different game. But even through that, they lose that guy. I think Fred Warner started crying. You know,
Yeah,
when
it was
that
tough.
happened. They fought through that, got the lead,
Mhm.
got the lead in the fourth quarter, got the lead in overtime.
Needed to convert 1/3 down in the fourth quarter.
And they just
Need to make an extra point.
need to
they
make
just-
one block.
Yeah.
The one in overtime,
Mhm.
Brandon Ayuk is running wide open in the back of the end zone,
Yep.
but Brock Purdy has no time.
Yep.
I think Jawan Jennings, who he kind of threw it away to, was
Mhm.
also a little open if he had
Mhm.
more time.
Mhm. That was at the third down in the fourth quarter as well. Just blown assignment. But and that's where it's like, man, Steve Spagnuolo's got Kyle Shanahan's number.
He does.
Steve Spagnuolo's that dude.
I mean, and so and we could talk about this more,
yeah.
but that's where I heard an interesting conversation this morning about it was on 95.7 The Game.
Mhm.
Shout out to the Brodies over there at the Morning Roast. And they were just asking the question, would you rather want Harbaugh or Shanahan? And the public, Harbaugh is the people's champ. Like, it was like overwhelming. They wanted Harbaugh instead of Shanahan. And I was like, man, I have a feeling about who I would take and how I would go about it. But with Kyle, he seems a little snake bitten because I believe as a coach, all you can do is call the play
Mhm.
and figure out like what's the right play at the right time, call the play. After that, the execution isn't necessarily on you.
Mhm.
That play I'm talking about in overtime,
Mhm.
he called the right play. I think the offensive linemen got their block protection switched up and let Chris Jones.
Right guard smoked a block.
I feel like that's not on Kyle. He called the right play.
Yeah,
that
I have. Yeah,
that
I've
thought.
got. Yes, I have.
Well,
I have
I want to
thoughts.
because I want to hear what you got to say
Yeah.
about that. We'll talk about it more a little bit. We'll talk about some of the toughest. Call us on the Kia Oak Grove talk line, man. 916-909-1320. What's the worst loss you've ever experienced as a sports fan? I want to hear from y'all, and I want to hear what Kyle's got to say about Kyle Shanahan's and the teams executing late in games, man. We'll talk about it all. And Trysta Krick is coming up in about 15 minutes, man. So we got everything lined up for you here. Lilo and KC, ESPN 1320.
Hey, I want to address something real quick. That sounded dramatic. I know
Who's
what
asking you to kick right now?
Who's asking you to
kick? Well, who's got an issue?
No, Casey Tucker said Frank Gore not getting a carry, so Cap could throw to Crabtree 4 times is brutal. I'm going to make it even worse. Frank Gore didn't get a carry, so LaMichael James could get a carry on 1st and goal from the 7.
That was a damn killer.
And then on 2nd and 5,
Not about football.
2nd and 5, they incomplete
Ravens
to
had a killer
Crabtree.
that day too.
Incomplete to Crabtree. Minute 55 left. They were going to do the Cap designed run where it was basically going to be a race between him and Ray Lewis to the pylon. And we know that Cap is winning that race against 48-year-old Ray Lewis, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the play clock was running down and Harbaugh burned their second timeout. And that is where, to me, if you were going to throw it twice, you should have just saved your timeout and eaten the 5 yards. And I know you're not thinking about this in the moment. This is not a like, wow, Jim Harbaugh messed up. It's just how things could have played out differently. If you knew you were going to throw it on those next 2 downs, on third and goal from the 5 and 4th and goal from the 5, eat the 5 yards.
Right.
And then you got 2nd and goal from the you're gonna have 3rd and goal from the 10, and you're gonna have 2 timeouts still. So you have the whole field open. You have a little more room to work with. And then if it doesn't work, you have 2 timeouts when they get the ball back, and you might be able to save yourself a little time. But it just, man,
that was tough.
The reason that one sucked is because when the lights went out and we're standing around, we're at this big Super Bowl party in Reno. I was talking to my old man and I'm like, hey, at least all right, they're getting smoked. They had a bad game. I can get past that. It sucks. It doesn't feel great, but whatever. The fact that they came back in the way that they did and then got down to the 5.
Oh,
it's the hope that kills you.
That was tough because outside of the 2023 team, that's the last Super Bowl. I thought that was the best team they had since 95 or 94. That 2012.
Yeah, the 12 team was really good.
I was like, I respected Baltimore and what they did. They had just gone into New England and won. Man, they're not as good as this team. Like the Niners should win. I ain't gonna say blow them out, but they should win it by 2 scores. This team is the best team in football, and the way they came out, I couldn't believe they were getting beat the way they were getting beat. I could not believe it. Now we are, at times, glutton for punishment. And that's what we're doing right now. We are reliving some of the worst moments I've ever had as a sports fan. And Kyle as well, because he's a 49er fan. But I had talked earlier before we went to break about Kyle Shanahan and, the play call not being wrong or not being the problem. The execution from the players in these moments being the problem. Like, for instance, I talked about the 49ers play on 3rd down in overtime. Brandon Ayuk wide open in the back of the end zone. Juwan Jennings was kind of open. Brock Purdy just had Chris Jones immediately in his lap because the offensive lineman picked up the wrong assignment. You even go back to the 28-3. The fumble by Matt Ryan, the sack fumble. Whoever the wide receiver was, is wide. That's game time, ball game. Freeman misses the block and sack strip, and the game changes. But the play call, Kyle looked at that like, we got them set up for this right now. This is going to hit. And it was supposed to, but the player didn't execute. Yeah, that goes on Kyle's.
I think they had Taylor Gabriel, I think it was, wide open down the field. And that's where Matt Ryan was stepping up to throw it. Yeah, I think there's I think if you're trying to, and I'm just kind of, where I stand on Kyle Shanahan, but if I'm playing devil's advocate on this, I think the argument would be, well, if you're consistently having pass blocking issues in the biggest moments, or if defensive coordinators are able to set you up so they know, hey, they're going to run this protection, or they're going to run this, and this is the kind of look they're going to give us. I feel like that's where there's if you consistently run into the same problem, like eventually you're the problem. That's where I don't, and again, I played devil's advocate with that, but John Feliciano came out on Twitter.
That was crazy.
And threw his own teammate under the bus about who missed the assignment, right? Yeah. So that's on coaching. Like, you got to coach your guys up to not blow assignments in the biggest moment, right?
Yeah.
Like, so that's where I could see that argument. But is it Devontae Freeman was the back? And he was in because, is it Tevin Coleman? Was out?
Yeah.
Their normal 3rd down back was out. And that was just like, all right, that's bad luck. Alex Mack, I think, lost a rep in there because he's playing with a broken leg. And that's where it's like, man, there's just, like I said, at some point, if you keep running into the same problem, you're the problem. But I don't think it's just as easy as like, well, you just got to coach better.
Right.
And also, while we're talking 28-3 and Kyle Shanahan, because I think when you talk about Kyle Shanahan and people disliking him, I think a lot of people pin that on him. He's the only offensive coordinator in the history of football that has been blamed for his team's loss.
How about this? Let's take it a step further. He's the only offensive coordinator in NFL history that gets blamed for the defense not being able to hold on to a 25-point lead.
That's it.
and the head coach is a defensive guy.
That's it. And now everybody
scored 28 points. That should be game. You should be good.
And everybody loves Dan Quinn now, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody's back. Everybody loves Dan Quinn. Dan Quinn's the best.
Dan Quinn is the Luis Gonzalez of NFL coaches.
Asinine,
Just flies under the radar for his mistake.
These dudes gave up. Tevin Coleman scored a touchdown with 8.5 minutes to go in the 3rd quarter to go up 28-3. The Patriots didn't score until 2:06 left in the 3rd quarter. From that point on, New England scored 25 points in, was that 14, 2, 6, 16, 21 minutes of football, including OT. I'm sorry. That's wrong. 31 points.
Yeah, because they had to win the
in
game.
21 minutes of football. Like, I
That's
don't. You can,
crazy.
like I said, if you hate Kyle Shanahan, you hate Kyle Shanahan. I'm not going to be the person that's going to talk you off of that.
Right.
Live your life. I don't judge you for it. But the fact that so many people look at that Super Bowl like Kyle Shanahan's fault, like what?
That is
What are we talking about?
That somehow is on his permanent record.
About?
How that game is on his permanent record, I'll never understand. I'll never understand it. Why? Let me ask you this though, because like I said, I was listening to Joe and Joe on the morning roast. And
shout out to my guy Spadoni.
Yeah, man. Shout out Spadoni, man. Big ups to him. Shout out to my man Butch. And I don't want to say it was overwhelming because I did hear like a call or two that was like, I like Kyle Shanahan. So it wasn't like a landslide, but it was mostly Harbaugh. They did like a poll and stuff on the YouTube, and it was like 85% Harbaugh and all this other stuff. Why do you think people don't like Kyle Shanahan in the 49? Well, it seems like everywhere, like NFL, but in the 49er world. Why do they
I think largely across the NFL, there are a lot of smart NFL people who are like, he's brilliant. But I think that people don't like him, one, because of 28-3. Because he came to the Niners right after that. And I think people don't like when guys get crowned immediately. It's why I think LeBron James was fighting uphill for a lot of his career, is because he was the chosen one. He was the king. And people are like, you got to earn that. And so I think with Kyle Shanahan, the fact that he was so quickly being compared to Bill Walsh, like, oh man, he's one of the brightest minds. He's on the cut. And then they go into year one and what they go 3? No. I'm sorry. They went 6-10 because Jimmy won those final 5 games in 2017.
They started off like 0-9, didn't they?
Yeah. They were 1-10 when Jimmy took over. And then in 2018, Jimmy gets hurt and they're bad again. They go 4-12. And then they go to the Super Bowl, but blew a 10-point lead in the Super Bowl. 10-point fourth quarter lead in the Super Bowl, blew it. That's on Shanahan. And then the 2020 season's a mess. 21, you lose in the NFC title game because Jaquiski Tartt can't hold on to the football. And then 2022, you lose because Brock Purdy gets his elbow blown off. And then 2023, once again, you can't hold a lead in the Super Bowl. And in between all that, and this I think is very much a factor, whether people want to admit it or not, I think there are a lot of people who really, really wanted Trey Lance to succeed. I think there are a lot of people who put all of their fan eggs in the Trey Lance basket. And when that failed, I think everybody said, that's on Shanahan. Trey Lance is great. He's a god. He's a GOAT. He should be Josh Allen. That he's not Josh Allen is all Kyle Shanahan's fault. And so I think when you start stacking all these things up, I think that there are so many things that people are going to take and lay blame at his feet, which when you're the head coach and you're kind of the guy, they have a GM, but everything kind of comes back to him. I understand it. But what I don't understand is if you don't win a Super Bowl, you are a failure mindset. Like in just stripping all context, that doesn't play for me. Like I know at some point you got to get over that hump if you're gonna stick around, but there's been nothing that's happened to me anyway that has warranted Kyle Shanahan being fired. And I would think that about any coach that had this type of run that the 49ers have had. That could be the Atlanta Falcons or the Green Bay Packers.
Right. I mean, I look at somebody like Matt LaFleur. I think Matt LaFleur is an incredible
He's amazing.
coach.
He's amazing.
He hasn't been able to get anything done, but I don't think that's on him, so to speak. You talk about blowing a 10-point lead in the Super Bowl in 19. We talked about it a little bit yesterday after the show. This goes to what I was also talking about. You know this more than I do, but the play call where he had Kittle lined up on Suggs, that's it. That's good the football. Play call you want. That is, we got it. We know where to go. We're going to hit it. Chris Jones made a play. Chris Jones, and Hall of Famer Chris Jones?
Yeah.
Hall of Famer
Chris Jones, Jesse? Thumbs up.
He made a play and batted the ball down. That Jimmy Garoppolo identified who it was. Kyle identified the matchup. Everything was right. Somebody else made a play. That's not on Kyle Shanahan.
I agree with you. I'm going to represent Team TC here.
Okay.
They didn't do enough to address the offensive line to combat Chris Jones. They ignored the interior of their offensive line, and they continue to do that. And that is why Chris Jones gets loose in big moments against them and happens time and time again. It's why the Eagles pass rush got to him in a big moment. It's why Aaron Donald took over the 2021 NFC title game, the end of that game, because they have not done enough to address the offensive line, and that is his failure as a head coach, and he should be fired for it.
Well, thank you, KC.
Well, you invoked his name as well. TC is here.
Oh, great!
No,
I don't want no.
I want
no,
Let me hear from
no.
him. Let me hear from him because he will.
All right, you hear from him.
Have an irrational take. TC, what's going on, big dog?
Hey man, what's up? Hey, what's up with my three brothers?
What's up, TC, man? Tell us why you hate Kyle
Kyle,
Shanahan.
No, go ahead,
Kyle,
TC. Say the same thing you say every time you call. Go ahead.
No, listen, that's you. That's why I called, because I felt when you were talking straight to me. Huh? I ain't the only one. Yeah, you thought I wasn't gonna call, bro? Stop it. Listen, man, check it out, man. This ain't got nothing to do with Lance. A lot of it got to do with Lance, right? Because if you want to talk about it, he never got a fair shake, bro. And what I mean by that is Jimmy should have been. Jimmy should. I know. I'm not saying he's gonna be an MVP. I'm not gonna say he's gonna be a dope quarterback. But what I did see with my own eyes, he a better quarterback now than he was when he with the Niners. That he's under Harbaugh. But that's another story, bro. What I'm talking about is Jimmy should have been gone, bro, off the team. Period. Point blank. Kyle's stuck in his ways. Dude don't never want to change. He gets saved by the other coaches around him. Dude's a good play caller, right? Sometimes, like, his first, 10 script plays are good. After that, bro, after the second quarter, that dude falls off the face of the earth, bro. So as far as him being a great coach, he's an okay coach. But he might be a great play caller within the 20 plays, bro. This has nothing to do with just Lance, bro. This has something to do with really Shannon. That's coming from me. Every other fan, Niner fan, bro, everybody else got their own feelings, Kyle. But I had to call in, bro, because I felt like you were talking to me, bro. So I had to call in.
Hell yeah. Thanks, TC.
Shout out, TC, man. We got Trysta Krick pulling up on us. Real quick, I want to check with you.
Me?
Yeah, with you.
Oh, boy.
With what TC just said.
Mhm.
Because I don't think this is true at all. The fact that he insinuated that Kyle Shanahan liked Jimmy Garoppolo and that's why he stayed around.
Yeah, Kyle Shanahan
that's not true at all.
Yeah,
as
they
far
just
as I
couldn't,
know.
they couldn't trade him because Jimmy got shoulder surgery when he did.
Right.
And so it just made more sense to keep him around as a backup.
Let's, like I said, you might know, but Jimmy Garoppolo was not
They
Kyle
could not,
Shanahan's guy.
they could not wait to get Jimmy Garoppolo out of there. Jimmy Garoppolo just knew that and hosed him with how he did his shoulder surgery. When he did his shoulder surgery.
Let's add our girl. TK, from the Damien
compound.
Barling
From the compound.
Studios?
That's crazy.
Is that correct?
What?
From the Damien Barling compound?
I think that's right. I'm trying to fix this.
He's got a professional studio camera in there.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get.
You need to go the other way. You need to go the other way.
You got to go to your left.
Yeah.
There, no, right there.
No, right,
you're good.
stop.
Yeah, you're
right
good.
there. Perfect.
All right.
Nope. Now you're got no. Stay there.
Right. Well, it's a very high chair. So we're good though. We're good though.
TK, we were just having this conversation about, we had a couple different conversations. I'll bring you into this one and then ask you another one. And then while you're here, I think it's good for you to be here. I'll ask Kyle the second question that I wanted to ask him earlier.
Oh.
But we were talking about Kyle Shanahan and we were trying to figure out, there is a big contingent of 49ers fans that do not like Kyle Shanahan. There was a question earlier on 95.7 The Game. They're like, who do you rather like? Or who would you rather have, Jim Harbaugh or Kyle Shanahan? And it was overwhelming Harbaugh. He's the people's champion. And I was like, man, I just don't understand why people don't like or appreciate Kyle Shanahan. Do you think it's the same thing nationally? Kyle is looked at as
I know it's not. I think what happens in the local little niche bubble that we're in is we see all the flaws of whatever is going on. And pretty much, unless you're just winning Super Bowl after Super Bowl or NBA championship after NBA championship, every single team, every coach has something that you don't like because that's just how it is. That's just nobody's perfect. You don't like the way that someone makes halftime adjustments, or maybe you feel like they don't do anything right that's scripted. Maybe they get to the big game and can't seem to win the big game. maybe they never can get past the AFC Championship. There are a lot of people in Buffalo that want Sean McDermott fired, which is like kind of absurd. And so for you guys that are in the Sacramento and the Bay Area, folks, if you heard, well, Buffalo as a whole wants their head coach fired, you're like, wait, hold on, what?
Yeah, it seems crazy.
They just can't get past Patrick Mahomes. And so to a degree, that's kind of the same with the Niners. Just can't get past Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
So you may not like some of the things that he does. Clearly, this job has aged him immensely, the amount of stress and pressure that he's been under. And, like, let's be honest, who is the best quarterback that Kyle Shanahan ever had?
Brock Purdy.
That's insane.
Am I wrong? Am I wrong?
But no, but it is true. But that notion that we're still going to act like Brock Purdy is
Watch yourself.
Josh Allen.
Well, no, come on.
Oh, boy.
Act like he won an MVP. I don't
Well,
believe Brock Purdy's winning an MVP ever. Or Lamar Jackson.
I think he's 28-1 right now.
He should have. I had an argument for him 2 years ago.
Yeah, but that's because we didn't expect him to do all of this, right?
Damn, they're better than everybody out there statistically.
He was the juice. It wouldn't have taken this long for him to be drafted in the draft. He would have been known. He came out of nowhere, a lot like Dak Prescott came out of nowhere and immediately succeeded. So to me, it's kind of like, unless you're Andy Reid, and now we're going to start, I bet you're going to start chirps on Andy Reid as Travis Kelce gets older, as the defense maybe starts to go somewhere else, as they don't really have a running game, as Patrick Mahomes is getting beat up. He's always running for his life. There's going to be people being like, maybe we need to make a change. Maybe Andy's not it anymore.
Yep.
And that's just like what it is to be a fan. But just know that you could be a Dallas Cowboys fan and know that nothing's going right ever. Doesn't matter. And we would die. We would give up our whole mouth of teeth for Kyle Shanahan.
That reminds me of something else I wanted to ask you too. I got about 3 things I wanted to ask you, but that leads to something else I was talking to Kyle about. We were talking about just kind of like the worst loss you've ever experienced as a sports fan. The last 49ers Super Bowl, I talked about it. It had me questioning why I even kind of watch sports the way I do. Why do I do this? I took a walk around the block at 9:00 at night on a Sunday, and it's like, why? I'm really upset. Why am I doing this? I need to kind of reevaluate. Should I be a fan of it all? Like, this is great. Like, that's how bad it was. Kyle said his was 2016 Game 7 Warriors Cavs.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Do you have one, TK? Your worst loss you ever experienced as a sports fan?
I think there are a few. One of them in basketball was when Dame had 50-something points against the Denver Nuggets, and we had a bunch of scrubs around Dame, and CJ McCollum was on the line, on the sideline when he caught a ball that he ends up shooting, and we end up losing that game to the Nuggets in the most disastrous fashion. I think that was 2021. And I was like, okay, well, maybe it was 2020, bubble year. I can't remember. It all kind of, that time all blends in together. And I was like, well, Dame should leave. Why do I even? Another one was just this last year in college football when we were undefeated, #1 team in the country, and Arizona State was on.
Oh, Oregon. That's
yes,
right.
Arizona State's on national television. So the Oregon game, it was on like ESPN2. You had to switch it over. You had to wait for the Arizona State game to end for you to like be able to watch the game. And I got to turn the flicker on the game of the Oregon-Ohio State game, and it was just like a deep ball to Jeremiah Smith up 7-0, 10 seconds in the game. We went 3 and out. They had another maybe 2-play drive it was 14-0.
It was brutal.
I think we're down like 36 points at halftime. I put my sweatshirt in my head and tied it up tight and was like, I think we need to deduct points from Ohio State. How few plays it's taking them.
I remember.
Are they really earning these touchdowns?
They really aren't. Okay, something not fair.
I remember watching that game, just like doing mental and mathematic gymnastics to try to make it a game. Like it was like a 28-point game. I was like, oh, it's the start of the fourth. If they can get it to 21,
like
they
get a touchdown and stop it, a quick touchdown. That was tough. I think I'd rather. We're talking about this too, though. I think I would way rather get blown out in that kind of game, though.
No.
But no. Here's my argument: the 2012 Super Bowl, Niners-Ravens. When the lights went out, the Niners were getting smoked, and I just accepted. Man, you know what? They just didn't play well today. That sucks. Like that's a bad time to play bad. It sucks. But whatever. For them to come back and provide hope, and to get to within 5 yards of taking the lead in that game, only to lose it. Oh, that ripped my heart out. That ripped my heart all the way out.
Both are really bad because Oregon's never really had a game where you're like, we were right there. I mean, you can say the one against Auburn, and I went to that one as well. I was only, my team has never been to a Super Bowl in my adult life. So yes, you're right. My team has never done anything on the magnitude of the Niners losing up. They're up, 10 at halftime. And you're like,
we don't got to bring up old stuff.
What are we talking about? What are we doing? See, Cole, don't listen to Cole. Cole got her talking crazy now.
This is rude.
So anyway, we play Auburn. I somehow get a ticket. And I swear, I didn't even have one the day of the game. Tickets were insane price. I stayed with my grandma. It was in Glendale. Some guy, his girlfriend or something, got stuck in an accident on the freeway, couldn't make it to the game, so he gave me the ticket for face value.
No way.
He was like, how much will you pay for this? Because I kept walking around being like, hey, do you know anyone who has an extra ticket? Do you know anyone? And probably 5 people into, hey, do you know? Which is like the worst idea. How do you have the gumption to believe you're going to get a ticket the day of the game just by walking around asking, hey, can you help me? Hey, do you know? No, bitch, I don't know anyone who has an extra ticket to the national championship game. Serious? And he goes, yeah, I think me. My girlfriend is stuck on the 10. I've been waiting on her for 2 hours. If she does not let me know that she's moving in the next 10 minutes, it is yours. I was like, done. I'll wait right here. I'm white on rice. And it was like 60 seconds. He goes, okay, I'm done. You can have it. How much how much money do you have? And I go, oh man, I've got like $750, which tickets were going for like $1,900.
Oh my goodness.
And I'm like, I have $750. I think I had 900. And he was like, how about 350? And I was like, done. Yeah.
Wow.
Here you go.
That's crazy.
Fire.
And me and like, do you guys remember the guy, Stu Jackson? He went to Oregon. I think he played either basketball or football. I don't know. He was old head.
Sounds familiar.
He was with Stu Jackson, and me and Stu ended up sharing some chicken strips. So he was like, hey, you don't even care where these tickets are at? And I was like, no, I actually just want to get in the game. He goes, where do you think they are? And I go, 400 level, 300 level. And he goes, no, these tickets are really good. I will murder you if you resell them. And I go, what? I'm not going to resell a ticket. I'm telling you, I'm walking around.
I just got it.
A lanyard. It's like laminated.
Oh, yeah.
50-yard line on the 16th row. $150. And so I watched this lose to Auburn. And there was a play where the running back number 5 he was down. They didn't call him down, and he took it to the house. We tackled him, but they said he wasn't down, so he rolled over.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Tie game at the time, right? I think that
I
would have made it like a 3rd and long situation.
Is that Keon Johnson?
It sounds right.
And we couldn't stop them, and that was the one drive that we had them on the ropes. And that was like, ugh. That was probably the worst, more so than the one last year, because being there is even worse. And then what made it insult to injury was that all these Auburn fans who you think are going to be not very nice couldn't ask for a better team to play. Wouldn't want to play y'all tomorrow, I'll tell you that. Like, times we probably win 5, y'all probably win 5. And you're like, oh my God, I hate this.
Oh no.
So nice and complimentary. That don't do nothing for me. That don't do nothing for me. I'd rather you not talk to me.
Y'all played really hard, y'all Ducks.
Oh,
Okay. That's
just super.
Goodbye.
Sounds so condescending.
Yeah, goodbye.
You're like, oh
Y'all
man.
played hard.
Couldn't I ask for a nicer team to play, y'all Ducks? Y'all did y'all best. I tell you what, we'll want to play y'all tomorrow.
They say
Oh,
Oregon.
Yeah, Oregon.
Oregon.
Shout out,
It's crazy.
War Eagle. I guess I don't support War
me-
Eagle.
give
I'm not
me
a supporter.
LS
No. Oh, okay.
fans screaming in my face with their Jameson breath all day over
That's
that.
Kenny's people.
Who?
LSU fans.
Well, I'm an
They're
LSU
terrible.
supporter.
They're the worst.
Yeah, I'm an LSU supporter. Shout out, Go Tigers. You already know how it's spelled. Go Tigers.
Hey, I know you guys have talked about this probably multiple times on this program, but Trysta, I have not gotten to talk to you about this, and we don't have to dive deep on it. I just want to congratulate you on Dame being back in Portland. That's my favorite thing that's happened this offseason. That was such a cool thing.
I
I'm
told
so happy about that.
this to Damien in person. I go, I can stop just blatantly ricochet shotting Dame on every.
Oh, she didn't miss an opportunity either. For 2 years, she didn't miss an opportunity.
Anytime it was someone running from the grind, I would bring up Dame. Every time it was a guard who couldn't play defense. Remember, Dame, he's a cone. I wouldn't miss a chance to be like, well, that's what Dame said when he was 10 toes down.
Trey Young, I mean, yeah, he's a good ball player. He doesn't play defense. Kind of in the same vein as Damian Lillard.
Yeah, they're like, no one's even talking about the Bucks. Anytime the Bucks were sliding down the standings, which happened a lot, or like all the Doc Rivers stuff, I relished in it. Oh my God, chef's kiss. Wouldn't want to be living in Milwaukee right now, I tell you that.
But now it's all good. It's nice little.
I honestly cried. I'm not gonna lie. I shed a tear. I had been with the Blazers front office the night before, and they didn't let anything. We probably hung out for like 6 hours till the wee hours, just chatting about like catching up. And one of the guys I went to college with, so we've known each other since I was like 19. So we've, highs and lows. And I see the Shams tweet, and I call him again. I'm like, what's going on? And he goes, TK, what's up?
Oh, come on.
And I go, don't do that. What is happening right now? And he goes, well, the reason I didn't want to tell you is because apparently like Dame's camp was going to do this cute little Walker video. And sure enough, it came out like 2 hours later. They were late on it. And I was like, but Shams scooped it. Okay. You could have let me know. And he's like, And then he told me this whole story about how like Dame came by the facility and had never gone in since the trade. He had like been by in the offseason because he's always lived in the offseason in the Portland area. And so he goes in and it's like this amazing emotional moment, almost like the mending of the fences. And they had started, and that had been, I think it was right before he got bought and stretched and waived. Pause. And he anytime it's stretched.
Absolutely. Those are the rules.
Those are the rules. So, and from then on, they had been kind of like working towards trying to figure something out. And when he got let go from the Bucks, I was like, call me crazy, but wouldn't it be kind of cool to have Dame back? And my friend was like, yeah, but like, what would be the real purpose of that? And I was like, because it's Dame. Because it's Dame. There's no star. I don't know. Let me ask you guys, is there another star that's as synonymous with their city
Steph.
that if he left, you would like be like, I don't care what the reason is, that hasn't won a ring, that
Mm.
like I don't care what the reason is. I don't care what the financial situation is. This player belongs here. Like we're not even going to talk about the time in Milwaukee. We're like those 2 years.
It's
like,
gonna be a weird thing.
I don't think it's on the same level. I think
I
Dame
think-
is probably number one, but I think if
know where you're
Russell
going.
Westbrook
Oh.
went back
or
to
Luca.
OKC,
If Luca just like 2 years
what
from
you
now,
Yeah.
if Luca like got somehow waived and he just decided to go back to the Mavs, he'd be like, okay, we'll just like that LA time. We're just gonna let that go because we know you didn't really want to go. And I truthfully do not believe that in his heart, based on everything that I've spoken, everybody that I've spoken to and what they've all collectively told me, is he was like, I don't really want to go. And then the agent kind of was like, but you for your legacy, you kind of gotta like, where are they really going? And you know how people are, they're fanning the flames. And they're like, oh, well, they won't support you. They're not surrounding you with anybody.
I have two to throw into that mix. I think Devin Booker's there.
Mm-hmm.
It would be weird if Devin Booker played somewhere else other than Phoenix. And then has Jalen Brunson gotten there with the Knicks?
It's close.
No,
It's really
he
close.
wasn't drafted there.
Oh, is that they have to be there?
Been there the whole year.
The only way
Got it. Okay.
you feel that level of like, well,
Got you.
the Dame years outside of Portland just don't make any sense.
I got you. All right. Third question I wanted to ask Trysta. And I don't remember. We might have talked about this. I don't remember. We'll see. Kyle, I don't know if you were around when I talked about this either. So this might be news to you. But I said something last week. And when you talk about these top 4 quarterbacks in the NFL, they're just great. Like they're all great. Mahomes, Allen, Lamar, and I put Joe Burrow in that class.
Oh, you didn't put Brock Purdy in that category? You didn't put him in there? Oh, y'all,
he's top,
Just level below. Right
he's
below.
top 10 though. He's top 10. He's a top 10
that's
quarterback.
how y'all were talking like 5 minutes ago, is that he was like going to be in that top 4.
We were.
That's how it sounded.
I don't think we were talking like that. I think those 4 are.
When I said Josh Allen, he's no Josh Allen. You're like,
Well, I was doing a bit.
Well, I was like,
obviously he's not.
What I was, that's what I was saying. Like that's unfair. Like that's one of the best players in the game.
Jesse and I argue about this.
I believe on one of the shows, we got to keep receipts, y'all, that like, how much different is Brock Purdy really than Josh Allen?
No, so after the Super Bowl year or during that playoffs or whatever, I thought Brock and Josh Allen were a lot closer than people gave it credit for. Brock's production was creme de la creme. Like he's with the top. Brock Purdy was a top 5, top 3 MVP candidate that year.
What the way it gets judged though, right, is if you flip them, the 49ers win probably 15 or 16 games.
Yeah, instead of 13.
Yeah.
So
and they win the Super Bowl.
Right. So that's what I was talking about. Last year, I was saying the same thing. And going into that season, I was saying the same thing. Josh Allen elevated. Josh Allen went to another level for me personally, where I was like, okay, yeah, that's not really a conversation right now. He's separated in my eyes from guys like Brock Purdy. So I gave him that, but I don't think you guys are gonna like what I said next.
Until Brock Purdy throws a touchdown pass while the 49ers are trailing with less than 4 minutes to go, he doesn't get to be anywhere near that conversation for me.
That's
he's got a lot to prove for me still.
That's fine. Now I don't think you guys are gonna like what I'm about to say.
Great.
I don't think Trysta is. Last week, I was sitting here and I was thinking about these guys and thinking about the quarterbacks and all this other stuff. And I looked at Lamar Jackson. And I said, Lamar Jackson, as just the talent of a quarterback, is everything they try to say Josh Allen and Pat Mahomes are. Lamar Jackson might be the best talent we've ever seen at that position. You know, when people talk about like Josh Allen, well, you know, he can pass and he can run that thing, and he can, but he don't run it like Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson was almost 1,000-yard rusher last year. Josh Allen had like 500 yards rushing. Lamar Jackson is like literally the one that can pass at an elite level and can run at an elite level,
Mhm.
to me, he is the best quarterback in football.
No.
The Bills got better when Josh Allen took a step back. That's not get on my back, guys. When it was like, hey, let's take the ball out of his hands a little bit and let's run the ball a little bit more with Cook, that's when they started to elevate.
No.
Lamar, the Ravens elevate when Lamar go off.
You mean when Lamar gets Derrick Henry?
That's good too. He still ran for 1,000 yards.
I think
that's like the third. That's like the third best rushing total of his career.
I love. By the way, first and foremost, let me just, for the record, say I have always loved Lamar. I think I've shared this story before, but I'll share it again because it's good enough to share multiple times. When we were at the little kids camp before Lamar got drafted, and I saw the Bleacher Report article that came out, anonymous GM says Lamar Jackson, when he throws, he hopes. And he was by himself after this kids camp, hadn't been drafted yet. And I said, hey, did you see this report? Anonymous GM says, when you throw, you hope. What's your response to that? And he goes, how many TDs I have? A little? That's a lot of hoping, huh? That's a lot of hoping. And ever since then, I'm like, this is my guy. I love Lamar. I think he's immensely talented. And I think it's really hard on the margins to say who's better than who.
Right.
But when it's you at the crib at M&T in a playoff game against the Chiefs, you cannot lose that game.
Can't.
Who else lost at home against the Chiefs?
The Bills lost against the Chiefs. That's why, for me, the second level below Mahomes that was a kid. I think a pan fell.
Everybody's okay.
Is Joe Burrow. Is because when Joe Burrow has gone up against Mahomes without any shenanigans and late hitting going on, because let's be honest, that second time that they played Mahomes, they should have won that game.
Yep.
Joe Burrow elevates, and he does insane things. But you're talking about like little tiny
It's nitpicks.
Yeah.
nitpicks.
That's what I say. They're all.
The only wrong take for me is that one is clearly better than the other. I will say on the rushing side, Josh Allen has 27 rushing touchdowns the last 2 years.
Yeah.
Lamar has 33 in his career.
Yeah, that's a little Dak Prescott.
Lamar goes for half a more yard per attempt than Josh Allen does. Lamar's more volume.
The rushing things, and shout out to Dane Barling because he brought this up. And I thought this was a good point. When they're at the 2-yard line, the Bills are doing what? Getting the ball to Josh Allen a lot of times so he can run the ball and run it in the end zone. When the Ravens are at the 2-yard line, where are they going?
They go to the running back.
So that's why I think
because
a discrepancy between the yards ran and the touchdowns.
It's just different skill sets. It's a fullback versus a halfback.
Yeah.
If you're going to account for 27 touchdowns on the ground, that means something.
He's a load. Josh Allen, is a load.
Yes, he's a hoss.
Josh Allen,
That's a
Josh
big
Allen
old
is,
dude.
Josh
Big
Allen
old
is
also.
fantastic.
I would take either one on my team.
100%. My outlook and kind of my thought is, and you guys tell me if this is wrong or not. But not that he wasn't able to do it before, because he did. He's got some insane numbers as far as what he's done in the last couple of years. But last year, when the Bills said we're going to pull back from Josh Allen a little bit, that's when they got better. And that is not, hey, put him on my back, I'm going to carry us here. Like, yeah, you're the leader and all this other stuff, but production-wise, in that game against Baltimore, I think he was like 12 or 16 for 127 yards. Like that. Like that's what people say, get on his back, he going to lead you, and he's going to production-wise take you. No, that's what Lamar does. That's not what Josh Allen does.
That's what Lamar sometimes does. And that's why they got him Derrick Henry. And they got better when they got Derrick Henry to help out. And so what it really was with Josh Allen, because let's be honest, we've seen what happens when he puts the team on his back. The fact that they didn't get the ball at all in overtime against the Chiefs, and he scored as fast as he did, bing, bang, boom, and they were just going tit for tat in that playoff game.
Joe Burrow also beat his ass when they put the ball in his hand too. When they beat
Joe Burrow, Joe Burrow is insane. Joe Burrow's insane. I was at that game in Buffalo where they were just
Well,
putting mountains
that's
of
right. I
touchdowns
remember you saying that.
on
Yeah,
their
yeah.
And so you look at what Josh can do. You just don't want him to have to do that all the time. I don't think any quarterback should have to do that.
Mhm.
But let's be real. They didn't want to give the ball to Stephon Diggs as many times as they were giving them the ball. They want to give the ball to spread the sugar around, get it to Dalton Kincaid, get into Dawson Knox, get the ball to James Cook. They got a new offensive coordinator. He got fired. Then they brought in somebody else. And then it's like, okay, we got to kind of like be a little bit more unpredictable. Same thing with the Chiefs. Like the Chiefs, when they were at their best, they were very unpredictable. One day it's Rashee Rice. Another day it's Juju Smith-Schuster. In the playoffs, you go when it's crunch time to Travis Kelce, and he puts the team on his back. And Mahomes can obviously run a lot in the postseason himself, but all the great teams are built on versatility.
I love this group of quarterbacks. I really do. It's so fascinating.
Lamar was so good last year.
He was insane last year.
His numbers are
It
ridiculous.
was insane. But these four, I mean, I think it's so fascinating to watch. I kind of love that they're all in the AFC, obviously for selfish reasons, but the fact that like it feels like every year it's going to be those guys vying for these legacy type wins. I just think it's dope. I think it's dope. These four and Joe Burrow. I'm kind of with you. The other day I got a little nitpicky because I said I think Joe Burrow might be the best pure passer in the game. The best pure pass. Like when you talk about throwing that thing, Joe might be the best. And then you got the winner, Patrick Mahomes.
They all do. They have something that they do better than everyone else, right? And like some of them are just really, really clutch. Some of them are better pure passers. Some of them have the best deep ball. Some of them are impossible to take down. Some of them, like Lamar, incredibly elusive. I mean, you just really can't compare. It's just too tough and everything that you need from the quarterback position. And I think we haven't even talked about somebody who's going to be top 5, which is Jaden Daniels, because Jaden Daniels has the thingy of the thing, which is clutchability. To be able to do what he did as many times as he did it, where it's 5 seconds left and I'm sitting there being like, I truly believe they can win this game. Not like, oh, what could happen? I believe it. Like he's going to throw a dot down into the touchdown. It's game over. And he just delivered and delivered. And I hated the way that Eagles game played out because I felt like there was so many little things that got in their way, whether that were it was penalties and turnovers and fumbles and things that were not Jaden Daniels' fault, really, because they were kind of going pound for pound with the chances. So I think Jaden Daniels would be in that tier soon as well.
And TK, watch out for my boy Brock Purdy. That's all the time we have for today.
Good Lord, this guy.
TK, I appreciate you, man. Have safe travels back up to Portland, man. You enjoyed your time in Sac real quick?
I did. Everybody keeps saying I got tan, but I think it's just the camera.
Well, that is
what happens when you go to
that
Dan's
is like
house.
a $10,000 camera, probably. Something rich.
Yeah.
Something rich.
Got a whole camera crew in there right now.
Yeah. Appreciate you, TK.
Love y'all.
Everybody said we said what's up, man. Appreciate you, girl.
Thank you.
Trysta Krick, the Heat
The best.
podcast.
The very best.
That's my girl right there. My girl TK. We're gonna come back, and I didn't even get to my fourth question, which was more for you anyway.
Great.
So we'll talk about that. I do want to talk about the baseball realignment stuff because
Sure.
it's getting spooky.
It's weird.
It's getting real spooky. So I want to talk about that.
I think Sacramento might be screwed.
Let's talk about it. Jason Jones also at 320. We're kind of just cooking here, man. We vibing on this
About to eat
Tuesday.
some snacks.
On this Tuesday afternoon. It's D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320.
Joe Burrow's winning MVP this year.
I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad at that take.
I have a take about that take.
What, are you going to tell me it's a soft-ass take and it's an easy take to have?
What? Don't say it. Don't
It's a
say
coward take.
Don't say
No,
that.
it's not.
No. I have a real thing.
Well, yeah.
I have a real thing today about it. Hey, mic's off for a minute. Heyo.
Call me Kenny Beasley. Oh man. Yeah, let me just go ahead and do that right now. Right now. Let's see.
Our guy Chris Biederman tapping in makes a good point about the 2016 finals. The other reason that was tough is because it turned into a referendum on the 2015 finals. That's the point he made, and that's a great point. Because that turned into, well, actually, the 2015 title doesn't count anymore. Like, all right. Hey, go get you some of this. Go get you some of this.
Yeah. Sorry.
Oh, I just did, Katrina. Sorry. Trader Joe's.
This is some good stuff, though.
Synergistically seasoned popcorn. You're a short segment.
Well, I mean, let's just keep talking. There was a discussion during the break. Jesse, who doesn't ever say anything, just really quiet, just, doesn't say anything during the show. He actually got the courage to actually say something during the break. And Kyle just said, shut up. I'm going to tell you why you're wrong.
That's not what I said at all.
I don't think that's true about me either.
What did you?
Well, no, I was trying to paint you as the baby face.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah.
What did Jesse say?
Oh,
what you
yeah,
said?
I said Joe Burrow is my pick to win MVP, and Kyle's like, that's whatever.
No, that's not what I said. I said I have a take about that take.
Shut up, producer.
My take about that take, which why is your mic on? No, my take about that take is that I don't think it's up to Joe Burrow if he wins MVP.
Okay, yeah. So break that down.
If the Bengals give up 50 points a game again, and they go 8-9 because they were only able to score 48 points a game, he's not going to win MVP.
I said this morning on the Insiders that if the defense is able to just give up 30 a game and they're able to score 35, then we got it.
What do they got to win? 10? They just got to make the playoffs, right?
Yeah.
If Joe Burrow
just
puts up
playoffs,
the numbers he put up last year.
Yeah, just playoffs.
Yeah, I'm
If
like
Trey
pencil Joe Burrow in for 4,500 yards and 40 touchdowns and single digit picks.
If Trey Hendrickson doesn't get his deal and it's just kind of wishy-washy on the defense all year and Burrow gets into the playoffs, I think he's easy MVP.
Trey Hendrickson, who reports yesterday had that Bengals are listening, potentially willing. You know how these go.
Yeah,
potentially willing to listen to trade proposals.
They're far apart on guaranteed money right now.
Can I tell you a thing I'm out on with reports?
What's that?
A thing that could happen. I'm so out. We've seen that so much with the Kings and Warriors and Kaminga and
we got
all that stuff.
That report, and then also the Patriots are willing to part with a top pick for a player that'll make them better. I almost threw that in the rundown. I was like, no, this is kind of stupid.
The other one is like such and such player is available for multiple first round picks. Yeah, almost. There's like 10 players in the league who aren't available for multiple first round picks.
Right.
Like, what are we doing? But yeah, thing that could happen. Jonathan Kuminga could do this. Okay, tight. Thanks. He could also not do that.
Yeah. And the Warriors could be open to possibly moving.
Right. The Warriors could decide to keep him. Okay.
Shout out to 2025. Shout out to the Twitter era. You know what I'm saying? I don't think these things would happen in newspapers.
No.
This wouldn't happen in newspapers.
No.
Yeah. But
I only know what could happen.
We have radio shows, and these things help the radio show.
That's absolute facts. I'm going to tell you everything I think about things that could happen. Absolutely.
So I'm with it. Okay, short segment. So I don't want to get necessarily started on the baseball thing because that might go for a while. Let me ask you this. This also might go for a while too. Jesse, you might have some thoughts about this too.
Worst comes to worst,
to say something.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me get my confidence here.
I didn't listen to the podcast, so forgive me. I don't know the exact context of what was argued, what was said, but I saw the caption. I was like, this is actually pretty good. Jeff Teague on Club 520 I believe they were having a debate about who was better, Klay Thompson or Paul George.
Ooh.
And I said, I don't know if that's exactly what they were doing, but this sounds like a good idea. Because that's a nice little
this
debate
comes down
right
to
there.
this to me is in the same vein as this is not which player is better. It's in the same group of thing. This is not, but this is a discussion that was, would you rather have Draymond Green's career or Charles Barkley's career? Like, would you rather be ostensibly a role player and a great defender? Like, not trying to take anything away from Draymond, but he was not the guy, but he was part of 4 title teams. Or would you rather be the guy who, you know what, you just never got over the hump and didn't win a title?
Well, check this out.
So this is, to me, because Paul George to me is a better player, flat out.
Okay.
Like, you cannot argue to me with what Paul George did and what he was asked to do with Indiana specifically as such a young player. Klay was not asked to do those same things. Klay is great because of the role that he played within the Warriors ecosystem.
What if I told you that Klay Thompson was the second greatest shooter of all time, though?
Yeah, no, that's sure.
That's fine. At one point, Reggie Miller was the greatest shooter of all time. That didn't make him better than Clyde Drexler.
Yeah, and I'm not saying necessarily Klay's better, but I mean, if we're going off to like Klay's the second best shooter of all time, though, like in an era where just all they do is shoot now.
Paul George a better scorer than Klay?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, he is.
And they're both awesome defensively.
Yes. Here's where the argument would happen for me. Not necessarily what has actually happened in their careers, but for Klay specifically, what could have happened. There are people who believe that if Klay wasn't in Golden State, he could be a franchise player on the team, a number one like Paul George was in Indiana.
I watched Klay Thompson dribble the ball enough times to know that wasn't going to happen.
Yeah, I don't think Klay could get his own shot.
But I think that's the argument. I think people believe like they if you're having that argument, it's not.
You think he could do tween?
I'm not as good as Paul George.
That's it.
That's how I feel. But there are people who believe, given his own team, he could have been even greater.
Okay, and there's a lot of people. I'm sure smarter basketball person than me believes that. Cool. I never saw anything Klay Thompson did in terms of putting the ball on the deck and creating his shot. He'll attack a closeout. He'll find space on a back cut, but it was never like get Klay the ball and get out of the way it was to Paul George. Like Klay was never orchestrating the offense, and I hate this stuff because I'm not trying to. Klay's amazing. He's a Hall of Famer through and through. The Warriors aren't the Warriors without him, without question, hands down. I don't. But when you look at what Paul George is asked to do, now I don't think you could swap Klay and Paul George. I don't think the Warriors would be the Warriors if you did that. I don't think they'd be better. I think Klay fit perfectly into that role because he didn't need to put the ball on the deck to be effective. He didn't need to do a lot of his own creating. Like, no, you just
do you guys think game was different? It's a different time. I understand that, but do you believe that Klay Thompson could have had the impact and the success that a Reggie Miller had? Reggie Miller got to the finals. Reggie Miller, they centered the team around Reggie Miller, and they were able to get to the finals. They were able to be perennial conference finals type teams. Do you think Klay Thompson could have had that career on his own?
Well, how could Reggie put the ball on the deck and get a bucket?
No.
Yeah. If I didn't watch Reggie, so I'm asking you, I guess.
I don't know if either one of you guys watched Reggie.
I know, yeah. Reggie was.
How about this?
Very, very young.
Well, it's like if the Pacers' offense was just get Reggie open and he'll knock down the three. I mean, that's simple. It's not just that simple, but I think Klay Thompson can do that. Like Klay Thompson, yeah, he's as good a shooter as Reggie Miller was.
And I don't know if you guys saw this guy that much either, but what about Ray Allen? I think Ray was
better.
Early Ray Allen was sick.
Ray could handle the ball a little bit better, create a little bit better. When he got to Seattle, he was more of catch and shoot. He ran it off of screens.
I just don't
like that.
This might be an insane take, but this is just. I don't think Clay had those movement skills on offense. I
feel
don't
the
think
same
that was
way.
in his bag.
Yeah, I feel the same way.
That's not a knock on the guy.
Pete Ray Allen was better than. Was it better than Pete Klay Thompson?
Ray Allen wasn't the defender that Clay was.
Clay is a defender, and that's where Paul George is a great defender in his own right, though. But Clay as a defender was a monster for a 6-year stretch.
Here's where nuance comes in. Would Clay be able to play defense at that level if everything's centered around him on the offensive end? I don't know.
Because I think if everything centered around him on the offensive end, it wouldn't look a lot different than it did in Golden State. It'd be get Clay open and get him the ball.
Yeah, but you got to handle the ball now too. You got to be the one.
That's the thing is I don't think there's a version of Clay where he's the number one option in an offense where he's creating, because I don't think he can do it.
Yeah, I think, and I like Clay a lot. I love his game, but I think Paul George is a better player. I think he was a better player.
That's the right take, I think.
Yeah, I think, but it's not. But Clay had a better career,
absolutely,
by a lot,
absolutely.
And somebody else said like Game 6 Clay is a thing. They were in the finals in 2016. They didn't flame out in the conference finals because of Clay. They were going to win Game 6 of the 2019 finals because of Clay. Like there's what's Paul George's signature moment besides getting a 40-footer dotted in his eye by Dame?
Dunking on Birdman.
Sure. I guess just so it just
Shout out PG, shout out Clay, man. I love both of those guys, man.
Yep.
I want to talk some. I don't know if we can do that. It's be the second time today. I want to talk a little baseball when we come back because Rob Manfred.
I'll ask Miller if that's cool.
Check. He's rumored, and he said it on his own validity, to be doing some potentially wild things in the game of baseball.
On his own volition.
On volition.
Yeah.
Do some wild things in baseball. And I'm not a fan of it. We'll talk about it. We'll break it all down. It's D-Lo and KC, ESPN 1320.
Hey, which one of these guys has a ring?
Oh, stop it.
Great point.
Which one has a ring?
Paul Pierce does.
Paul Pierce. He's third on that list. He's third on that list. Third.
Finals MVP.
That's fine. It took him a couple Hall of Famers to get there.
And those other two never got there.
Aceberg, I see you, dog. Ooh. Hell yeah. No.
The greatest player of all time, if you listen to some. Older players talk about T-Mac the way some of these young guys talk about Paul George.
Yeah, I mean,
facts.
T-Mac was him. He was right there with Kobe.
So game 83 got there.
Did T-Mac affect winning? Let's talk about it.
Let's not actually.
Did Charles Barkley affect winning? That's what I want to know. Did Charles Barkley impact winning? Never won a title.
He wasn't a winning player.
This is funny. We're all making it up, man. We're all stripping context when we want to strip context. We're all adding context when we want to add context. We're all a bunch of jokesters over here.
I've seen this. What do you want to know about the Raiders, you guys?
Hey, Ashton Genty, am I right?
Yeah.
He trucked the shit.
He got my boy Demo. He got my boy Demo.
Oh my god. Hey, he hit him. I was like, oh no, get him out the game.
I know that's not my
Pull
boy.
him out. Pull him out.
I know that's not my boy. I like Demo. You got one though.
He got
one.
Hey, you see me? He did the thing where he went like he went one motion, hit and went sideways. He didn't even fall.
He got my boy. I didn't even.
This is it.
What were they?
Demo's
asking?
a good run defender too. He just got dropped.
My boy Demo. I said, oh no, not my boy.
Hey, look at what they did to my boy.
What did they ask about the Raiders? I didn't even see it.
When we're going to talk about
They just want Raiders talk.
Sky Moore is playing late in the fourth quarter of a preseason game. Tough.
Chiefs great.
Tough.
Had a touchdown just now. Well, it's not live, but you get what I'm saying.
I think the Raiders are going to be hard to beat. I don't think they're going to be good. Oh, Debo hit on prospects.
No less, yeah, but I didn't get my lineup in.
Joe Burrow messed it up anyways.
Yeah, but I still would have won.
Oh, still?
Skeens did his thing.
I only do flex plays.
Yeah.
Give me the option to flex play and flex play.
I'm doing that all the time. Yeah, it gets a little too nerve wracking. Back here on this Tuesday afternoon, Sacramento, California, 916. Stand up. D-Lo and KC. Got my main man Kyle Madsen with me. And I want to remind you guys about my people over at Prize Picks, because yesterday I didn't get the lineup in time. That's my bad. I would have won that one for sure, but I didn't get it done. But I'm on it today. I'm on it today.
Yo.
And I got my boy Scooble. They got him at 7 strikeouts. They're going up against the Astros. I'm going with less. Trey Turner, he's a demon at 1.5 hits.
Trey Turner's on demon time?
He's on demon time. Give me more. My girl, Asia Wilson. It's a Taco Tuesday for my girl, Asia Wilson. 19.5 points. Go ahead and give me that. I'll take the more. And then Sabrina Ionescu. They're going up against the Lynx today. Lynx going to be. It's
a good team.
Yeah, they might go to work on the Liberty, who Stewie is still out, I believe. So that's going to be an issue. But Sabrina going to have 18 points. I'm going with more on that. If you want to get down, go ahead. Download the Prize Picks app. Put in the promo code KIFM. You get $50 instantly with your first $5 lineup. You don't even have to win. It's not about wins or losses in that situation. Just put in the promo code KIFM. And you get $50 instantly with your first $5 lineup. Now, you must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for more details. Prize Picks, run your game. Securing the Bagley with his first win of the season. All right, we got a new name on the list. Securing the Bagley with his first win of the season. Congrats to him. Zay on our list here, Jesse. Whew, he got to step his game up. He was 5th.
Step up your game.
Dude, that one's tough though, because they all just pop up at the same time.
And Chatty House After Party. We don't want any. I'm starting to wonder if your situation is a little Photoshop. He keeps bringing these screenshots of how he was first. So you just first every day,
and then he's not in StreamYard.
You know what I'm saying?
Maybe you should be Chatty House before party if you want to.
That's a good one.
Got him. Zap.
I'm just saying, yeah. Yeah, we made the board of governors may have to talk about this because you're putting the league in a bad light with this erroneous screenshot.
Do we ban him right now? Do we want to ban him?
Well, we've let him know. We've sent warnings to
Banny.
his representatives.
Oh, that's good right there.
But
Thanks.
let's settle down. And also, Zabo asked, "Why are you targeting me for?" Hey, people want to know
You're the leader.
what the defending champion's going to do.
Yeah.
Many people are wondering if Father Time has gotten to Zabo.
Is Zabo still impacting winning? That's what we want to know. Hey, Tarek Skubal hasn't faced the Astros yet this year. Does that make you feel better or worse about his chances?
That would make me feel worse.
To
but
go less.
I
I'm going to
think-
see if he played him.
I think the Astros they're gonna swing a hot bat today, and yeah, I think they're gonna handle business and not get 7+ strikeouts. That's the
They
goal.
don't strike out a lot.
They can strike out 6 times today. That's perfectly reasonable. Just keep it there. Keep it there.
Skubal, to this is a point, Kenny.
Thank you.
12 2/3. This is against the Astros last year. 12 2/3 in 2 starts, 9 strikeouts.
Shout out to the Astros. I don't hate the Astros the way everybody else does.
People need to get over that.
Yeah, I'm past it. I saw an Astros throwback at Hack Club at the Great Mall this weekend. I was like, ooh.
Still really good, even without the trash cans. Like
Really
like
good.
that. Get over it. It's fine.
Really, and they didn't have the trash cans on the road. Won a
Yeah.
game 7 in Chavez Ravine.
Like the Dodgers lost those World Series because they're the Dodgers at the time.
It
and
was
they finally got
annoying.
over the hump. The Yankees lost because they're the Yankees, and
It was annoying because they were doing such a good job of player development
Mhm.
and just bringing up all these dudes who were just awesome. And to find out, oh, and then they made savvy free agent signings and trades, and they just built this juggernaut. And then to find out, like, oh yeah, also they had this advantage. I'm like, come on, guys.
Yeah.
God.
They literally did what everybody wants the Kings to do.
Cheat.
yeah.
Well, cheat, yeah. Go ahead, do that. But they punted on like 3 seasons.
Yep.
Said
That's
we're
it.
just going to be awful. We're going to lose 100+ games,
Mm-hmm.
and it's going to pay off when we have all these great prospects. And it actually worked.
Mhm.
They actually did it.
They successfully tanked in Major League Baseball.
Now the question is, do you think that the Astros would be able to consistently year in and year out win the Southwest Division?
Who else would be in that division, Kenny?
The Royals, the Cardinals, and the Rangers. And this is all proposed by Jim Bowden. Bowden. That's what I thought. Proposed by him. Not proposed, he's just speculating on the realignment that seems to be circling around baseball talks.
Yeah.
Rob Manfred was on the broadcast of Sunday Night Baseball the other night, alluding to mass realignment where it's a lot more regional. And I think this is an awful idea.
Yeah.
This is an awful idea. Now, I understand your perspective as an A's fan. That doesn't mean you can't, think without being biased.
To hell with baseball.
But I understand your perspective as an A's fan.
Sure.
And that situation is awful. And that is going to be what Rob Manfred is remembered for. But he's done some good things with the game.
Sure.
I think I like the Ghost Runner.
Oh, okay.
I
First
like
of all,
the
hang on. That's fine. I don't want to argue about that. It's not a ghost runner. There's a real runner there. Call it something else. The ghost runner is when you don't have enough people to play baseball, so you hit and go, okay, I got a ghost runner on first.
I like the already there runner.
There you go.
Okay.
last out.
Huh?
The last out runner.
Last out runner. There we
The
go.
LOR,
Good.
nice. I like that.
Oh, hey, we got to Hey, that's it. We got to
The
That's kind of
LOR.
fire.
The
All right.
LOR.
So you like the LOR runner?
I like
The LOR.
LOR.
He's got 3 runs this season as the LOR.
That's a new
Hell
stat.
yeah,
There we
that's
go.
sick.
I like that. I like the pitch clock.
Pitch clock is objectively a win for baseball.
Yeah. I'm not crazy about expanding the playoffs, but it has kind of helped. It's had a positive
Sure.
impact with people
Mhm.
being interested later in the year. Like, I think the Giants are finished. They're 5.5 games out of the
Mhm.
third wild card.
Mhm.
Like, it gives me a reason to be like, all
They
right,
win
let's go.
10 out of 11. You're like, all right, we're back.
Right,
Mhm.
right. So, and that's all under his watch. outside of the A's thing, which is his legacy, that I don't care how many good things I talk about he's done.
Sure.
The A's situation is his legacy in a bad way. So I say all that to say, like, usually, like, if I'm looking at it, like, all right, like he has had some vision and done some good things with baseball. I give him credit for just the shift in thought process with how the game is promoted, the media, the MLB network, embracing a little bit of a younger generation. Like it's under his watch. I'm not saying he's the one.
We still can't show baseball highlights on YouTube, but fine.
That's
yeah, we ran into that issue the other day.
Yeah, we sure did.
That's crazy.
But anyways, I agree with you. The perception of the sport is probably better now than it was when he took over.
Right. But if he gets his way with this realignment thing, I'm not going to be dramatic and say it'll kill the sport. I think it's a bad idea. I think it's a really, really bad idea to do this.
There's definitely, and Maury Brown wrote about this in Forbes a couple years ago, last year, I think, how the MLB has already laid the groundwork for this realignment by balancing the schedule,
things I don't like,
and by eliminating or putting the designated hitter in the National League.
Yeah.
And so you're already blurring that line to allow realignment where you could just whack the leagues all together and go, it doesn't matter. But I think that baseball is so steeped in tradition, and I think it's a problem for the sport. I think that one of the things that's been holding baseball back is this adherence to rules and regulations and I'm just going to say rules and regulations because I can't think of the word culture. Culture that is residual from when baseball was a sport that rich people played to get exercise, right? Rich white people specifically played to get exercise. And the remnants of that foundation have, I think, stuck to the sport in certain ways that have held it back.
Gotcha.
I think that adherence to tradition has been a bad thing, but I also don't think that you can ditch it entirely, because I do think there's some of the charm of baseball is the nostalgia of it. And I think if you eliminate leagues, and now American League, National League is no longer a thing. The All-Star game is just, here's 50 dudes playing baseball with each other. Like that doesn't play. And that National League, American League, that weird kind of pride that comes with it is no longer there. And if you're changing these divisions and these long-time rivalries and these long-time, even if it's not, A's Rangers is not something you'd consider a rivalry, but I feel some type of way about the Rangers because they've been in my division forever.
Right.
So like, man, it's like to hell with the Rangers, to hell with the Mariners, to hell with the Angels. If you're eliminating that in the name of regional alignment, I think you're making a mistake.
I agree.
And I think it undoes some of the goodwill that he's built up in terms of shortening the time of games, certainly eliminating some of the unnecessary downtime in games, promoting more hitting through banning the shift, promoting more stolen bases through limiting pickoffs and increasing the base size, eliminating unnecessary downtime in the 3-batter rule. These are all things that I was against initially that I'm now like, all right, I see the vision.
Yeah, it's worked out.
But I think if you go, we're going to eliminate the leagues in here, this is going to be this weird ass realignment. That's where I think you run into a problem.
The proposed realignment, or just, hey, this is what I think would be the realignment, because it's proposed means, to me, it sounds like it's actually being up for consideration. This is just Jim Bowden's thought of what it might look like.
I have another one when you're done.
Okay. American League, National League look like it's gone, and it's Western Conference, Eastern Conference. And that is ridiculous. They also, and this is where my bias may come into play, they are separating the Giants and Dodgers.
Okay.
The Dodgers are going to be in the West division with the Diamondbacks, Angels, and Padres. The Giants are going to be in the Pacific Coast with the Mariners, Rockies, and A's. And this is a little bit akin to me to one of the negatives in college football. The conferences that I grew up on, that we grew up on, no longer being that for the most part, like the Pac-10, Pac-12 being gone, Arizona State not playing USA anymore or USC anymore. And I'm only saying that because that's not like, yeah, everybody wants USC versus UCLA, but it mattered when USC played Arizona State, when USC played Cal, or when Arizona would play UCLA. Like those things matter, and they're gone. They're gone. I don't want to say forever, but for the foreseeable future.
That Stanford North Carolina game just doesn't hit the same.
It doesn't hit. Doesn't hit. Giants Mariners don't hit. And we're talking about Giants Dodgers, who they played in the same division for 100+ years. And you want to wipe that away for what? Now that seems to be kind of like one of the only rivalries, like the other one they have in the Eastern Conference. The East is Boston, the Mets, the Yankees, the Phillies, which actually would be pretty fun. But I mean, the Mets and the Braves have a rivalry.
Yep,
that's been going on for quarter decade, quarter century.
Phillies
excuse
too.
me. Yeah, Phillies. I think this is a terrible idea, and I think it's going to happen. Much like everything with Manfred, I believe if he wants it, it's going to happen, and I think this is eventually going to happen. You, like I said, that article that you talked about, they've already been planting the seeds for this for years.
Yeah,
and for him to go on TV and say it the way he said it the other day. And that leads me to believe it's already in motion.
Yeah, so. It feels that way. So the Athletic, and there's two layers to this that I want to get to. The Athletic has one where the AL and NL stay the same, but it goes to the divisions get moved around a little bit.
Okay.
So the American League East is now the Orioles, Red Sox, Yankees, and Blue Jays. There's going to be 4 teams.
Okay.
So you're going to have four team divisions in each league. The American League West is the Las Vegas A's, the Angels, the Mariners, and then a expansion team in either Salt Lake or Portland. The American League North, White Sox, Guardians, Tigers, Twins. American League South, Rockies moved to the AL.
Okay.
Astros, Royals, Rangers is the AL South.
Okay.
Now, here's the part of this. I'm going to skip the NL part. The NL expansion team will go to Raleigh or Nashville. Here's what this writer from The Athletic said. Stephen J. Nesbitt. Where did my paragraph go?
Just vanished in front of his very eyes.
It did. What in the world? But basically, he says in here, and this is really frustrating because it was basically said that the teams on the West Coast that are likely to get an expansion team are in Oregon and Utah. No mention of Sacramento. There's nothing about Sacramento in this article.
Right.
And that is where I would be concerned. The fact that we're really talking expansion now, and this idea of Sacramento is just gone. Like, not even a mention of like Portland or he says Oregon or Utah. He doesn't mention the city specifically, but he said the expansion team would likely be Oregon or Utah. Not even, and Sacramento's trying to like it seems based on this and based on other reporting, and when you see other alignments, nobody's talking about Sacramento. And that's really disappointing to me.
It is.
Like, there's still time. It's not like, wow, they're never going to put baseball here. But the fact that there's a baseball team, a Major League Baseball team here right now,
right,
and people aren't like, hey, look, baseball's already there. Maybe they'll stay. Like, not even a possible. It's Utah and Oregon. And that's it.
Right.
That sucks.
No, it does. It does. Now, here's the thing that I would say. First of all, I agree with you. Second of all, they're kind of where they already were, because if this Ace thing hadn't happened, they weren't going to be mentioned anyway. The only reason that you took this opportunity, if you're Vivek Ranadive, if you're the city of Sacramento, or West Sacramento,
Mhm.
is
I found the paragraph. Go on.
okay. Is you were way back there to begin with.
Mhm.
This could potentially get us in the conversation that we weren't going to be in if we didn't have this.
Sure.
So far, doesn't feel like it's moved
Mhm.
them up the lever ahead of those two.
Mhm.
And that's kind of like one of the things that I was talking about last week with you guys during the handoff.
Mhm.
Is if you're Sacramento and you're a person like myself who lives here and I want Major League Baseball here, I don't want to say that other stuff doesn't matter, but it doesn't matter. I got to find a way to do what I can to visually
Mhm.
put out there to Major League Baseball. No, we here. We show up. Like
Sure.
we're here
Mhm.
because that's all they're gonna look at, and it may not work. It may not, that may not
Yeah.
have an impact either. They may look at that and be like, "That's cute," but we're still looking at Portland and Salt Lake City. But your only chance is if you show up in droves for these games, and at least give them something to think about.
Mhm.
And I don't know if in this first year they've given Major League Baseball, the owners, the commissioner, anything to think about because the attendance just hasn't been there. You know, and there's a lot of different reasons for that. I'm not blaming anybody, but it just hasn't been there visually to say, man, every time I look at Center Health Park, that thing is packed. Like they love baseball out there. So
And that's what it's going to take because they're not going to be able to go the typical route. They're not going to be able to just put their name in the ring. Like that's not. Portland has been working at this for years.
Facts.
Salt Lake's been working at this for years. Nashville's been working at this for years. Like they are way down the road on this. So Sacramento isn't just going to get there organically. It's going to take some kind of massive push.
Mm-hmm.
Something that becomes the story of baseball. The A's make a playoff run over the next 3, 4, 5 years, however long they're here, and that stadium's just selling out. There's lines out the door. They're selling out season tickets. It's going to take that kind of story repeatedly to get Sacramento into this conversation, I think. And here's the other. This is the paragraph. It says, while we're still making only educated guesses about expansion candidates, Salt Lake City or Portland would fit the AL West footprint, becoming the closest geographic partner to Seattle. This map would turn topsy-turvy if MLB chose Austin or Mexico City as expansion cities, or chose no expansion cities out west and 2 in the east, but Utah and Oregon are the most likely landing spots at this point. Here's the thing I'll say about this. This is based on, I don't have any sourcing on this. This is just, we had Dave Stewart on 95.7 The Game, and there was a story that came out about him being part of this group, this ownership group, trying to get an expansion team in Nashville. It's him and Reggie Jackson and some other people. And I said, hey, we're going to toss you a question about this. And he said, no, we can't talk about it. We're not allowed to talk about it. We cannot. MLB doesn't want us saying a word. And then Vivek, at that opening presser, when he's like, yeah, we're trying to get baseball here, it was this big, like, oh no, like you're not supposed to say anything. So I will say, while it's not encouraging that people doing these alignment things aren't even including like, yeah, maybe Zach, that's not encouraging. If there's any work being done, any groundwork being laid, I don't necessarily think it would be out there in public where reporters are just going to know it.
Right.
Because I think if that groundwork is being done, it's going to be very much like MLB saying this, whatever we're working on is over if any of this becomes public. So I don't know that that's happening. I flip a coin and your guess is as good as mine. That's just how I imagine, based on what I know, it would go if they were trying to lay that ground.
Yeah, I remember the same thing. And I remember the same conversations around that. Like, yeah, like even like I do believe that was talked about with Rob Manfred and Vivek. If there's
no way it wouldn't have.
Right. If they took this public beating and gave them an out for Oakland, I think expansion absolutely was talked about. But I remember immediately, I don't think you should have said that. And I don't know if that just wiped, like, hey, one strike, you're out of here, bro. We can't trust you. That might be the case. But yeah, to your point, if there is something going on, that seems like it's something that's like
very hush hush.
Yeah, not a lot of people might be privy to that information.
Well, and Polo in the chat said Sacramento never presented a viable MLB stadium. There's no renderings nor funding. Show the money and plans. That's something that's the kind of thing that, we haven't seen that publicly. But if they're working on this in the background right now, that might be something that they're trying to put together, or they've gotten to MLB, or again, I don't know. This is not even I know when I'm saying I don't know. I genuinely have no clue.
Right.
You literally, you listener could throw out a guess and it would be the same validity as mine.
Put them at Cal
Expo. Share a stadium with Sac State football. No, it just so I do think it's not like Sacramento would come out and be like, yeah, here's renderings and we've got all this financing done. I think that's the kind of stuff that would be happening behind
I agree.
lock and key, because MLB doesn't want any of this expansion stuff out.
I agree.
But if we get to 2028
and you're still not here,
and there's still then I think
I think Sacramento's best chance is if the A's get stuck here, which I don't think.
But even that, if the A's get stuck here, I very much think that MLB views this as temporary. And even if it gets to year 4, Vegas falls through, I very much don't think MLB is going to go, cool, you just stay there while we figure it out. I don't think that's how it would go.
No, I hear you on that. Another interesting thing before we slide out real quick. Mexico City. I wonder who's actually going to pull the trigger and go to Mexico City. The NBA has been interested in Mexico City for years, and hearing them in that write-up right there is also interesting. I learned something a couple years ago. Mexico City, 6th largest population in the world. Didn't know that.
Wow. They show out for NFL games. Those NFL games are fun as hell.
You went to one?
No.
Oh.
I watch them on television.
Well, yeah, they look fun. Although I don't know why, this is soccer thing too, why they tarp off the first 10 rows. That always
couldn't tell you.
Me.
Couldn't tell you.
I think PSG might do that.
They've been doing construction at that stadium. That's supposed to be ready for
at
the World
Azteca?
Cup. Yeah.
Oh, that makes sense.
Well, they're
always doing.
done.
They're always doing. Yeah, because my favorite team plays there, so they're always doing construction at that stadium.
We tarping off the first 10 rows. I think, does PSG do that too?
I'm not sure. They probably do it for different reasons, but I know they've been working on that stadium for a while. Probably just for the World Cup, though.
What are we doing? Anyway, what we're doing is we're going to have our guy, Jason Jones of The Athletic. He's going to pull up on it. We'll ask him about this. We'll ask him about Klay Thompson and Paul George.
What about that Cowboys doc?
We'll definitely ask him about that.
Yeah.
We'll definitely ask him about that. Yep. He's coming up right here on D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320.
Are we all watching the Cowboys doc tonight as a class?
I cannot. I have so much work to do when I get home. I'm way behind.
I'm gonna try and watch at least one
other job.
I'm gonna try.
Yeah, no, that's gonna be a no for me.
That's a no for me, dog.
Hey, I have a Mexico City story to tell you. Turn it back on for what?
Oh.
So dumb.
People just be asking for it, man.
Seriously.
I can't even feel bad for you if it goes bad. And then to say that too.
Yeah.
All right, man. All right. All right, man. Shout out to my guy, Pete Youngman. Listening to the show, and I'm not sure if he's streaming it or not. Matter of fact, I'll just wait because I'm not sure if he's streaming it or not. I'm not sure. He might just be listening on the radio. And I want to make sure I acknowledge
the legend,
great Pete Youngman.
Mm-hmm. You okay? You good over there? I can't
have
wait
no
for this.
clue. Yeah.
We got to talk at some point, man. We're on the radio.
Well, we're not on the radio yet, are we?
No, not yet. No.
Yeah,
Oh, okay. I
saving
thought
it
I
for the
heard
radio.
Jesse. Oh, okay. The way
Jesse
you
might
talk,
be listening.
your cadence changes when we're off.
It does?
Yeah, a little bit. You get more relaxed, and then you get into your radio voice. And so you were doing radio voice when you started talking about Pete Youngman, and I thought I had heard Jesse say we're back.
God, he's like, you're gonna say something?
I'm like, brother, we gotta.
Oh man. Mm-mm-mm. I haven't even talked about Nick Martin yet. I got Kyle here. Maybe on Friday.
Salute to Nick Martin.
He's fast.
My man can move.
I like Nick Martin. I think he can play. I think he can start. Not this year, but eventually.
You'd hope so. That's the 75th overall pick.
I think he can start.
He can't start. They blew it.
I think
What, Fred Warner 75?
yeah, he was third round for sure.
74 maybe?
Drake Greenlaw did not start his rookie year, right? 'Cause Quan was around.
But Quan got hurt on that Thursday night game in Arizona.
That was Halloween, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I was trick or treating, listening to the game.
You good?
I don't know, dog.
Are you good?
Yeah, what's on your mind?
I don't know. Like I said, we got Steel on KC, ESPN 1320. My man Kyle Madsen rocking with us today. Jason Jones of The Athletic is going to be here in just a little bit. But earlier today, we were talking about the worst losses we've ever experienced in sports. Mine was Super Bowl. I don't even know what number that was. 49, 48, 58. I don't know.
48.
It was one of the Super Bowls.
This one
Ravens?
is 60, isn't it?
Ravens
No.
is 48.
No. Okay. So
This one's 60.
48, or excuse me, 58. Super Bowl 58 is the worst loss I've ever experienced. The last one against the Chiefs. And I told the story about how,
No, 50.
because this
Because
is
they were
60.
in Live was the one in Miami. And
this,
that's
this
54.
one this year is 60, right?
The one
Last
this year
year
is
was
60.
59. They lost 58.
Yeah.
Yeah. So 58.
Which is LVII. Yeah. All right, we're back. We're never been more back. Go ahead.
But I talked about how when I saw Pat Mahomes take the shotgun snap and look to his right, and I saw the receiver that was there and nobody around him, and I didn't even really look at the end of the play.
Yeah, Hartman just a little speed out.
I got up off the couch and I
Yep.
just walked to the front door. I walked out of the front door and I walked around my neighborhood for about 25 minutes. And the great Pete Youngman was
Noted
listening
Chiefs
to the
fan.
show, and he decided to tweet me, and he says, that was Miko Hardman with the picture of the play.
Wow.
Thanks, Pete.
I just talked about how this was one of the worst experiences I've ever had in sports.
Yeah.
And my guy, Pete Youngman, one time I was playing in a West Sac League on Sunday.
Mhm.
I strained my calf, and I tweeted, I said, this might be over. I might be done playing. This was about 3-4 years
Mhm.
ago. I said, I'm done. I do not want to get hurt. I'm this close to the
Mhm.
Achilles. I don't want no problems. Pete Youngman DM'd me and said, here's my number. Call me. I want to tell you how you can help with that. You can still be active. He told me about insoles. He told me about all this stuff. He said, you're going to be okay. If you want to play, you're going to be okay. You're going to get it done. Pete Youngman is one of the nicest men I've ever met.
An athletic trainer who's dedicated his life to making people feel better.
Yes. Why would he do this to me? That's my man's.
I don't know.
Should I block him?
Wow. Wow.
I would mute him to get that tweet out of my mentions. And then I'd do an engagement bait to get a lot of tweets, and then I'll unmute him so that tweet's not in my mentions anymore. Yeah, if you ever see me do an engagement bait tweet, it's because someone said a mean thing to me. I don't want to see it anymore.
That hurt. Damn, that game hurt. Oh my gosh, they've got to win a Super Bowl. So I can move past this. They've got to win a Super Bowl soon. I need a Super Bowl. I want a 49ers Super Bowl.
That dream. I don't want to say it's cooked, but I mean, you talked about it.
What do you know about Super Bowls, Dolphin fan?
I'll just go then. I'll just leave. I don't know.
You get hella emotional. I don't know a logical point.
I don't even know about playoff wins. Thanks for asking.
No, but to Jesse's point, keep saying what you were saying. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Sorry. I think I'm going to agree with you.
Oh no, I'm distraught right now. Hold on.
Dang.
No, it's just like you said. They might have just missed out on their best chance. And it's like they'll be a good team going forward, but is that Super Bowl window even going to really be open?
I think
they need a lot of things.
I think
to go
this
right.
group is to your point. I don't want to say it's shut because I think they can make a run. But to your point, they need a lot of good things to happen.
Yeah.
But I think with this group, I think that was your best opportunity. Here's the thing that I believe in when you have Kyle Shanahan. I think you reload, you retool. And that's what they try to do with this draft. I think it's going to be another draft next year where they try to get that next wave of 49er players to kind of get them back to that spot. Mm-hmm. Almost like I said, I think all the great coaches do it. You know, I look at a guy like Mike Tomlin is somebody that I've always talked about. They've had different incarnation of the Steelers.
Sure.
But they've had those different incarnations of the Steelers, different teams that had the talent to win a Super Bowl.
Do you think there are people in Pittsburgh like TC that want Mike Tomlin fired?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure.
How different is this 49ers team from the Andy Reid Eagles? Is the team just always good enough to be around, but just never got it done? And like maybe Kyle Shanahan becomes Andy Reid and gets done somewhere else?
Yeah, potentially. But the thing is, the Eagles in the immediate future, they didn't, like people are like, yeah, man, we've gone too far. We can't do nothing with the Eagles didn't get better in that situation.
Yeah.
Andy Reid found a better spot.
Well, I'm just saying, yeah, what if that just the 49ers situation here is just Shanahan never figures it out?
I believe Kyle Shanahan will win a Super Bowl in his career. I do.
Yeah, I think so too. I don't know if it'll be with San Francisco.
That's the thing. I think he will win one though.
The unbelievable thing is first of all, I meant to bring this up a while back. We had Trysta on. I didn't want to derail the conversation. These people that are like, Kyle Shanahan's offense been figured out. Go look at the numbers, man. Like it looked like they were battling uphill last year, but they weren't like a bad offense. Mm-hmm. Go look. Like the fact that they were able to piece together a productive offense last year, despite how bad it looked at times, is crazy. But anyways, the Trey Lance thing would have gotten most regimes, head coach, GM regimes fired. Mm-hmm. You trade 3 first-round picks to move up to number 3 in the draft, and you whiff on that pick, all the way whiff where you're trading that player before their rookie contract is up. That's bad. But they got out of it because of the Brock Purdy thing. You can't miss on drafts like they did in 22 and 23. 22 in general. I know they hit on the Purdy pick, which is a huge deal, but the 22 class did not bear a lot of fruit otherwise. The 2023 class, same deal. Now D Winters coming out of nowhere to look like he's going to start is a thumbs up. But largely, if you have back-to-back draft classes like that are mostly unproductive, you don't typically get to you don't open another Super Bowl window. It's really hard to recover from that. But they have enough residual from prior to that, 2019, 20, 21, and they have enough in potentially have enough in the 2024 and 2025 classes. If Malik Mustafa can play, if Ricky Pearsall can play, if Isaac Orendo can play, Renardo Green, Dominic Pooney, and then from this year's class, if Michael Williams is any good, and if CJ West can play, and if Nick Martin turns into a starter, and Upton Stout's a starter, If all that goes their way, then okay, then they have dodged another bullet. Is kind of how I'm viewing this. If they wind up back in the Super Bowl in the next 3 years with Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch at the helm and this general group of players they have, I think it would be damn near a miracle. They need so many things to go right. And maybe they will. That's why they play the games. That's why we watch. That's why we're interested in sports. Right. But I don't there not a lot of teams are able to recover from some of the mistakes that Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch have made and recovered from. And I think the 22 and 23 draft classes were those type of mistakes. Like those are huge misses. And maybe they recover from it, but the reason I think they have such a steep climb, and it's not like, they fell off a little bit, but they got to bounce back. Like, no, they have a steep climb because they felt they're getting almost nothing from those 2 draft classes. So now it comes down to 24 and 25. And can you find outsized production from those classes to make up for what you didn't get in 22 and 23? And that's a tough ask.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I think I also look at next year's draft as being one that they're kind of circling and trying to make sure they hit on and find they've got to really find the all pros, and it's easier said than done. I used to talk about this with the Seahawks. So I feel the same way when you talk about the 49ers. I got to keep the same energy. They would talk about what they did. I think Schneider was the GM there at the time with the LOB. They were like, oh yeah, he went out and he knows Schneider, he knows what he's doing. You see, he just drafted these guys. Outside of Earl Thomas, I think they were a bunch of 5th rounders, 6th rounders, all this other stuff. It's like you don't just go draft another LOB.
Right.
Like you don't just do that. Same thing with some of the success they've had with some of these guys, finding Brandon Ayuk, finding Deebo Samuel, Brock Purdy, Fred Warner, these guys they found earlier in their regime. To say, yeah, we're gonna go find the next group of those guys. Like that's not necessarily how it works. And they've gone back and forth in that early time, in that like 18, 19, they hit a lot. You know what I mean? They were hitting on all pros. Dre Greenlaw was a guy they found that, we loved and all this other stuff. It's not just simple to just say, yeah, they'll just do it again. They might not. They might not do it again and find that group of talent, find that core again.
Yeah. Saying all you have to do is find another George Kittle, like
right.
Draft a Hall of Famer in the 5th round. That's what you're banking on.
Right.
All right.
Their saving grace, and the reason why I don't slam their windows shut is simply because of the conference they play in. If they were in the AFC with those 4 quarterbacks and those teams, you can't get back. You can't. That's just too much. There are good teams in the NFC, and things can change the drop of dime. Like Chicago might have figured it all out. Now all of a sudden they're a juggernaut. But as it stands right now, there isn't a team that you look at in the NFC and be like, I don't even know if there's a team in the NFC outside of the Eagles that you say, well, you're going to have to. The NFC is going to begin and end with this team. Like you could potentially say that with Buffalo or with Kansas City or with Baltimore, with, I don't know about Cincinnati, but those guys are going to be there. I don't think those guys are there in the NFC. And I think that makes their climb a little less steep, maybe you would think, because they just don't have that team that is standing, or that group of teams that seems to be standing in their way the entire time. Who knows what the Rams are going to look like once Stanford is gone?
Sure.
So that's the whole thing. But they got to hit on some big time players, on some transcendent players, 1 or 2 at least.
There's a bunch of stuff in the chatty house about how TC was right. The Niners play calling falls off after the scripted plays. Okay, first of all, let's just go through this. That's just not correct. That's not, it's not like that can be your vibe and you can be like, I know in my soul, anecdotally, that's right. It's not.
Yeah.
That's not how it goes. And scripted plays are not meant to scripted plays are to see how defenses react to certain things and to set up plays later in the game. Scripted plays are not, we know these 25 things are going to work. Like, no, they're doing this to combat what the defense is doing and to see how they respond to this run. Okay. And what if we do play action off of that? Right. And where did they move? Okay. Now I know I can use that play to set up. It's not like saying a guy's scripted plays or he's great at scripted plays, but he's not, like, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. And this idea that they just fall off. That's not right.
You're 100% correct.
Do they now again, because Kyle Shanahan is not a perfect coach, and you will never hear me say that. In late game situations, do I think Kyle Shanahan sometimes gets caught between being too aggressive and too conservative, and he's not exactly sure what to do, and he doesn't quite have a plan? Yeah, kind of. I don't think that he's great at adapting, and instead goes, if everybody executes exactly right, this play is going to work. I don't think he builds in enough. Hey, if this guy doesn't win his matchup, I think he trusts his guys too much in certain spots. But the 49ers offense, for an offense that's been figured out, their scheme's been figured out, everybody. The 49ers, we're just going to use yards and points. 2019, 4th in yards, 2nd in points. 2020, disaster year, 15th in yards, 21st in points. That was a lot of Nick Mullins. 2021, 7th in yards, 13th in points. 2022, 5th and 6th. 2023, 2nd and 3rd. Last year, 4th in yards, 13 in points. They were a disaster last year, and they were still 4th in yards and 13 in points. Seems like a pretty damn good coach to me. They sucked last year, and that was their production? Brother, I don't know what to tell you, man. I don't know. I don't understand. Yes, I just laid out a bunch of flaws that Kyle Shanahan has. But all this, he falls off after his scripted plays. What? No, everybody's figured him out. Yeah, I think they got some scheme adjustments to make for sure. And I think, are they too reliant on Christian McCaffrey? 1,000%. I think we saw it in 2018 too. I think we saw that Jerick McKinnon was supposed to be the focal point of their offense. This pass catching back that you could, because the whole point has been you can have 21 personnel, 2 running backs, 1 tight end. But Christian McCaffrey and Kyle Juszczyk can become, instead of a running back and a fullback, a wide receiver and a tight end, and George Kittle might split out and be a wide receiver. And now all of a sudden this packed I formation turns into 4 wide. And you can't put the correct defense on the field. And it's about manipulating what the defense can do, manipulate the numbers, and execute that way. I do think that part of the reason that 2018 particularly wasn't very good out of the gate, even before Jimmy Garoppolo got hurt, was because there was too much dependence on Jerick McKinnon. Last year, I think there was too much dependence on Christian McCaffrey. And I think there was too much dependence on Deebo Samuel being 2021 Deebo Samuel. The motion with Deebo didn't work the same way. It didn't manipulate defenses the same way. I think that's part of the reason they struggled. Deebo Samuel himself just wasn't quite the same player with the ball in his hands. Didn't have that same impact. Right. And despite all of that, they still finished 4th in yards and 13th in points. That's with the defense. It was ass. Like, not a lot of coaches are picking up the pieces and piecing things together the way Kyle Shanahan did last year. And again, I don't think the guy is perfect. I think the whole end of half play calling thing, where he does the thing where they just run it. Oh, and broke the run. And now it's like, oh God, okay, let's see. Okay, now we're going to throw it. But also we want to make sure we run the last play. Like, yeah, I don't like that. Yeah. But in the grand scheme of things, like, the Niners are not a bad team, and Kyle Shanahan is not a bad coach. Right. There are bad. Matt Eberflus was a bad coach. Right. Kyle Shanahan's not a bad coach.
You're spot on. You're spot on with everything that you said.
Sorry, I just rambled for 20 minutes.
It was perfect. You were 100% correct in my eyes with everything that you had to say. And we talked about it a little bit earlier as well. More so with football than maybe a basketball or something like that, or even baseball. Like, the coach's job is to put the game plan and call the right play, put it in place. Once he's out of the quarterback's headset, it's kind of out of his hands. And what I try to gauge some of these coaches on is if they are making the quote unquote right play call, if they've manipulated the defense or set up the defense enough times late in games where they know, okay, this is their tendencies and we can play against that and we know we can get this open and play in the right call. Somebody's got to take the charge for it. I understand, but missing a block or somebody falling or something like that, that's not Kyle Shanahan's fault. That's not Andy Reid's fault. That's all they can do is put you in position for these guys to execute, for the best chance for them to execute. We looked at and maybe it was, maybe it was, but that last play of the AFC Championship game where Josh Allen, the play call was whatever it was, and there was a jailbreak and he slid out there. Was that the wrong play call, or did somebody just make a play? Or sometimes you have a play call and the defense has the right defense to combat that play call.
Yep. Sometimes your dudes are better than their dudes, or vice versa.
Yeah. Or the other coordinator guessed right, or looked at it like, I think this might work in this, and it worked. That doesn't mean your ideal, your thought as a coach was wrong or anything else like that. It just got beat in that moment. And yeah, I'm just really confused with the Kyle.
I am too, man. It's so weird. And again, another critique. Just I'll jump on the critiquing Kyle Shanahan bandwagon. And again, critiquing. I'm not trying to fire the guy. I do think that he doesn't rely on his guys enough. And I know I mentioned that before, but a really good example to me is Mecole Hardman and Andy Reid. Mecole Hardman is not a super effective receiver. If you want him to just be that X receiver is just going to go over there and run a route and get open and be effective at all three levels, like he's just not, that's not him. But Andy Reid has found out a way to be successful with the speed outs. But just getting the ball in his hands and saying, hey, you're fast as hell. What we're going to do is we're going to get the ball to you and you're going to go make a play, because that's what you're not going to do all X, Y, and Z. You're better at A, B, and C. So we're going to make sure all you do is A, B, and C. I think Kyle Shanahan, and one of his biggest flaws as a coach, and if he doesn't win a Super Bowl, this is the thing I think will hold him back from that, is when Danny Gray is fast as hell. Kyle Shanahan goes, okay, but when you're on the field, the defense knows that you're not going to run these routes. So the rest of the offense isn't going to quite work. Like, dude, at some point you have to throw that out the window and be like, okay, this guy's fast as hell. What is he good at? Okay, he can run a slant and he can run this jet motion. Cool. When he's on the field for those 15 snaps, that's what he's going to do. But instead, Kyle Shanahan goes, hey, you know what? You can't get on the field. You got a handoff. You didn't pick the right hole. All right. Hey, it just doesn't, that's not going to work out anymore. That's the biggest frustration for me. The amount of players that they've had that just don't get on the field. It's like, man, you got to figure out a way to get some kind of production out of these guys that you're taking in the second and third round.
I agree 100%. That's one of the frustrations for me as well. Being an offensive guy, like an offense, man, you can't, this whole time, you haven't been able to find a way to play a burner. Like, get a wide receiver that just, hey, this guy, like you said, Danny Gray, just faster than everybody else. You don't have to play all the snaps, but you can't incorporate that into the offense. You can't draft one of those guys earlier in the draft instead of getting Trey Sermon or something like that. Like, you can't go get Xavier Worthy. You can never find those type of guys and incorporate them into your offense. That is frustrating. I don't know a quarter, 1% of football that Kyle Shanahan does, but I do think that, because I've seen enough football, if you have a Xavier Worthy, sometimes if you just send him on a go route, he's taking two guys with him and it opens up the middle of the field for a George Kittle or something like that. If that happens once or twice a game, that could be the difference between winning and losing.
Yeah, I think there's too much of an adherence to everything has to go exactly right. Like Andy Reid in the Super Bowl, they've got Kadarius Toney and Sky Moore like lining up wrong, and they're still scoring a touchdown on that play. Because Andy Reid trusts Patrick Mahomes to go, all right, those guys are in the wrong spot. Here's the why of the offense. They're going to figure it out. I'm going to trust my guys to make a play. And Shanahan just won't. And that I think for me is my greatest critique of him as a coach is I think he I don't want to say doesn't develop guys, because they've developed a lot of really good players, but I think there is a what's the he's scared that this receiver might line up half a yard off, and that's going to throw off the entire. Like, man, just he's fast as hell.
Right.
Let him get on the field and figure it out.
Agree. Let me ask you the question while we're here.
They've had good results though, so like,
what would you take to build your franchise, Jim Harbaugh or Kyle Shanahan? Jesse, you can get in on this.
Jim Harbaugh.
You sure? So here's the question.
That was if you said you have a water pistol to my head, you have 1 second to answer this. Harbaugh was my knee-jerk reaction.
I think it's for this reason. I think Jim Harbaugh, whether it's a group of high schoolers or whatever, will get the most out of his football team, like whether they're great or not. I think Kyle Shanahan, not that he needs great players, but I think just Harbaugh can coach up a little bit better. Kind of like what we saw last year. I'm not sure that Kyle Shanahan is getting that Chargers team to the playoffs. They weren't a necessarily strong team, but they just played good fundamental football, ran the football, played defense, and all that stuff. And that's kind of how they got there. It wasn't strong all season.
That's what the Niners have been great at, though, is running the football and playing defense.
Fair enough.
So here's the.
But I mean, like, just kind of like with the Gus Edwards, like just more with less. I think Harbaugh can do more with less.
See, okay.
Point.
This is where I'll push back just a little bit on that. And maybe this is looking too deep into the essence of the question. But if I'm starting a franchise, I don't know if I'm taking Jim Harbaugh. Number one, I don't know if Jim Harbaugh can build something. Kyle Shanahan has built this 49er
That's fair.
regime. Jim Harbaugh, he will take what you have, and especially if you're good in it. Like if I have the 49ers 3 years ago, say Kyle Shanahan gets fired after the Eagles lost, go get me Jim Harbaugh. He's probably going to take that team to the championship, because when a team is on the brink or they're close, I think he can push them over the edge. But if you got to ask him to build, if like I'm starting a franchise and I need somebody to build it, I don't know if he's a builder like that.
Harbaugh?
Yeah.
I guess we're starting to see it. Well, we'll see it now with the Chargers.
Chargers weren't bad though.
They stripped that down though. They aren't what they were before Harbaugh got there. They kind of stripped that down.
He came into the Chargers. The Chargers were
like they had Justin Herbert, but like they got rid of receivers, they got rid of running backs and all that. Like I feel like they kind of restarted a bit.
Let me ask you guys this: do you think, like when my man got fired, I can't remember his name, but do you think that was an underachieving Chargers team?
Yeah.
Yes, because they had
Brandon
talent.
Staley.
Yeah, Brandon Staley. They had talent. They were good.
Mm-hmm.
They just didn't have a good decision maker. Harbaugh jumped into a team that
Harbaugh didn't take over that team though. They got rid of some guys. Like that's not the same team Brandon Staley had. Like,
I think Jim Harbaugh is very, very good at putting players in positions to succeed with what they're best at. And I think he does that holistically and makes life easy on his quarterbacks, which is something Kyle Shanahan does as well and gets criticized for. But I think he just makes life easier on his quarterbacks. I think Greg Roman, as his offensive coordinator, is a really, really good run game designer, and I think that helps a lot. And I think Jim Harbaugh promotes a brand of football that is very old school, smash mouth, get behind your offensive line and play this kind of nasty version of football. The biggest, I think, gripe I have with Jim Harbaugh is that he has literally worn out his welcome everywhere he's ever been.
That's the thing. If I want Jim on my team, I need to be ready to go, because I don't think he's gonna be here too long. I don't think he's gonna last wherever he's at too long. He did stay at Michigan a lot longer than I anticipated him to, and I think it was his choice to leave. If he wanted to stay,
all right.
Well,
it was his choice to leave, but he was very, very motivated to do.
Well,
so.
yeah, but that was him. The
Can you admit that cheated as a Michigan fan?
I don't even. I can't say anything.
Yeah, they're just getting hit with show causes and all that stuff for no reason.
Hey, it might have broke some rules.
Okay, that's fine.
But the university wasn't pushing him out the door like Jed York was pushing him out the door. Right?
Yeah, no doubt.
That was a Harbaugh decision, whether he was being strategic with his career or whatever. He's like, yeah, it's time for me to get up out of here. The players, the administration, I don't think they were pushing him out the door. So that's the only difference there. I think Jim is potentially the best coach in football. Like, I say this, everything that I've said, but like I take Kyle Shanahan or whatever. I love Jim Harbaugh. I really do believe. I think he might be the best coach in football on any level.
What he did with Alex Smith was miraculous. Alex Smith going into, because remember, Alex Smith only came back to the 49ers in 2011 because of the lockout. Because he was just there. And there was that window where they could get him a playbook. And it was supposed to be a stopgap. It was a 1-year deal in 2011. And then Colin Kaepernick was going to take over in 2012. But he played so well in 2011 that they went, all right, hey, you're going to be the guy. Like, all right, here you go. You gotta stick around. But prior to that, he was 19-31 as a starter, completing 57% of his throws. He had 51 touchdowns, 53 interceptions. 3.5 touchdown rate. So 3.5% of his throws went for touchdowns. 3.5% of his throws went for interceptions. That's 3.4 to 3.5, but you get it. His first season under Jim Harbaugh, he goes 13-3, completes 61% of his throws, a 3.8% touchdown rate, and a 1.1% interception rate. He made life easy for Alex Smith.
Right.
And allowed Alex Smith to become a very, very good player for the rest of his career.
Okay.
Jim Harbaugh built that foundation.
I have a question. Could Alex Smith potentially have been that already, but was failed by his coaches? Because like after he left SF, he got to Kansas City and was still a really good quarterback.
He had some moments too before.
Yeah, he got to Andy Reid.
Yeah.
He had some moments too before. I remember, what was that, Kyle? You wouldn't know this. What was that Thursday night game in Seattle that they won in 2009 maybe? And Alex Smith had a naked bootleg that sealed it for a game-winning first down or something, or game-clinching first down. And everybody's like, look what's going on with Alex Smith. He's starting to get it. He's starting to turn his career around. It is the most nondescript game that you could think of. I understand that. But I remember that vividly because I was like, yeah, it looks like Alex is starting to figure it out. And I think, that might have been before Singletary. That might have been Nolan.
In 2009?
I don't know if it was 2009. But I think it was Nolan because I don't think he had that moment with Singletary.
Nah, he was a different player under Jim Harbaugh.
He was.
Jim Harbaugh, he always had the size and the arm and all that, but Jim Harbaugh gave him the tools to maximize what he had as a quarterback. And he wasn't throwing for 40 touchdowns or anything crazy. He had 17 touchdowns. And then in 2012, in 10 games, he had 13 touchdowns. Like he was going to be probably in the 20 range again. But I think Jim Harbaugh's superpower is making the game easy for quarterbacks, making the game easy on his offensive line, and not easy like he's dumbing it down, but hey, here's your job on it's very straightforward. And it's
everything.
Yeah, man.
Simplify everything.
Yeah, I don't like it's I don't know, man. Jim Harbaugh doesn't have a Super Bowl either.
Yeah.
So it's hard for me to go like, yeah, if he was coaching the Niners in 2019, they'd win the Super Bowl. I don't necessarily believe that.
Here's my
awesome coach though.
He is an awesome coach. I love
49ers have really had two generational coaches.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
Within the decade or however you want to call it.
I love Jim Harbaugh. I don't want to say this is the one kicker for me because I don't know. Both of them have their pluses. Has Kyle Shanahan ever gotten his teeth kicked in routinely the way that Pete Carroll Seahawks did Jim Harbaugh? They beat the crap out of those Niners 7 out of the 8 times.
The Chiefs have kind of owned the Niners.
Not like that though. They beat them, but not like that. The think back to this LOB going into Seattle. They didn't have a chance. The Niners would go into Seattle and score like 6 points,
right,
and have 22
Except for
yards
the NFC
rushing.
title game.
Right. That was the one time where, like, they were there. I think they had every opportunity to win. But think back to that.
Oh no, I know they had all those games that they lost by 30 plus.
They had no chance. Pete Carroll was beating the crap, and then they would come to San Francisco, and it wouldn't be that much different. Like, I remember that game they won in 2013 where they had to scratch and claw. Frank Gore got the run late in the game to set him up for a game-winning field goal.
That wasn't 12?
That was 13.
Oh, it was 13. Yeah.
They did everything in their power to beat that Seahawks team by 3 at home. And it was like 16-13.
The 2012 game was Thursday Night Football. I remember because I was working it, and they won. The Niners won 13-6.
Yeah,
Delaney Walker had a touchdown.
Yeah,
and
Alex
that
Smith,
one,
nice throw on that pass.
But yeah, 42-13 in Seattle, and then the next year was it week 2?
Week 2,
29-3, and then beat Seattle at home 19-17.
Yeah,
man. And then 2014, the wheels came off.
Yeah, they were eating Thanksgiving dinner on Levi's.
2014, they lost 19-3 at home on Thanksgiving, and then lost 17-7 at Seattle.
Like, he would play Seattle and not have a shot. Does Kyle Shanahan have that?
I feel that way with the Chiefs right now. I think they have no shot to beat the Chiefs. Like, just I think there's a Steve Spagnuolo and Andy Reid just have the Niners in a chokehold.
Besides the Chiefs, has Kyle Shanahan ran into a team as good as that Seahawks team as well?
I think the Chiefs are up there.
I said besides the Chiefs, though.
The Ravens. He's 0-2 against the Ravens, but
I'm thinking more like
Christmas
NFC.
Night, they didn't have a shot, but when they went to Baltimore, they
had a chance to win that game.
And I'm thinking more like NFC. Like, they played the Chiefs, I guess, enough to where you could throw that.
Not in the NFC.
NFC, yeah. I don't think they faced anyone as good as that Legion of Boom team.
Not a conference foe like that.
Green Bay has had some really good teams. But the Niners got smacked up. But
Green Bay got Kyle in like the Beathard Mullins times. But
Beathard almost went in there and won in 2018.
He did on Monday night.
Yeah. But yeah, they don't
like they were up.
Yeah, they were up late, and then Beathard threw a really bad pick.
Somebody says Philly. No,
they went into Philly and beat their ass. What are we talking about?
Philly.
Yeah. If they had gone in after the NFC title game and lost that game to Philly, then okay, maybe we could have a conversation. But they beat Philly's ass in that game.
Sean McVay's done well against the 49ers, but there was a streak of, what was it?
That was bizarre,
7
man.
straight games.
Yeah, that was bizarre.
Range from 2019 to 2022 ended in January.
Okay.
We got it.
Right,
it ended in January.
Baker Family Wines is what we're talking about. My people over at Baker Family Wines. Those are my people.
Hell yeah.
I'm going to have this bottle as soon as this show's
Based on how this show's gone. Hand me one.
I need one of these things, man. Make sure you go to bakerfamilywines.com to be part of Dusty's Clubhouse, where you get exclusive alerts of, when you can come to the tasting room, private tastings, all this other stuff. You can get, some of the white wines. I'm a big fan now of the 755, the Hammer and Hank joint. That's one of my favorites. So make sure you sign up at bakerfamilywines.com to become part of Dusty's Clubhouse for sure, man. Kyle, this was fun, man. These last 2 days were fun.
I think the Miami Dolphins might be the answer. They have whooped the Niners' ass twice under Kyle Shanahan.
It's true.
They Niners whooped their ass when they were at their best.
Yeah.
I think we've taken 3 out of 4 against you guys.
What was the tweet?
I don't know. I can't remember.
It was number 1 defense, my ass.
Yeah, whatever. Oh, you got the memory of Kenny now, huh? You just, I'm super memory man over here.
These guys.
Dolphins do have 3 out of 4 times or something like that.
Yeah, they got
drink water, be nice to people.
Yeah, it's time to get up out of here. We'll see you guys tomorrow starting at 10 a.m. with the Insiders. D-Lo's back. Y'all be good. Appreciate y'all. Vamos, Kyle Shanahan.
This is a good one.
They do.
Vikings a good one.
Although the Niners got that ass in the playoffs.
Got them in the playoffs, but
they can't beat them in
when
Minnesota.
the Niners play those Vikings, I'm like, that's an L.
Actually, it's just in Minnesota, because remember in the middle of the season?
Yeah, they haven't won in Minnesota since like 92.
The crazy ass Brett Favre passed that one time.
Hey, over Shante Spencer, that was
Sidney Rice, I think.
I was sick
brutal.
about that.
Was it Sidney Rice?
I think.
Yeah, it was
I think
Sidney Rice.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty
I feel like it was more of a rando than that.
think it was
Like Greg Jones.
I don't know. You're gonna have to check that now.
I'm gonna check that right now. Was that
That was-
09? That was 09, right?
Both teams were 3-0 going in that game. I think Niners never recovered. I was pissed.
Greg Lewis.
Greg Lewis, good knowledge.
Greg Lewis.
Good knowledge. Damn.
Sidney Rice did have a 30-yard touchdown pass from Brett Favre in that game, though.
Yeah, but when Minnesota comes, see, it's the. I don't know when was the last time Minnesota won in San Francisco. I'd be beating that ass. They didn't.
Minnesota
They didn't
in
beat.
San Francisco.
They didn't. That's Carlos Hyde's spin move. That was opening night.
Oh,
it was Minnesota.
Is that the only play you remember from the black jerseys?
Yeah,
that's the only play I remember from the black jerseys.
So
it's the only thing I remember from that game.
The black end zone. Oh, come on.
That was so bad. I'm so nervous for their new ones.
Isn't that next week? 28th. Didn't they say the 28th?
Yeah, the 28th. They've made it very clear it's the goddamn 28th.
What kind of color are they getting on that uniform?
They're gonna go with the ones they wore in the mid 2000s.
No, they're doing something new because it's a rivalry uniform. Only the NFC West and the AFC East are getting them. AFC East?
Yeah, because the Dolphins are getting some.
So it's going to be totally new. Here's my guess on what it is. Based on the their visual reset or whatever. I think the helmet is going to be a textured gold.
Okay.
They're going to try and make it look like it has like a texture on it.
Okay.
I think it's going to go black jersey.
You think they're going black jersey?
Yes. I think they're going. I'm going to leave the name of the color out for a moment. A tan number. I'm going to say with map lines on it, like a map, like an old school, like Gold Rush style map.
Why are my people doing this? Shout out Nike. Those are my people, but why are you guys doing
Well, I don't know this. I'm just guessing. It's a total guess. Like an actual guess. And then
Stop
you go black pants or whatever. Do you want to know what their third color is called? There's Montana red. Championship gold.
And what?
Hometown gold. Some kind of black. And heritage cream.
See, and I heard the heritage cream was supposed to be the primary color for the uniform.
If they roll out there and make the broadcasters say heritage cream.
First of all, where's the flag?
It's post game, bro. We're fighting. This is Trent Williams versus Richard Sherman or whatever that fight was. Brock Purdy taking the field in the new Heritage Cream 49ers uniforms.
Heritage. Now anything goes. Just anything goes now post game.
Miami's supposed to be getting some Miami Vice ones, I guess, some black ones.
Oof.
That's going to be fire.
Yeah, I hope it's okay. I hope it's okay. I hope it's nothing crazy.
The 49ers, the all black ones, and then the way they describe these new ones, they've kind of been missing, unless it's the old school ones.
The 95 throwbacks or the 94 throwbacks are crazy.
Those are the ones.
Those are the second best throwbacks in the league.
Those are the ones. What's the first?
Take your choice, the Miami teal or whites.
I think Denver's got a great throwback.
Denver does. Orange.
Kelly Greens are some of my personal
The
favorites.
Eagles Kelly Greens are crazy.
Kelly Greens are fire.
The Chargers powder blues were great at one point, kind of lost their
Mm-hmm.
whatever you want to call it.
Let's see. Game location, home.
Yeah.
The last time the Vikings beat the 49ers in San Francisco was November of 2007. A 27-7 Vikings victory as Tavares Jackson
I don't remember that.
and Chester Taylor knocked off Sean Hill and the fighting 49ers.
Boy, oh boy.
The Niners actually had more first downs than Minnesota in that game.
Bucks cream uniforms kind of suck too.
Yeah, they're a little overrated.
The creamsicles?
They're pretty overrated.
I'm a big fan of them.
This play right here, this is exactly what I'm talking about when I talk about Debo. Did you see that play yesterday?
Yeah.
When he does a little
Yeah.
sweep and they're like, Debo doing Debo things. Bro, and I love Debo.
He didn't break a single tackle.
Oh, 4 years ago, that's to the house.
That's
or
gone.
at least
That's it.
It's like 40 yards.
Mm-hmm.
That one was like 13. And they're like, Debo. No.
Because that one guy missed that weak ass tackle attempt. Like, all right, bro.
Damn.
I'm rooting for him, man. Hey, that's
I am
true.
too. That's
R.I.P.
my
Tavares
guy,
Jackson.
man. That's my guy, Debo, man. I don't. But my cousin, he's a Commanders fan. He's like, oh, we got Debo. I was like, man, we sold you a lemon, man. It's over.
Colts have the worst uniforms.
Yeah,
in the
Colts
league.
uniforms
They
are ass.
suck. I'm
That's
sorry.
facts.
I'd
Hey,
be
those alternates
die-
they wear.
Yeah,
Oh.
I would die of boredom watching the Colts.
Boring. That's why I never watch them.
I
watch
also
the Colts.
low key. This no, I take it back.
No, say
no,
it.
yeah, we're
Yeah.
here.
No, because I don't mean it. I didn't. I was just.
I don't mean half the things I say on this. I'm just playing.
What I was going to say before I took it back
There you go.
was Packers uniforms kind of boring too, but they're classic, and I like that they keep them crispy.
No, they're not.
I
I
think
didn't
it
mean
works.
it.
I think it works. I think it works.
They're not classic the way the Raiders ones
I'm
are.
kind of out on the Steelers joints though.
That kind of works too, though.
They're the 9 and 8 of uniforms.
You know who's the 9 and 8 uniforms are the Bears.
How about that?
Although I really
They're
like
classic. They're fine though.
They are
like the
classic,
Steelers ones are classic, but
I want their font on
The
their
Steelers
numbers
ones
to
are
be
cool.
better.
Yeah, the ones with the block letters or whatever you want to call it, where it's less the rounded.
yeah.
Those are better.
All right, guys, we gotta go.
Bill's bringing back the red helmets this year, by the way.
That is dope. That is dope. Love that. I love that.
And that'll definitely help them win a Super Bowl.
We appreciate you guys, man. We will be back tomorrow. Like I said, y'all be good.